An ominous meteor shower suddenly pierced the sky above the wounded world, heralding the beginning of the end of a familiar era. Stones falling from the sky brought with them hordes of bloodthirsty monsters, who began to exterminate all living things in their path. A majestic warrior in snow-white armor with a flaming blade in his hand stood motionless against the backdrop of a pile of fallen and lifeless monsters. He turned his gaze to the heavens, realizing that to finally end this bloody war, all he had to do was crush its true cause. A gigantic scarlet creature loomed ominously over the wounded hero, completely blocking the last rays of fading daylight. The fighter realized with horror that it was this very creature of chaos that had plunged the world into endless darkness and had coldly taken the lives of all his loyal comrades. The crimson creature hovers in the air, and the man realizes that it is she who rules over all these terrible monsters. The monster slowly extends its creepy hand, which ends in huge and very long claws. The hero grips the lightsaber tightly in his hand, and an unfamiliar voice is heard in the air, apologizing to Ardan. The red creature quickly rushes into a furious attack on the lone warrior. A powerful explosion occurs, and the guy wonders if he has ever tried to defeat this truly disgusting queen in his life. The image of a man from the race of dead souls suggests that now the entire future fate of the world depends solely on Ardan. The warrior successfully blocks the monster's crushing blow, demonstrating incredible resilience in this difficult and bloody confrontation. The creature strikes the hero sharply, causing him to instantly lose his balance and almost drop his weapon from his weakened hands. Reuben of the ancient dragon race asks if Ardan realizes his great duty to lead all the weak and disadvantaged people. The man holds his sword with great difficulty, feeling his hands tremble from the colossal tension. He swings his blade powerfully, creating an incredible wave of pure energy that rushes forward. The red monster is thrown to the side by the crushing force, while sharp rock fragments and thick dust fly around the battlefield. The villain begins to concentrate a powerful stream of dark energy in her palm, preparing a decisive and fatal blow. The man clenches his teeth in horror as he watches the deadly blob fly straight at him, making it almost impossible to escape. Tehran of the monster race claims that some things in this world can only end after final death. The dwarf watches the battle closely and believes in the hero's exceptionalism, despite his obvious and noticeable lack of physical strength. The red villain makes a sharp wave of her hand, and with obvious bewilderment sees in front of her only a completely empty and deep crater. She suddenly freezes in place, trying tensely to find her suddenly disappeared target. The powerful monster queen senses a trap, so she begins to slowly look around, searching for the hidden enemy. Suddenly, the hero rushes behind her with his sword drawn, making his fastest and most unexpected attack. The queen instantly raises her hand, trying to use magical energy to stop the movement of the warrior attacking her. With one precise and calculated movement, he cuts off her limb, which falls with a heavy sound onto the rocky surface of the ground. The wounded creature lets out a furious and piercing roar, which literally shakes the entire surrounding space. She counterattacks with her remaining hand, and the hero receives a powerful blow to the chest, sending streams of blood flying in all directions. The representatives of the mythical races Kruger and Kush remain completely silent, carefully watching the wounded hero fall heavily to the ground. The first calmly discusses the guy's incredibly high position. The second asks Ardan if she shouldn't have simply accepted her fate. The man, in a fit of fury, raises his shining blue sword above his head to deliver the final crushing blow to the enemy. The villain concentrates a powerful stream of energy in her palm, preparing to deliver a decisive and fatal blow. Two devastating forces collide in the very center of the battlefield, creating an incredible flash. The surrounding space literally explodes from the excess of magic, causing broken rocks to shatter into small, sharp fragments. The spirit of a dead representative of the fairy race quietly calls the guy by name and plaintively asks him to be sure to survive this difficult battle. A bright flash of light illuminates the devastated area, turning the field of fierce battle into a scorched desert. In the very center of a deep crater stands a dark figure, shrouded in a thick purple fog that is slowly dissipating. The fallen creature slowly bows its head, feeling the last of its life force finally leave its wounded body. The man also suffered extremely serious injuries and now lies completely motionless on the cold ground. The queen slowly approaches the fallen warrior, and a terrible and truly bloodthirsty grin suddenly appears on her face. The monstrous creature begins to laugh very loudly, and this demonic laughter echoes loudly throughout the area. At this moment, Bright and blinding flashes of energy suddenly begin to flare up above the defeated warrior. The boy regains consciousness and grips his sword incredibly tightly, which is instantly pierced by powerful electrical discharges. He finds hidden reserves and unleashes a furious energy strike on the monster with his blade, aiming precisely at its chest area. A blinding beam continues to burst out continuously from the sword that the exhausted warrior clutches in his trembling hand. In the ringing silence, a mocking voice is heard, asking the boy if he really decided to remember his friends right in the face of his inevitable death. The man's life force is rapidly leaving him. He can barely stand on his feet, while the scene around him begins to slowly become covered in thick darkness. He plunges into impenetrable darkness, where a mysterious voice expresses sincere hope for their new and very soon meeting in this dangerous world. The stranger promises to wait faithfully for his return, after which the completely exhausted hero loses consciousness and falls like a stone into a bottomless abyss. Even in deep repentance before the consequences of his egoism, the warrior intends to forever remember the names of all the defenders of the world. These mysterious and brave people in this harsh world are usually called hunters. An insistent voice is heard calling the young man by name, trying to quickly bring him to his senses. A guy standing nearby shouts loudly and asks what he is doing, after which he announces that an important meeting is about to start. A young man asks his friend with concern if he is okay, to which his interlocutor replies that he was just thinking. A guy in a protective suit pulls on a mask, fully aware that the slightest inattention will immediately get him fired from his job. The battle has come to an end, and now the workers need to quickly clear the battlefield in order to return to base in time. A group of collectors stands in the middle of a mountain of corpses of giant monsters. The hero only wearily confirms his readiness for the task. Images of elite fighters come to mind when a wave of monsters swept over the world, forever destroying the familiar order of things. At that fateful moment, humanity seized upon the elusive chance of salvation, trying to avoid the inevitable and very terrible death. The hero stands behind the backs of ordinary workers, bitterly realizing how miserable his life has become in comparison to its former glory. The young man's gaze meets his own reflection from the past, where he was a long-haired and truly powerful warrior. His masked partner pats him on the shoulder and tells him to finish off the mutant quickly before the captain breaks into another piercing scream. The hero merely nods meekly in response, trying to suppress the overwhelming feelings and focus on the current task in this gloomy place. At this point, their commander, spitting with rage, once again calls his subordinates stupid idiots and useless trash. The arrogant swordsman jumps onto the monster's carcass, demanding that his time not be wasted, otherwise the entire brigade will be left penniless. The workers only apologize guiltily, because in this cruel world, such brutal treatment has long become the norm. This proud captain of the guild's assault squad looks down on everyone around him, considering them nothing but dirt. The guy plunges a knife into the monster's flesh, burned from the inside by the thought that now he cannot defeat the mutant even in the weakest dungeon. He curses himself, calling himself a worthless scum, unworthy of his former glory. While the city slowly sinks into darkness, the hero flies through the park at full speed because he knows that it is precisely in these pre-dawn hours that the golden time for a real hunt begins. The guy quickly rushes past the giant skyscrapers without slowing down the pace of his running. A huge billboard begins a heated debate among experts about the nature of the newly awakened abilities. Influential people discuss the future of all magical powers. Abilities in this world have become the highest form of superpower, available only to a select few. The protagonist exhales heavily, trying to stop the trembling in his tired muscles, because he desperately needs awakening. But the bitter truth is that he is completely deprived of mana. The guy freezes in the middle of the park, trying to comprehend this impasse, his mind and body remembering every movement and every fighting technique down to the smallest detail. But this mastery of skills is now absolutely useless, like the ability to swim in the middle of a scorched desert where there is not a drop of water. Taking off his hood, the young man admits to himself that he continues his grueling training only out of an old habit from a past life. Kiritani picks up a regular stick, deciding it's time for another try. He closes his eyes, fully understanding that in today's world of hunters, status and magical rank decide absolutely everything. Any of his efforts without official recognition of the system seem to those around him to be nothing more than a senseless farce. The hero's gaze suddenly flashes with steely determination, and he expertly swings the piece of wood, realizing that the knight's path is forever imprinted on his wounded soul. With one sharp blow, Kiritani smashes the stick into splinters against an old stump. The fragments fly in different directions, confirming the hidden power of his movements. The hero turns around at the sound of a strange voice that interrupted his loneliness. Ren looks at him in surprise and asks if he is wasting his time on these strange exercises again. They sit down on a bench, where the protagonist confirms his intentions, and his companion admits that these training sessions always leave him with mixed feelings. Kiritani looks into the distance with an extremely serious face, completely immersed in his thoughts. Hearing a remark about his appearance, he only briefly throws out that there is nothing special about it. Friends watch a mother and daughter. The child notices with curiosity that some strange man is playing with a stick. Ren chuckles and advises Kiritani to find a more secluded place. Otherwise, he risks becoming a laughingstock on social media. With a smile on his face, his friend asks if he's aiming to join the ranks of real hunters. Kiritani calls this assumption funny, because one naked desire is not enough in their world. Against the backdrop of a city park, he admits his comrade is right. Sitting next to a friend, the guy talks honestly about his dream of waking up, becoming a hunter and making a lot of money. Everyone dreams of becoming a hunter with an annual income of over 2 billion and basking in the admiration of the opposite sex. Ren strokes Kiritani's hair in a friendly manner and expresses confidence that he will succeed when he grows up completely. The guy sadly lowers his eyes, going over in his head the words about duty and protecting loved ones. They walk slowly through the park, discussing work matters, Ren mentioning that the cleanup schedule will be released tomorrow and expressing hope that they won't be sent into another death trap. Information appears about a new object that they will have to clear this time. The participants hear the name with obvious surprise and fear: the Rare Labyrinth. The commander gives them an icy look and informs them that all the details of the operation will be sent to each of them by email. One of the workers turns to the captain in horror, because among the C-rank dungeons, this place is considered the most dangerous and deadly section, inspiring real awe. Ren throws up his hand and declares that this is clearly too much. Since they have only just learned to cope with ordinary zones, he believes that the Rare Labyrinth will be an unbearable burden for their squad. The commander presses his palm to his face and barks at his subordinates, demanding that they immediately shut their mouths and listen to the order. He looks at his charges with disdain, reminding them that they have no right to compare themselves to real hunters. Since they are getting paid for this, they are obliged to do the job without unnecessary whining and stupid complaints. The captain emphasizes that the opinions of ordinary workers in this matter are worth absolutely nothing. He suggests that all cowards should leave right now, but warns of the severe consequences of such a step. In their narrow niche, reputation and trust are valued above all else, so deserters will never find work again. The man rudely asks which of the idiots decided to speak up. The hero calmly confirms that it was him. The captain angrily grabs the guy by the lapels and demands that he remember the rules of subordination. He yells that Kiritani should not pretend to be special just because he is participating in a general cleanup. Ren, in his green suit, intervenes in the conflict, confirming his participation and demanding that this scene be stopped immediately. People echo this sentiment, declaring that with the support of experienced hunters, any expedition will go smoothly and without losses. The boss, with a sly grin, thinks that these people are just incorrigible idiots. He believes that if they break under normal pressure, they should just close their mouths and follow the instructions. The commander leaves, saying at the end that everything should be done to the highest standard, and that he will personally check the result. Ren pats the dejected Kiritani on the shoulder in a friendly manner and insistently calls him to follow him, sincerely asking him not to get upset over trifles. The events move on to the next day. The warriors are already standing in front of a giant shimmering portal. Someone from the crowd shouts out that this is an excellent warm-up before the real thing. A fighter named Kamen orders Haida and Kuda to move to the front lines immediately. The main character walks slightly behind the captain, who is loudly giving orders to his men. He yells that Akai must provide fire support from a distance, and the magical rear must be on guard. The guy notices that there is undisguised anxiety on the faces of everyone present. The warriors begin to move across the rocky ground. Ren turns around with an encouraging smile and says that they will soon leave this place. Kiritani understands that the hunters hate the purges with a passion, as they are also driven there against their will. Kamen rudely shouts that any trash should not dare to get under the feet of elite fighters. All these thoughts and the situation itself weigh heavily on the guy. He looks gloomy, upset, and depressed. He takes a step into the blue haze of the portal, secretly hoping that this path will not become a direct road to the grave for him. The system window reports that the guild's assault squad is ranked D, and the dungeon itself is ranked C. The clearing has officially begun. A group of warriors slowly makes their way deeper into a dark and damp cave. A guy approaches a girl in a hat and asks if she feels anything strange around her. She confirms his fears, but is convinced that the squad will easily cope with the task and advises not to anger the commander, who is already in a foul mood. Ren leans towards Kiritani and whispers that the elite hunters are acting suspiciously and even frighteningly today. The guy agrees with his friend, feeling how an invisible anxiety is slowly eating away at the confidence of the professionals. Kamen raises his blade. He carefully examines the strange stone growths inside the cave. The hunters begin to peer intently into the impenetrable darkness gathering ahead. From the very heart of the dungeon, the outlines of something truly terrifying are gradually emerging, which makes the blood run cold in the veins of every witness. Suddenly, hundreds of orange eyes flash in the impenetrable darkness, and the captain screams hysterically about the beginning of a massive enemy attack on their positions. The terrifying monsters begin to rapidly close the distance, while people, frozen with fear, try to comprehend the scale of the mortal threat looming over them. The frightened recruit clutches his sword and asks his comrade about the number of creatures, to which the latter sullenly replies that the situation smells like a setup and is beyond all reasonable control. Kamen rushes into the thick of the fight, shouting orders and demanding that the fighters move their limbs if they want to get their money. A mighty warrior takes a crushing blow from a giant beetle on his shield, its jaws snapping a millimeter from his face. The sharp blade crunches through the mutant's shell, sending sprays of foul-smelling dark blood flying in all directions. The commander orders the heavy infantry to launch a decisive offensive to crush this creeping wave in the bud. The warriors rush at the monsters with furious cries, using all the magical and steel weapons available to them. Ren turns to Kiritani and orders the newcomers to stay close to the exit to avoid becoming easy prey for these creatures. At that moment, a ferocious beetle rushes towards them, spraying sticky saliva in all directions in anticipation of an imminent meal. The cave ceiling literally comes to life as thousands of tiny creatures begin to swoop down, diving straight onto the heads of the bewildered people. The hunters scream in horror, realizing that the enemy's numbers exceed all their wildest and most pessimistic expectations. The archer raises her bow and shouts for everyone to disperse, firing a flaming arrow straight into the thick of the enemy. There is a colossal explosion, and the remains of the monsters fly all over the cave, turning into a bloody mess. Kiritani and her friend stare in awe at the raging flames, trying to comprehend the scale of the destruction. The guy turns to Kamen and asks if this nightmare is really over, but he only snaps back rudely, demanding that he not stand there like lifeless idols and remain vigilant. At that moment, the earth trembles from the steps of a giant, whose gigantic paw crashes down on the stones. From the depths of the labyrinth emerges Gallus, the true master of these cursed lands, emitting a furious and piercing roar. The captain grabs the shield and orders the fighters to stay away from the deadly tail, aiming exclusively at the creature's head. The monster makes a sharp swing of its powerful tail, knocking down several hesitant warriors. The monster suddenly rises into the air, causing the hunters to raise their heads in horror and frantically call for help from a squad of magicians. The sorcerers quickly draw glowing magical signs in the air, shouting that their spells are now fully prepared for activation. Kamen yells at everyone not to dare attack the tough shell. Gallus is shaken by a series of destructive explosions that engulf his entire scaly and massive body. Thick clouds of acrid smoke instantly fill the cave, hiding the mutilated but still living mutant from view. The captain looks at his surviving charges and asks doubtfully if they managed to finish off this creature completely. He gives the order to immediately begin collecting all valuable trophies. One of the fighters plunges his sword into the carcass, surprised by the incredible strength of the flesh, but suddenly falls into a state of complete shock. Right in front of him, Gallus raises its head, revealing its true and truly terrifying power. A stream of seething green liquid bursts from the monster's mouth and falls straight upon the hapless hero. The poisonous acid burns the warrior alive in seconds, leaving behind only a melted and useless steel sword. The hunters panic and scream that no one warned them that the boss had such deadly and caustic saliva. Commanders give the order for an immediate retreat, since any contact with this poison inevitably leads to a painful death. Kiritani remains icy calm as she watches the shameful flight of those who called themselves elite and professional hunters. Kamen, sword in hand, continues to scream, calling his subordinates pathetic losers and demanding that they stop their shameful behavior. The captain is confident that he can solve the poison problem by simply closing the monster's mouth. But Kiritani realizes that the fighters are already dying in clouds of toxic fumes and scalding acid. The boss, in a rage, showers them with the worst words, calling them a bunch of worthless idiots, incapable of even basic defense. The man launches into a suicidal charge, shouting orders to advance as he takes the brunt of the blow. With one precise and crushing blow, he severs Gallus's head, ending the life of the vile lord of the labyrinth. The stunned soldiers freeze, looking at the triumph, and enthusiastically whisper that the captain is truly worthy of his high rank. The commander only started shouting even louder than before, demanding that these slackers get down to business immediately and stop slacking off. People notice a strange movement under the vaults of the cave, at which moment a gigantic and truly ominous silhouette looms over them, causing the warriors' hearts to sink into their heels. The entire squad freezes in primal terror, unable to believe that something far more terrible is hiding behind the boss they just defeated. A monstrous mutated bird lets out a piercing cry that sends deep cracks through the walls of this gloomy cave. The fighters don't understand at all how this is even possible, because they thought that the main threat of this cursed place had long been eliminated. The true master of the Rymar labyrinth suddenly appears before them in all his terrifying majesty, overwhelming the warrior's will with his powerful aura. A heavy premonition of impending doom hangs in the air as the ancient monster slowly spreads its vast and deadly wings. The captain raises his weapon towards the flying mutant, realizing that there is no other way out, and orders an immediate formation in battle formation. Strange purple feathers slowly swirl in the air, foreshadowing a quick and painful death for anyone who touches them. The boss frantically injects himself with the contents of the syringe, screaming that this is the only way to avoid losing his mind from the enemy's toxic effects. The astonished warriors watch in fascination as this deadly fall of leaves falls, while the air around them is literally permeated with the thick smell of imminent death. One feather lands smoothly on the shoulder of a young man who froze in place and did not have time to react in time to the threat looming over him. His eyes instantly roll back, turning deathly white, and his body freezes in a ridiculous and eerie pose. Coming to his senses a second later, he breaks into a piercing screech, declaring that he has had enough of this bloody carnage. The captain looks at the deserters with hatred and calls them pathetic traitors, realizing that they don't have a single chance against such power. Meanwhile, the hunters fall into a terrible panic. They scream loudly and regret having entered this labyrinth. The feathers continue to slowly fall to the ground. The commander realizes that this is not a C-rank dungeon. Kiritani carefully observes what is happening around her and prudently raises a stone over her head to protect herself from feathers falling to the ground. In a quiet voice, he suggests to his friend that they take at least the newcomers and run away. Ren suddenly answers, as if to himself, quietly asking why. His appearance changes. A mad gleam appears in his eyes, and with this look he rushes into the depths of the cave, declaring that the labyrinth is capable of giving them treasure. He looks at the shining weapons and armor and declares that all of this costs a huge amount of money. The guy, who has lost his mind, insists that every item here is worth a fortune. He clutches someone else's blade in his hands and yells that even the sword of a hunter who died from poison is valued at 200 million. Ren is sure that in the depths of the cave there are hidden artifacts, the price of which exceeds any wildest expectations. Kiritani grabs his distraught comrade by the shoulders and begs him to come to his senses immediately. In response, he hears only incoherent nonsense about money and the cost of abandoned shields, which runs into the millions. The hero reaches out his hand, trying to stop his friend, but the latter pushes him away in anger and tells him to get lost. Ren pounces on Kiritani from above and declares that if he wants to escape, he should do it alone. He demands that you do not stand in his way while he reaps his bloody harvest. The protagonist, with great difficulty, holds the point of the sword that his mad friend has put to his throat. Ren presses on the hilt with inhuman strength, shouting that all the money in this world now belongs only to him. Kiritani urges him to calm down, but the boy no longer hears anything, continuing to talk about his little sister. He screams that he desperately needs funds for her treatment, and this is the only chance to save the life that is dear to him. With madness in his eyes, Ren asks into the void why he cannot be a great hunter, and why his sister is doomed to such suffering. Against the backdrop of the dark vaults of the cave, he weeps bitterly, confessing his secret desire to only live happily and to someday see again a bright smile on the face of someone dear to him. Kiritani feels drops of blood running down his face and quietly calls out his friend's name. The bloody blade finally slipped from Ren's weakened hands and hit the stone slabs with a dull ringing sound. Kiritani sees Ren clutching the handle convulsively and quietly says that it's all over now. He covers his friend's palm with his own, repeating words of comfort and trying to drive the darkness from his mind. The stunned boy hears that if he leaves this cursed place right now, he will definitely see his sister alive. Through bitter tears, Ren whispers that Kiritani has always been his support and a true, loyal comrade. The protagonist rises to his feet and tells his friend to breathe deeply, assuring him that the danger has passed. Kiritani holds him tightly by the shoulder, hurrying him and demanding that he leave the labyrinth immediately. Suddenly, Ren's gaze freezes in silent shock and finds itself riveted on something truly frightening ahead. Kiritani turns around in alarm, trying to understand the reason for his friend's strange and sudden numbness. He seriously suspects that the sinister enemy's spell still continues to poison the clouded mind of his faithful companion. Ren jumps up abruptly, clutching the hilt of his sword with both hands. The next moment, a fountain of scarlet blood splashes right in front of the face of the stunned protagonist. Kiritani screams in horror, not understanding what happened and where this fatal blow came from. Drops of hot blood settle on the hero's face, while a thick crimson liquid begins to slowly flow from the mouth of his faithful friend. The guy looks at his comrade in horror, realizing that this wound is fatal and life is leaving the wounded body. Kiritani caught the limp body, preventing it from collapsing onto the cold stones of the cave. His dying friend, looking down, uttered with difficulty the words that he was sincerely happy about the salvation of his comrade. The shocked young man heard a mocking question about where they were going in the midst of the fun. Captain Common, completely succumbing to the madness of the magical feathers, grinned with a disgusting grin. A purple feather pulses right next to his shoulder, and Kiritani realizes with a shudder that the commander has completely lost his mind. The distraught captain only laughs hysterically, completely oblivious to how his own actions are leading the entire squad to inevitable death. An image of a dying girl appears in his memory, calling his name in a quiet voice. Kiritani looks at the lifeless Ren lying in a pool of his own blood, and his heart is filled with unbearable pain. Previously, he considered his friend's words about protecting loved ones to be nothing more than naive idealism and empty acting. The young man always thought that his friend was overacting and that all his words had no meaning. In the reflection of the blade, he sees his past reincarnations, when he was a knight in white armor, surrounded by his comrades. Now he understands the true value of these words much better than anyone else in this world. Kiritani looks down at her shoes, which are covered in her comrade's blood. He picks up the two remaining swords from the ground and grips the hilts tightly. He realizes that Ren sacrificed himself by shielding him with his body, and that this death should not be in vain. The distraught captain stands opposite and mockingly calls his behavior truly charming. Common smirks at the dual-wielding warrior and declares that real life is not a game. Kiritani becomes enraged, realizing that today the vaunted C-rank hunter will definitely give up his spirit. The true boss of the labyrinth circles above the crazed fighters, signifying the complete failure of the entire cleansing operation. The team is completely scattered, the elite hunters are destroyed, and the purple feathers continue their deadly dance. Common looks at the chaos around him and convinces himself of his own infallibility, blaming everything on ordinary hunters. The man wonders how this could have happened, since the mission was a complete failure. He casts another painful glance towards the remaining hunters. In a quiet voice full of contempt, he calls them pathetic, worthless insects. He clutches the poisonous feather in his hand, believing that it was these useless insects that thwarted the professionals. A monstrous thought is gradually maturing in his head. Worthless trash has no right to continue to exist. The captain pierces the chest of another retreating fighter, demanding full retribution for his defeat. The bodies of the dead warriors fly apart from his furious swings. Common screams hysterically and declares that they are all going to die now. The captain looks at the survivors with undisguised fury, considering each of them nothing but a useless and stupid piece of idiot. The hero sits motionless on the cold ground, clutching the lifeless body of his only friend. Common, with a nasty grin, states that Kiritani is just as guilty as anyone else, as he has always been an insolent and annoying upstart. The distraught commander launches a swift attack, wanting to put an end to this bloody story. There is a sharp sound of cutting flesh, and scarlet splashes of blood fly across the stone vaults of the cave. The hero stands frozen in shock behind the mortally wounded Ren, unable to take his eyes off the horrific sight. Kamen bursts into manic laughter as his eyes glow an ominous and unnatural purple. He says with disdain that he expected to see horror in the boy's eyes before he finally gave up the ghost. Kiritani silently rises and clutches two swords in his hands, looking at the enemy with an icy and absolutely calm gaze. The captain grins and mockingly compares the boy's pitifulness to an insect desperately trying to protect its eggs. He points the blade at the young man and demands that he stop this ridiculous circus of trying to give a worthy rebuff. Kamen screams about the colossal difference in their statuses, reminding him that he, an elite hunter with awakened abilities, remains in his eyes just a snotty youth to Kiritani. The commander, in a mad rush, waves his sword in front of the empty space, promising to gouge out the impudent man's eyes for his insolence. The next second, his face contorts in shock as Kiritani suddenly disappears from his sight. The guy catches the enemy from behind, delivering a crushing blow with both of his sharp blades at once. The captain suddenly realizes that he is facing a very agile and strong opponent. Kamen barely manages to raise his heavy shield, blocking a powerful attack that could have been fatal for him. The man makes a wide swing and demands that the little girl not dare interrupt him until he has finished his speech. Kiritani gracefully leaps back, avoiding the deadly steel and instantly closing the dangerous distance. He slides across the wet ground and realizes that even a hunter who has lost his mind remains an extremely dangerous and fast opponent. The true master of the labyrinth sits majestically nearby, watching this deadly battle from the sidelines. Kiritani understands that the main threat comes from the monster, but now it is vital for him to focus all his attention on the hunter. The protagonist grips the hilts of his swords tightly and, at the limit of his abilities, launches another swift attack. The cave is filled with the constant, deafening sound of clashing steel, and Kiritani sees the tip of the enemy's blade pass within centimeters of his temple. The captain, in a blind rage, makes a wide strike, but the boy miraculously avoids it, sliding on the stones. They freeze opposite each other, breathing heavily and not taking their eyes off their opponent. Kiritani frowned, feeling the wild fatigue begin to grip his overstrained muscles. He maintains his fighting stance, knowing that in a fair fight he would still be inferior to this mad hunter. His mind instantly reads every movement of the enemy, but his exhausted body simply does not have time to react. The hero thinks bitterly that if he could use at least 5% of the power from his past life, everything would be different. A fresh, bloody cut gapes across Kiritani's face, and the captain lets out a shrill scream, unable to understand how the worthless scum manages to move like that. Kiritani suddenly lets out a quiet chuckle, noticing the spark of genuine fear in the commander's eyes. He realizes that Kamen has begun to panic as the situation gets out of his control. Kamen waits patiently for the approach, demanding that the impudent puppy immediately shut his mouth. He delivers a crushing blow from above, but Kiritani again slips under the blade. Bright blue sparks flash before the boy's eyes as his blades meet the enemy's steel again. Kiritani feels a sharp pain from new deep cuts covering his arms and wounded legs. A powerful explosion nearby throws the hero back, causing him to frantically clutch the hilts of his swords. He makes an incredible dash and delivers a counterattack that Kamen is unable to defend against. The sharp blade cuts deep into the captain's neck, and thick crimson blood splashes in a powerful stream onto the ground. Kiritani sees the steel flying at him and realizes that it was a truly terrifying and dangerous attack. He raises his swords again, realizing that he must continue the onslaught at the same frantic pace. The young man pierces the captain's heavy armor with a precise thrust, and thick blood instantly spurts from the deep wound, painting the cold steel of the armor crimson. Kamen jumps back, trying to comprehend how the situation could have turned so drastically against him. He clutches his shield and sword in complete shock, refusing to believe that he is losing miserably to some worthless and pathetic scum. The villain looks forward furiously and screams loudly, completely denying the very possibility of his shameful defeat in this protracted and bloody battle. His face contorts with impotent rage as the realization of his doom slowly seeps into his pride and anger-clouded mind. He launches into a suicidal attack while system windows pop up before his eyes about all the power-ups being activated. Acceleration, steely will, and super strength transform the captain into a swift and deadly blur. The guy sees that the enemy, at the peak of his abilities, is moving faster than the normal human eye can detect. Kiritani closes her eyes, realizing that such thoughtless use of valuable skills is the height of stupidity and unprofessionalism. Despite the enormous speed, the trajectory of the maddened hunter's movements remains completely predictable for the hero. He makes a sharp jerk. The guy masterfully dodges the fatal blow and firmly grabs the hilts of his trusty swords. Kiritani counterattacks, and the next moment a loud metallic sound is heard and the captain's weapon shatters into pieces. He looks at the broken sword in his hands in horror, realizing that his strength and confidence have been destroyed along with this blade. The guy freezes for a moment, and then resolutely turns his gaze to the defeated and bleeding enemy. The crippled common falls backwards, missing a leg, and fills the cave with a heart-rending cry of unbearable pain. Kiritani stands before him, breathing heavily, and with undisguised contempt calls the fallen leader a pathetic rat. The wounded villain wheezes in response, asking if the guy really expects to get off so easily after all he's done. Kiritani calmly notes that purple feathers are great for helping people completely lose the last of their sanity. He mockingly asks if the captain is going to announce his sudden recovery right before his death. A surviving fighter watches from the shadows as Kiritani raises his sword over the commander's head, delivering his just judgment. The hero is sure that this man deserves the most severe punishment for his betrayal and weakness. A distraught common continues to shout about his status as a hunter, refusing to acknowledge the superiority of the unawakened youth. Kiritani, with icy determination, orders the enemy to simply die and with one powerful swing completely decapitates him. The captain's head flies off, leaving behind a thick trail of scarlet blood. Kiritani stands frozen over the fallen enemy, maintaining a heavy silence and looking at the work of his hands. All around him lie the mutilated bodies of soldiers and ordinary workers, turning the cave into a mass grave. He realizes that this is total destruction and admits to himself that he has not seen so many corpses for a very long time. The dead litter the ground, reminding him of hundreds of years of loneliness, when suddenly the hero notices a strange glow emanating from him and blazing with a bright blue flame. He wonders what the hell this is, and if his thoughts about the past world have suddenly taken physical form. Against the backdrop of shimmering azure drops, Kiritani feels something painfully reminiscent of forgotten magical power. The guy understands that this inexplicable feeling of unity with the sword is the long-awaited awakening. He stands in shock as a glowing system window informs him that his current level has just skyrocketed to a new high. Kiritani stares at the lines, disbelieving his awakening, as the full stats unfold before him, complete with new stats and unique abilities. Kiritani looks down thoughtfully, the dying, despairing cry of his mad friend still ringing in his ears. The hero stands before Ren's bloodied body, lamenting the injustice of fate and the lost chances of those who truly needed strength. He sees how, right in front of him, the space begins to pulsate and burst into ominous purple flashes. The true boss of the labyrinth rises once again, showering the dungeon with a new batch of its deadly and poisonous feathers. The young man calmly watches the whirlwind of deadly feathers and notices that this creature is behaving too noisily. Kiritani speaks the words about the magic coefficient, and a system notification about the new power parameters immediately appears in front of him. The bright interface window blinds the eyes as the guy carefully studies the changed numbers in his characteristics after a long-awaited awakening. He stares at the monster, realizing that the difference between 0 and 1 in magic is a whole abyss separating heaven and earth. He gives the monster an icy look and declares that he is no longer the weak man he was just a moment ago. The hero openly provokes the labyrinth boss into attacking, wanting to test his newfound power in a real matter. The huge bird folds its wings and dives straight at him at great speed, wanting to tear the impudent daredevil to pieces. The guy understands that the hunters here are simply mindlessly throwing out energy, completely unconcerned about the subtle control over their power. The enraged mutant rushes forward, but Kiritani only notes that the enemy has completely succumbed to his animal pride. He closes his eyes for a moment and his body is enveloped in a powerful glow of pure and dazzling blue energy. Kiritani understands that basic use of mana merely strengthens the flesh, but requires pinpoint precision to achieve true mastery. He throws one of his swords with a sharp movement, feverishly calculating all the vulnerable points on the flying enemy's body. The guy mentally connects all the magical lines into one, trying to deliver a single but absolutely fatal blow. He launches a decisive attack, aiming to strike the most vulnerable spot in the armor of this winged nightmare. The thrown sword whistles past the boss's head, causing him to let out a deafening and furious cry from the wound he received. The weapon hits the rock with a deep ringing sound, while the bloody bird continues to scream furiously in pain and anger. Kiritani only chuckles quietly and, engulfed in azure flames, makes another swift dash towards his prey. A powerful stream of pure energy distorts the space around the guy with incredible force. He rushes towards the monster at great speed to deliver his crushing blow. With one lightning-fast movement, he clips the monster's wings, depriving it of its main advantage in this tight space. The hero plunges the blade into the enemy's flesh, reminding him that true death always comes suddenly and knows no mercy. He finally cuts off the giant bird's wing, causing the master of the labyrinth to collapse to the ground at his feet. The master of the labyrinth, with a mutilated, bloody wing, fills the cave with a piercing cry of unbearable pain. The boy pushes off the rock with force, launching another swift and deadly attack. He is extremely focused, realizing that now is the decisive moment for the full concentration of his new powers. Pure azure mana begins to pulse and thicken in his palm, filling his body with primordial power. The gleaming blade of the sword is about to pierce the enemy's body, ending his life and putting a bold end to this protracted and deadly duel. The hero makes an incredible dash and attacks the monster, delivering a powerful and masterful blow with his sword. With one flawless movement, he cuts through the boss, fountains of dark blood instantly filling the entire area around him. The boy lands gracefully on the rocks, while behind him the giant carcass of the monster falls to the ground with a crash. Kiritani stands frozen before the fallen dungeon tyrant, his body still engulfed in bright flashes of magical, bright blue flame. He slowly looks around this eerie battlefield, standing amidst mountains of corpses and the remains of the once majestic and formidable master of this dark labyrinth. The young man's strength suddenly leaves him, and he begins to slowly sink to the ground from extreme strain. Images of nightmarish creatures with writhing tentacles from the distant past emerge in his fading consciousness. He understands that this time he clearly overestimated the capabilities of his current body and took too many risks. The boy's memory flashes with memories of the disasters that the Queen sent upon the world in order to bring about its complete and final destruction. The hero realizes the scale of the mistake he has made, looking at his trembling hands, which now barely obey him after using such extreme force. An image from the past comes to mind, where the 9 races of the continent united into one force to finally give a worthy rebuff to the advancing darkness. They sent out their best warriors to meet the threat, and Ardan stood shoulder to shoulder with the beautiful golden-haired maiden, sincerely believing in victory. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes of the enemy flash in the vision, and with obvious mockery, he asks whether our hero really dreamed of such a gloomy future. The voice calls him poor and pathetic Ardan, and the guy himself, in complete confusion, whispers that he definitely delivered that final blow and killed the enemy. Ardan hugs Elena tightly and desperately begs her to run away as quickly as possible. The girl's face suddenly distorts into an indescribably frightening grimace. She asks in a chilling tone where they should run, since even the stars in the sky have long since gone out. The man still clings desperately to the crumbs of hope as this ghost of the past looms before him. An ominous voice thunders in the void, accusing the hero of the fact that this entire nightmare happened solely because of him. The frightening faces of monsters loom over him, promising him eternal torment in future incarnations. The darkness of his past sins will have to burn his wounded soul from within in each subsequent life. Kiritani suddenly comes to her senses and instantly jumps up in her hospital bed, gasping for cold air. He looks around in complete shock, and suddenly hears a calm voice that welcomes him to the world of the living after a long absence. An unfamiliar man in a formal green suit sips hot tea, completely unperturbed, sitting on a chair right in the middle of this bright and empty room. He smoothly places the cup on the saucer and reports that the guy lay unconscious for 3 whole days, calling him an extremely lucky and brave newcomer. The protagonist, with obvious suspicion and anxiety, asks the mysterious stranger who he really is. He hands over his business card and politely asks Kiritani not to show so much open hostility and her natural fear. The guy completely ignores politeness and immediately asks the most important question about the future of his loyal comrades from the previous squad. The man in green places the card on the edge of the bed and notes the hero's devotion to his comrades, while images of the bodies of fallen soldiers flash through the boy's mind. He told the terrible truth that the 1st Brigade was completely destroyed by monsters in that bloody and terrible battle inside the dungeon. All the fighters, including the captain, were dead, and Kiritani was the only one the medics found alive at the scene of that terrible and merciless massacre. The guy asks in a trembling voice what happened to his faithful friend named Ren, and his interlocutor dryly replies that his friend's funeral has already taken place. The protagonist learns with pain that the farewell took place in the Hunters Guild building while he himself was in a deep coma and unable to see his comrade off on his final journey. Having finished with the sad news, he suggests moving on to discussing the main topic of the meeting, because the man in the suit is confident that Kiritani has realized the rank of the labyrinth. He asks the guy's opinion about the reasons for the sudden jump in difficulty in a regular training dungeon, which suddenly became a death trap for everyone. It turns out that the squad leader has been having disastrously bad luck in his dark dealings lately, which the rank-and-file members of the group couldn't even guess about. Kiritani claims to be completely unaware of his late commander's secret problems and persistent failures. The man explains that the captain carefully concealed his destructive passion for gambling, which ultimately led to his complete collapse and the death of the entire squad. Investigators are still trying to get to the bottom of these strange occurrences, so Kiritani is asked to immediately report any suspicious details about that fateful day. The guy clutches his head in despair, realizing the full abomination of the true reasons that pushed the treacherous captain into that fateful and cursed dungeon. He was sickened by the thought that Ren had died simply because of the captain's debts, and this bitter realization coincided with his own awakening. He reaches for the remote control and turns on the TV, where a popular program featuring the studio's guests of honor is just beginning. The presenter excitedly announces that today a man has come to see them, whose appearance millions of TV viewers have been eagerly awaiting. In the frame, confident steps are heard in the studio, and the voiceover explains that this hunter is of the SSS-Rank, the best in all of Japan. The girl is the second master of the famous Assassin's Guild and a true legend among all the awakened warriors of the country. Kiritani stares at the screen, reflecting on how Aoki's popularity has long since eclipsed that of the world's brightest showbiz stars. The guy brings up the system window to once again carefully examine the list of his newfound and strange skills. He wonders if she holds the rank of SSS. Then who is he in this new hierarchy of powers? He puts together the facts and realizes that the awakening occurred precisely at the moment of justice being carried out on the mad captain. Kiritani enters a query into a search engine, but the system returns an error, as no information about such a rare skill exists in the public domain. He wonders who exactly the world considers evil incarnate, and how his new mystical ability will react to such targets in the future. In his mind, the fierce scarlet eyes of the enemy from the past, who stood over him and Elena at that very fateful and tragic moment for everyone, flashed again. The guy lowers his head, fully aware that his long journey to true greatness is only just beginning from this very lowest and most difficult starting point. At the reception desk, a polite hospital employee informs the patient that all necessary medical examinations have been completed and that he will soon be discharged home. Kiritani walks slowly down the hospital corridor, completely immersed in his extremely difficult and dark thoughts about what awaits him ahead. Right in the middle of a bustling city, a huge portal pulsates, constantly reminding all residents of an invisible and extremely dangerous threat from another dimension. The hero reflects on how he previously considered his life to be an absolutely meaningless existence, because he clearly realized that he lacked special powers. Until recently, the young man was sincerely convinced that there really was no higher meaning or lofty purpose in his daily routine. With his hood pulled low over his eyes, he walks resolutely towards the portal, casting aside forever all his past doubts and obsessive fears. Before him, two magical spheres shine brightly, marking the beginning of a completely new and important stage in his long and incredibly difficult journey. The hero feels how an ancient force penetrates his body, filling every cell with incredible power and forgotten knowledge. He solemnly swears to himself that in this incarnation he will correct all mistakes and will not allow a repetition of that terrible tragedy. The guy clenches his fists, because now he knows exactly the true price of defeat and will never again allow his enemies to catch him off guard. Kiritani, sword in hand, freezes before dozens of glowing-eyed monsters ready to tear him to pieces. He points the blade at his enemies, concentrating on completing his first and most important task. Surrounded by ferocious mutants, the guy finally decides to become the best and reach the top in this new hierarchy. The action moves again to the city hospital, to the rehabilitation room. The nurse pulls back the thick curtains and informs the patient that his treatment time is over. The girl turns to the shining healing crystal, delighted by the presence of a modern filter cube in their clinic. She sympathetically asks the patient why no one is accompanying him today and where his parents are. The girl doesn't receive any answer. At this time, another employee slowly approaches her, smiling widely and very mysteriously. She turns to a colleague named Kimura and asks her to go help the others, promising to finish all the remaining work here herself. The girl agrees and says a warm goodbye to the patient, while the second nurse wipes the sweat from her forehead and apologizes for her young assistant's excessive straightforwardness. The girl in the next hospital bed quietly thanks the staff for their care and attention. The nurse looks closely at the patient and suggests that she might not have heard the latest news about her brother. A hospital employee freezes in front of a girl named Mizuhara, who only sadly admits that what she really wants right now is something sweet to take her mind off things. The girl mentally transports herself into an endless blue abyss, reflecting on her severe and strange allergy to mana. She remembers the moment she fell to the floor, realizing that the opening gates had begun to poison the atmosphere of the entire planet. Due to the constant saturation of the air with magical energy, a new disease has appeared in the world, slowly taking the lives of ordinary people. The girl understands that her illness is currently considered medically incurable, as doctors have still not been able to develop an effective cure. Clinics are only able to temporarily suppress symptoms using a filter cube. Mizuhara looks at her pale hands and doubtfully asks herself if such a life can really be considered a blessing. She turns her gaze to the TV screen, where the announcer is enthusiastically reporting the incredible success of the latest internet broadcast. The main sensation was Japan's best SSS-ranked huntress, Aoki, whose appearance caused a real sensation. The girl on the TV screen releases a powerful bolt of blinding yellow lightning, demonstrating to everyone her unwavering will and determination. She clenches her fist and directs destructive energy straight ahead, causing the air around her to vibrate. The amazed Agawa stares at the screen, mesmerized, unable to tear herself away from the contemplation of such great and terrifying power. The boy on the next bed cheers loudly and shouts that Aoki is simply magnificent in her fighting and furious madness. He adds with a wide smile that her lightning bolts look simply stunning and fill him with genuine childish delight. The child vows that if he ever undergoes the awakening procedure, he will definitely join her renowned assassins guild. The girl sadly thinks that the boy still has a few years left before he can officially become a real hunter. The child excitedly asks the girl if she thinks Aoki is the coolest heroine. Agawa agrees, while the stern parent takes the noisy boy away. Agawa bitterly realizes that although he and Aoki are the same age, she has already become #1 in Japan and a world celebrity. She looks ahead, realizing how huge and insurmountable the gap is between her and this shining pinnacle of success. The girl realizes that because of her sick and weak body, she has become nothing but a heavy and debilitating financial burden. Suddenly, someone lightly taps their can on her drink, noting that if she continues crying, she will attract unnecessary attention from others. The girl looks up, her eyes full of tears, and sees a nurse in front of her, who is smiling kindly at her patient. A hospital employee advises finding the strength to smile during difficult times, as it's the best way to cope. She is sure that her brother would like to see her happy, not shedding bitter tears in the empty corridor of the clinic. The nurse claims that her brother has probably prepared a special gift for her and is really looking forward to their quick and joyful meeting. Agawa thanks the nurse for her support with a sincere smile, feeling the weight on her heart begin to lift a little. The girl suddenly freezes in surprise, looking ahead as the nurse peers intently into the darkening opening of the hospital window. Something inexplicable begins to happen in the air right above the hospital, and a nurse points anxiously at a strange crimson moon. The two of them peer fearfully out the window, where a pulsating sphere of colossal size has suddenly appeared in the middle of the clear sky. Mizuhara is completely perplexed as to why this ominous object appeared in broad daylight without any warning from the authorities. The girls turn around at the noise and see panicked people screaming hysterically about the need to immediately flee the building. Agawa freezes in horror as she hears insistent demands to immediately proceed to the clinic's deepest and most secure underground shelter. The purple object behind them glows brighter, and voices announce that the legendary rift disaster has begun. A man in the hallway reports an urgent message from the Hunters Association and begs everyone to leave before the anomaly reaches full power. A frightened Agawa flinches from a sharp cry calling everyone to run to Building B as quickly as possible. At that moment, the monster's huge fist breaks through the wall with a deafening roar right next to the young girl, frozen with fear. Agawa looks at the giant limb that is frozen a few centimeters from her pale face. The monstrous mutant grows before her to its full gigantic height, filling the entire space of the destroyed hospital corridor. Mizuhara lies on the floor behind her and screams hysterically. demanding that her charge pull herself together and run without looking back. The girl's legs tremble uncontrollably from primal fear, paralyzing her movements and depriving her of any hope of a quick rescue. She desperately tries to force her body to obey her mind, while the ferocious red mutant looms over her like death itself. Agawa realizes with horror that her limbs have completely stopped obeying her, and she cannot take even one saving step. The girl freezes in a silent scream, looking into the bloodshot eyes of the monster, who was already preparing to strike. Suddenly, someone grabs her tightly from behind, and a nurse screams in her ear for her to pull herself together immediately. Mizuwara states that the association is already aware of the tragedy, meaning professional hunters will arrive on the scene within a couple of minutes. She lets go of the girl's hand to distract the creature, but a powerful blow sends them flying, the monster smashing everything around with its massive, heavy fists. One of the surviving guys holds Mizuwara, shouting that it is impossible to save the girl and they need to stop this madness immediately. The massive mutant slowly extends its clawed hand towards its cornered victim, preparing to deliver its final and fatal blow. The girl despairs and wonders if this world would change if she too possessed even a drop of magical power. Her eyes are full of tears. She bitterly regrets her weakness in the face of inevitable and terrible death. Agawa looks ahead through a haze of sobs and suddenly hears words that remind her of the unbreakable bond between her brother and sister. The frightened girl freezes against the backdrop of the defeated monsters and, with hope in her voice, asks the stranger who he is. The guy slowly turns around and asks if it really is the younger sister of his deceased comrade standing in front of him. Kiritani stands over the dead mutant's carcass, declaring that from now on he will protect her in his brother's stead. The girl can't believe her ears when Kiritani tells her that Ren sacrificed his life to save his best friend. She asks him again in a complete daze, while the image of her radiant and infinitely happy brother emerges in her memory. Bitter tears begin to flow from her eyes, and the realization of an irreparable loss falls like a heavy stone on her heart. Sitting on the cold floor, Agawa realizes that this man is the very parting gift that the late Ren left her. The action moves to a vast desert under a huge moon, where one of the most dangerous high-level dungeons is located. Aoki, the greatest SSS-ranked hunter and leader of the Assassin's Guild, moves swiftly across the scorching sands of this dead zone. She freezes in front of the giant underground worms, clutching a heavy and deadly combat weapon in her graceful hands. The girl silently rushes into attack, and with one precise blow cuts off the head of the first monster that dared to stand in her way. She deals with the enemy in cold blood and lands smoothly, seeing several more writhing, hungry creatures in front of her. Aoki swings his blade again and gives the monsters an icy glare, preparing to unleash a series of his signature attacks. A male voice is heard, which begins to talk about a certain influential lawyer who has been persistently trying to get in touch with the girl for a long time. Meanwhile, the warrior continues her attack and delivers another crushing blow to the monster. A huge stream of energy falls on the worm and causes a powerful explosion. Mutant flesh shreds fly in all directions as a male voice explains the details of the annoying lawyer's biography. A mercenary named Riketa notes with obvious irony the incredible courage of this man, who tried with all his might to get as close as possible to the mysterious Aoki. He sits down by the rock and remarks that such a beauty will always have too many crazy fans. Aoki raises his sword for another strike, continuing his methodical clearing of the desert lair from hordes of mutants. She swiftly attacks the mutant while her partners discuss her unique status as the only SSS-ranked hunter in all of Japan. Aoki's gaze remains completely calm, and she shows no sign of worry or fear in the face of mortal danger. Several giant worms surround the girl in a tight ring, cutting off all possible escape routes. She just quietly whispers that this is a good development, and with a slight smile adds that the situation is working out just fine. Something heavy lands with a thud on the sand next to Riketa. The guy looks in surprise at the obstacle that has appeared in front of them from the depths of the desert. The true master of the dungeon slowly emerges. He raises his powerful weapon, declaring the need to immediately enter the battle and help his mistress in this fight. The warrior turns around abruptly, hearing the girl's icy voice, who expresses her firm intention to finish this whole matter on her own. Aoki dashes past the writhing worm, reminding her teammates that she had originally planned to deal with the monster alone. A ferocious and enormous monster emerges completely from under the thick layer of hot sand, filling the area with its menacing and furious roar. Aoki performs a virtuoso leap over the monster's head, while her partner jokingly suggests that she get the most out of the process. Bright flashes of lightning illuminate the sky. Powerful yellow discharges one after another pierce the dense scales of the giant mutant. The monster shudders in unbearable pain. The electrical storm literally burns the enemy's flesh and leaves deep black scorch marks on his body. The giant dungeon boss can't withstand the pressure and falls onto the sand with a heavy groan, raising a cloud of dust. The girl glides smoothly across the dunes, raising her powerful weapon with a light and habitual movement of her hand. Then the warrior, illuminated by bright flashes of lightning, plunges a huge blade into the body of a giant monster. Colossal electrical discharges crackle around the heroine, confirming her incredible and undeniable power. The man says they should thank the high-ranking huntress for clearing the lair so quickly and cleanly. Aoki grips the hilt of her weapon tightly as a system window pops up before her eyes, notifying her that she has successfully cleared the current level. Against the backdrop of a huge crack in space, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, the process of closing this dangerous desert portal begins. The hunters continue to discuss the cleanup as a huge eye opens right in the center of the portal. At this moment, a loud sound is heard and a powerful vibration causes a strong earthquake. Aoki gives the hunters a cold look and wonders what's going on here. The girl, confused, asks why a new rift has appeared if the main threat to the place has already been eliminated. Her partner advises her to raise her head and look up, where the pulsating core of the dungeon is materializing right above them. Aoki looks up and is perplexed, because according to all the laws of magic, the core should be in the deepest depths of the labyrinth. The man replies that any anomalies always come suddenly, without regard for the rules and expectations of experienced hunters. He takes aim at the sinister eye of the magical center, concentrating all his will on this single, precise shot. Riketa pulls the trigger of her modified high-powered rifle, sending a heavy projectile whistling towards the purple sphere. A blinding blue beam cuts through the sky, rapidly approaching a giant object of unknown origin hanging in the clouds. A powerful stream of pure energy crashes into the hull of the mysterious structure, creating a series of bright detonations and a cascade of blinding sparks. The shooter continues to stand in the epicenter of the raging flames while the system window displays data on the current firing parameters. The effective range is 4.5 kilometers, and the maximum reaches 7, which is clearly insufficient to hit the target. The target is 12 kilometers away, and the hunter bitterly realizes that the core is out of reach of his current weapon. The girl looks up and suggests that they immediately change their current position to avoid being caught in the direct impact zone of the rift. Riketa turns to the leader in great surprise, agreeing with her arguments about the imminent onset of spatial collapse. The fighters freeze before a huge gaping crack in the very fabric of the universe, through which the outlines of a modern city are clearly visible. The man shouts that the gates to another dimension have opened and they have no time left for long reflections. A gigantic core with a creepy eye hangs directly over the tops of skyscrapers, paralyzing life in a huge modern metropolis. The girl rushes into attack and in an icy tone promises to bring down this damned moon onto the surface of their home planet. The announcer announces that a rift has occurred over the prefecture and that the threat has been upgraded to the highest possible rank, C. The specialist agrees, while paramedics are busily transporting the first wounded to the nearest hospitals. He explains that an anomaly is always more complex than the core that generated it, and this rift originated in a lair of at least A-class rank. A massive core is obscuring the sky above the city, and an expert is calling this object the true heart of the current spatial collapse. Kiritani stood frozen by the window with his arms crossed over his chest, completely immersed in heavy and gloomy thoughts about the foggy future. At this time, a girl slowly walks along the hospital corridor, trying in every possible way to suppress the external manifestations of her painful allergy to mana. When asked about her health, she meekly replies that everything is perfectly fine with her and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Agawa stops in front of the young man and asks if he is really the same newbie who worked side by side with her older brother. Kiritani confirms this fact. The girl sadly asks if Ren told his friend about the existence of his only sister. She freezes in front of him with her head bowed, feeling enormous guilt for having become an unbearable burden for her brother. Kiritani protests amid the bustling doctors and patients, declaring that she cannot simply give in to the weight of this grief. He encourages her to embrace her guilt and turn it into a powerful motivator for further healing and a long life. The girl begins to cry bitterly when she hears that Ren thought only about her well-being and safety until the very last second. The boy continues to stand by the window in the long corridor, while next to him, his friend's unhappy and lonely younger sister sobs inconsolably. He points to the core pulsing in the sky and promises to continue this conversation immediately after he destroys this nasty thing. The city below is already engulfed in furious flames, and the streets are filled with hordes of bloodthirsty monsters, destroying absolutely everything in their path. Powerful explosions, one after another, rock residential areas, turning once majestic buildings into piles of smoking rubble and gray ash. The screams of terrified people are drowned out by the growing roar of destruction. The creatures continue their bloody harvest among the burning ruins of the metropolis. Kiritani, sword in hand, raced calmly through the ruin-strewn streets, turning every mutant he encountered into a bloody mess. He masterfully chopped up another creature, finally confirming his important conclusion. The hero looked into the distance, realizing the futility of trying to become stronger through mindless pumping of only one magical mana stat. While cutting off the heads of monsters, the boy realized that it was his physical strength and flexibility that would become his main trump card in this war. He raced through the dead metropolis at breakneck speed, disregarding the pitiful limit of strength that all the other hunters had reached. Kiritani was replaying a recent meeting at the table in his mind when he wanted to test the effectiveness of his physical parameters in practice. He thanked his ally for the lesson, as sparring with the 11th level hunter had clearly shown him the gigantic gap in their combat potential. The warrior gripped the hilt of his blade with all his might as he faced the approaching horde of ferocious monsters, fully aware of the critical nature of the current moment. He understood with all his gut that the precious time for any unnecessary thoughts or empty talk was now completely over. The guy gives a powerful push from the ground and rises into the air, using the shoulder of the monster that has turned up as a convenient support. Kiritani soars even higher, feeling his magic reserve rapidly increase to 30 units at once. The system window confirms the sharp jump in parameters as Kiritani pushes away from the monster again and rushes straight towards the clouds. The guy quickly soars upward, once again enjoying the long-forgotten and intoxicating feeling of absolute freedom of flight. He makes a sharp swing of the sword, and the system immediately notifies him of a colossal increase in magical energy. Kiritani grips the handle with a death grip, concentrating all of his accumulated power into one single decisive throw. The young man puts all his strength into the blow and throws the sword forward, causing the steel to cut through the clouds with a piercing whistle and rush towards a distant target through extreme tension. Kiritani mentally commands the blade to fly higher, repeating this command over and over in her head with a frantic and furious force. The weapon pierces the shell of the pulsating core, but for some reason the expected destruction of the anomaly does not occur. The boy freezes in horror, watching as the damaged sphere begins to absorb the blade's energy and glow with an even more ominous light. He lands on the pavement, gouging deep cracks into the asphalt, and frustratedly admits the complete futility of his attack. The guy looks at the sphere and realizes that his current level is still too low to destroy an object of such a high rank. Kiritani notices a colossal explosion on the other side of the metropolis and tries to understand the nature of this incredibly powerful flash. At this time, Aoki grips her sword tightly. The system lists her formidable skills of thunderstorm and heavenly rain. The girl furiously spins the blade, generating cascades of blinding yellow discharges of pure energy around herself. A powerful energy vortex erupts from her weapon, turning into a giant tornado. At great speed, a rotating energy vortex pierces the magic sphere. Aoki looks up hopefully and sees the first deep crack finally creeping across the surface of the enemy object. However, the girl's joy very quickly turns to irritation. Right inside the damaged sphere, a second, even more terrifying core suddenly opens up. The girl sighs heavily and realizes with disappointment that her technique didn't work. The anomaly's bloody eye flashes with a crimson light, causing her to wonder about the true role of this false celestial moon. A new red sphere begins a rapid approach to the defenseless city, threatening to wipe out all life in the area. The warrior releases another powerful stream of energy, desperately trying to hold back the onslaught of this new and much more powerful core. The golden glow collides with the enemy's energy, causing the ground beneath the girl's feet to crack from the colossal pressure. Kiritani watches her struggle from the sidelines and notes that this is exactly the kind of tenacity he expected from a SSS-ranked hunter. He suddenly appears next to her and grabs her tightly by the waist, urging her to put aside unnecessary emotions and concentrate. The young man whispers in her ear that thousands of innocent lives now depend on her composure, and asks her to trust his experience. Aoki, shocked, demands that the insolent man remove his hands immediately, But Kiritani only looks forward more firmly, ignoring her anger. He understands that she is acting extremely ineffectively and thoughtlessly. The guy directs the flow of energy exactly as his ancient warrior skills tell him. The girl feels how her magical channels suddenly stabilize and fill with incredible transcendental power. She realizes in complete amazement that her strength has stopped wasting away and is now literally overflowing. Kiritani firmly supports her from behind, helping the young huntress deliver a crushing blow that can stop this madness. Aoki knows she's almost completely exhausted her magical reserves, but now is not the time for weakness. She releases another powerful blast of golden energy, recognizing that this strange guy has a truly useful ability. Aoki breathes heavily from exhaustion and quietly whispers that this terrible and dangerous anomaly is finally over. Kiritani replies that in fact the battle is far from over. The girl turns around in bewilderment. The bloody eye of the core begins to pulsate ominously in the sky again. The guy explains that the creature is still alive and finds the situation quite funny, despite the mortal threat to the city. He points to the floating sphere and asks Aoki if she can repeat her powerful and accurate ranged attack. The huntress, collapsing into the crater formed by the explosion, declares that this is absolutely impossible due to her complete magical exhaustion. Kiritani peers up and hears the girl say that all they can do is humbly wait for reinforcements to arrive from headquarters. He declares with determination that he will deal with the problem himself, and suddenly jumps right onto the flat blade of her huge sword. Aoki doesn't understand what this madman is planning while he stands with his feet on her most valuable and powerful battle equipment. Kiritani reminds the official national champion that she is definitely strong enough to launch one person into the stratosphere. The girl makes a sharp swing and screams hysterically that this mysterious newcomer is the most abnormal person in her life. Under the influence of colossal centrifugal force and magical impulse, Kiritani soars into the sky like a cannonball. The young man approaches the shining core, analyzing past mistakes and calculating power and preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He realizes that last time he simply didn't have enough distance, and now he has to get close to the target to strike. His trusty sword spinning in the air, Kiritani concentrates the last of his magical energy for a final push. He performs a virtuoso somersault in the air and kicks the hilt of the flying sword with all his might, giving the weapon incredible acceleration. The steel blade whistles through the thin air and rushes towards its target like lightning. The system window instantly reports that the mana level has increased to 35 units, while the hero rushes through the clouds at insane speed. A powerful spatial rift gives birth to a stream of monstrous force, and the released energy tears the core of the rift into small pieces. Aoki stands frozen in complete shock, refusing to believe her eyes as she watches the destruction of an object that she thought was completely invulnerable. The boy begins his fall against the backdrop of an expanding sphere of explosion. The shocked huntress mentally calls this mysterious stranger a madman. His silhouette slowly dissolves into clouds of smoke and dust, leaving the girl completely bewildered by the suicidal maneuver she witnessed. Myriads of glowing magical particles slowly settle upon the ruined city, marking the end of this nightmarish and deadly celestial disaster. Kiritani plummets downwards, system messages about his level rising appearing before his eyes. The young man receives a new unique ability of the Executioner, which opens up unlimited possibilities for him. As he heads towards the central districts, Aoki sees this strange man make a hard landing right on a destroyed office building. The girl clutches her weapon, realizing that the stranger not only precisely stabilized her mana, but also single-handedly destroyed a C-rank core. The next day, the news reports that yesterday's rift has been officially recognized as a rare and catastrophic event of level C complexity. Kiritani indifferently studies the reports on her smartphone, where the announcer attributes the entire victory to Aoki, who allegedly maintained icy calm and courage until the very end of this battle. The great huntress herself, in an interview, honestly admits that in fact, an unknown and very powerful hero provided her with invaluable assistance. Agawa sits on a hospital bed next to Kiritani and tries to guess the identity of the man who is now the talk of the world's media. The guy, in response, simply asks her how she's feeling with concern and notes that after the recent procedures, she's been breathing much easier. The girl admits that she was very worried during her hospitalization, but now her condition has finally returned to normal. Kiritani wonders whether she should reveal the whole truth about his participation in that battle, or whether it is better to keep it a closely guarded secret forever. Agawa clarifies whether he is still considered just an inexperienced and weak rookie, Kiritani confirms that he has finally undergone the awakening procedure, although it happened under very strange circumstances. The girl clutches the edges of her blanket tighter and asks if he is seriously planning to commit his future life to the dangerous craft of a hunter. The guy hesitantly replies that he doesn't know his future yet, because to obtain a license he needs to pass a very difficult exam and a bunch of formalities. He looks thoughtfully out the window and reflects on the fact that his status in the system is still not capable of changing his inner essence as a warrior. A group of candidates is already on the training field, waiting for the entrance exam to begin in one of the open city dungeons. A cheerful voice greets viewers of the channel about hunters, promising to reveal all the deepest secrets of the upcoming test for beginners. A guy with a smartphone on is filming himself announcing the start of the live broadcast of the 558th official exam. A loud cry suddenly rings out from the crowd about the appearance of a possible contender for the title of the new legendary SSS-Rank hunter. A long-haired, handsome man with an arrogant smile reminds everyone that the famous Aoki discovered 4 talents at once upon awakening. A young man named Yuki declares that he has awakened with 3 powerful abilities and intends to prove his superiority to everyone today. The blogger admires his confidence and asks what final rank this ambitious and daring candidate is hoping for. Kiritani stands nearby, realizing that the current limit of his current physical form barely reaches A rank. The boy looks forward and hears the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd, who suddenly notice the presence of the legendary and beautiful Aoki. She shyly introduces herself to the participants and expresses her sincere hope that today each of them will be able to fully demonstrate their talents. The amazed candidates look at her, not believing their luck and the opportunity to see their idol so close. People rush forward in a single impulse, deafening the area with questions about whether Aoki herself really came to a regular exam. Kiritani, finding himself in the very center of this maddened crowd, realizes that such honored guests are usually never here. A recent memory of this girl watching, mesmerized as he plummeted from the sky, came flooding back to him. He realizes that any unnecessary interference will now become a huge problem for him and decides to avoid this meeting at any cost. Aoki sits on the couch next to a man in a bright red suit and asks him directly about the reasons for such a persistent invitation to serve on the jury. The interlocutor reminds her of that very spatial rift that she allegedly single-handedly destroyed in the very center of the metropolis. People decided that the guild had deliberately staged this grand show to strengthen its reputation and demonstrate the power of its leader. Aoki dismissively calls the rumors of a staged show disgusting, and the guild leader responds by inviting any worthy newcomers to join their ranks. Meanwhile, the crowd of fighters breaks into motion and runs forward. Official apologies for the delay and the announcement of the start of the test are heard in the air. Dozens of drones circle the sky, broadcasting the action live, while a reporter broadcasts from the thick of it. Cameras capture every movement, and the journalist's voice trembles with excitement, conveying the scale of the exam to millions of viewers. Numerous spectators watch the running participants with fascination, trying to predict which of them will become the next rising star. Kiritani lands deftly on a thick tree branch, watching the others and planning her next steps for the next 24 hours. He just needs to hold out for one day. While all the other candidates blindly follow the instructions, the exam tasks seem too simple to him and therefore unbearably boring for his level. Kiritani carefully analyzes the surrounding space and feels that the outgoing flow of mana is extremely weak, but at the same time it seems painfully familiar to him. He wonders if this presence here means there is another person from his past who has also gone through the reincarnation cycle. The president of the Hunters Association, Kenzu, watches the monitors with interest, wondering who will take the title of #1 this time. Aoki stands nearby and suggests that the winner could be that same Yuki, who received 3 powerful abilities at once upon awakening. She turns her gaze to the head of the association and asks if he has a different opinion regarding the favorite of this difficult test. The president studies the data on his tablet and notes that today's youth have begun to forget the lessons of history too quickly. He recalls that the person who first stopped a spatial rift in Japan was a hunter whose official status was far below C rank. The girl looks at him silently, realizing that she cannot argue with an eyewitness of those legendary events, who saw everything with his own eyes. Having heard from the president that participant number 241 has impressive potential, the girl touches the screen of her tablet. The president announces that the young man's name is Kiritani and that he is only 20 years old, at which point the girl begins to be enveloped in a bright red aura. Her eyes glow an ominous red, and she says the young man's name with a smirk, wondering if he had actually undergone the awakening procedure. Kiritani himself is sitting on a tree branch at this time, doubtfully wondering whether everything that is happening is really a serious test. He looks down where a long-haired, arrogant boy is bullying another participant, bringing up old-school grievances and conflicts. The impudent man declares that his opponent has always been a weakling and mocks the huge amount of money that his grandfather invested in his useless education. Kishida demands that he immediately stop slandering the good name of his respected grandfather. Yuki only laughs loudly and mockingly asks if this loser would dare to fight him. Kiritani suddenly jumps down from the tree and lands right between the conflicting parties, interrupting this unpleasant and drawn-out scene. The hooligan looks at the stranger with bewilderment and rudely advises him to mind his own business if he doesn't want to get seriously injured. Kiritani calmly turns to him and informs him that he will gladly follow this advice, as he has met too many idiots lately. The guy adds that he categorically does not like problematic people, after which he suddenly grabs Kishida and pulls him to the side. The villains give chase, shouting orders to prevent the fugitives from escaping into the dense undergrowth of this dangerous and wild examination zone. Kiritani runs away quickly, holding the rescued guy under her arm, and simultaneously delivers a crushing kick to his pursuers. The opponents fly off in all directions, while Kishida, completely confused, tries to figure out the identity of his sudden and silent savior. Kiritani utters the mysterious name Aslan Idia, carefully observing the immediate reaction of her new and casual acquaintance. The young man continues to run while Kishida, completely confused, admits that he does not understand the meaning of the strange words he heard. The hero advises to tell only the pure truth, because the mana spell being used seems painfully familiar and ancient to him. A shocked Kishida wonders how the stranger knows the secrets of his magic, but Kiritani only confirms that he knows the origin of the skill. Against the backdrop of a massive gray boulder in the deepest part of the forest, the boy confesses that he has awakened with the very power that his grandfather had long taught him. They sit down to rest at the foot of the cliff. Kishida confirms his guess, asking with obvious concern in his voice if the savior sees this as a serious problem. Kiritani replies that this is a huge problem and lowers his head, realizing that this naive young man could become his key assistant in restoring his lost memory. Kishida listens to these words without much enthusiasm, declaring that he has no desire to get involved in someone's dangerous and incomprehensible intrigues. With an embarrassed smile, the guy introduces himself, saying that his name is Kishida, and the guy responds by stating his name and current age. Kiritani looks away and again clarifies whether Rachel, who taught him the art, is really his biological grandfather. The boy angrily shouts out that his grandfather is a purebred Japanese, while Kiritani persistently tries to find out if the old man has another name. As they stand facing each other, Kiritani finally realizes the lack of connection between Kishida and his own past life. Kishida talks about an arrogant, bullying classmate and bitterly admits that he is inferior to him in terms of ability. The guy calmly asks if the number of officially registered talents really plays such an important role. Suddenly, the faintest trace of a sharp blade flashes through the air, and the massive rock behind them is neatly cut in half. Kishida is deeply shocked to learn that Kiritani used only pure mana without any skill to launch a powerful attack. He asks again in complete disbelief, his mouth open in indescribable amazement at such perfect mastery of energy control. The boy begs Kiritani to train him, as he can no longer forgive rotten people like Yuki. Kiritani looks closely at her new acquaintance and agrees, but puts forward one obligatory and very important condition. At this time, Yuki and two of his henchmen mockingly note that Kishida has clearly decided to die before the end of the exam. Kiritani steps forward and demonstratively stands behind his still very inexperienced charge. He states that this fight belongs exclusively to Kishida, and he himself does not intend to interfere with the course of the battle. Yuki notices with great surprise that his opponent has suddenly changed his behavior and look, becoming much more dangerous. The bully excitedly exclaims that it doesn't matter, because in front of him is still the same loser with one ability. Kishida's body is suddenly engulfed in a fierce blue flame, symbolizing the awakening of his hidden magical reserves. The guy stands right in front of the offender and firmly declares that he hasn't changed a bit since their time studying together. Yuki, in a furious rage, activates his ability and yells at his opponent to stop talking immediately and lecture him on proper behavior. Kishida charges forward, angrily shouting that Yuki should not cause trouble and harm to those innocent people who are not involved in their conflict. He lunges with his long spear, aiming straight at the shimmering magical barrier Yuki had erected in front of him for protection. Yuki holds his hand out in front of him with a smug grin and mockingly asks if he really expected an easy and unpunished attack. Kushida continues to furiously strike the shield with the tip, while Yuki explains that physical contact with this barrier will inevitably cause a powerful explosion of mana. Kushida feels his hand almost melt from the heat. Kiritani scolds him for his habit of keeping his distance instead of decisively and lightning-fast approaching the enemy. Kushida attacks with his spear again, remembering every instruction from his comrade and realizing that he only has one decisive blow left in reserve. He looks at his enemy with a smirk in return as the tip of his trusty spear finally begins to slowly pierce the dense structure of the protective barrier. The young man realizes that he needs to not just mindlessly release mana, but to tightly coat the tip with it and concentrate all the pressure on one point. Kushida enters a battle trance and, with a cry of rage, rushes forward, aiming to strike right at the very epicenter of the raging flames before him. Yuki holds his cracked shield with both hands with the last of his strength, trying to contain the incredible onslaught of his eternal enemy's suddenly awakened power. Deep cracks quickly spread across the surface of the magical barrier, heralding the imminent and inevitable defeat of the once self-confident bully. The warrior shatters the magical shield into tiny pieces with devastating force, leaving Yuki frozen in deep shock at the sudden turn of events. Dazzling sparks fly in all directions as the boy takes a confident step forward towards his completely defenseless and fear-paralyzed target. Kushida delivers a precise and powerful blow with the shaft of his spear straight into the opponent's stomach, throwing them back several meters. The defeated bully tries to come to his senses and painfully wonders how this eternal loser was able to acquire such incredible and overwhelming power. Kushida is instantly there and delivers another sharp blow to the enemy's back, forcing him to shamefully bury his face in the dusty, dry ground. The powerful enemy wheezes with pain and impotent rage. The guy stands frozen over the defeated Yuki in a complete daze, unable to fully comprehend the fact that he actually won a fair and quick victory. The fighter grips his spear tightly, realizing that his attacker didn't even have time to use his most dangerous ability against his updated technique. He turns to Kiritani with a beaming smile and fervently thanks his mysterious mentor for the invaluable lessons he taught him in the forest. Kiritani sits lazily on a fallen tree and briefly praises the student, noting his undoubted success in mastering the first basic element of mana. Kushida sits down next to them and inquires about the fate of the magic cubes that they managed to take from the arrogant bully who lost this fight. Kiritani calmly replies that according to all the laws of fair game, they will divide the spoils they receive equally, like loyal comrades in arms. The frightened companion tries to clarify the details of the deal. Kushida explains that he received only 20%, to which the teacher reminds him of his condition before the lesson. Kiritani announces that it will collect a portion of a student's legal income as tuition fees. As they continue along the narrow path, Kiritani notices that the time for this difficult entrance exam is rapidly approaching its end. He suggests while away the remaining hours by hunting monsters. Kushida states that only a mentor is capable of doing that in 12 minutes. Kiritani carefully checks the number dialed on the smartphone screen. He demands a personal meeting and strict confidentiality regarding their future deal. Kushida confirms that he understands everything perfectly, after which the boy turns around and announces his intention to leave the testing area. Kiritani confidently walks towards the shining portal, hearing sincere words of deep gratitude from her rescued comrade. The system window announces that Kiritani has been recognized as the best among all participants and has successfully passed the test with the maximum possible score. A mysterious girl in a mask and dark glasses walks slowly along a busy street. Kiritani suddenly blocks her path with his appearance, and they freeze in complete silence, studying each other intently, after which Kiritani turns around abruptly and declares that his interlocutor was mistaken. The huntress notes in bewilderment that she has not yet managed to utter a single word. He turns around and asks if she has any specific questions for him, or if she just decided to follow him out of idle curiosity. The girl admits to having a personal interest, surprised by his ability to take first place and instantly disappear without any honors. The two young men walk into a hunting shop, and Aoki notices that the outfit suits the boy perfectly and is designed for the challenging tasks of his speed specialization. On the table are various magical attributes with unique properties that enhance the basic characteristics of any professional warrior. The girl points to a special protective knee pad and a durable tactical belt, which should provide a fighter with maximum comfort and safety in the heat of a heated battle. She also adds that he should definitely purchase a high-quality bag to store valuables so that all the collected trophies always remain under reliable protection. The young men stand at the cash register, Aoki clarifying that all this money and equipment is merely an honestly earned reward for his invaluable assistance in closing the rift. The boy glances at the bright sign for the rare materials department and inquires about the range of magical resources that can be purchased in this elite place. Kiritani, carrying heavy bags, heads for the exit, while Aoki secretly hopes that this generosity will help her finally win over the mysterious warrior. She glances at the final receipt, and then they both step into the elevator, which begins its smooth upward movement toward the building's exit. The guy notices that the girl has been silent for too long, to which she dryly replies that this is just a figment of his imagination and excessive suspicion in communication. The huntress adjusts her glasses and declares that it's time to get down to business. Aoki asks him to join the guild, promising deep respect from all future comrades. Kiritani refuses abruptly without the slightest hesitation, not wanting to commit herself to any obligations to strangers. The girl's face is darkened by deep sadness. She begs him not to make hasty decisions, asking him to name at least one reason for such categorical behavior. Kiritani replies that he has no personal grievances. He simply cannot bear to transfer work to someone else and always prefers complete independence. The girl sincerely asks him to work with her, wanting to once again feel the incredible power that she experienced next to him. Kiritani asks doubtfully why a man officially recognized as the best hunter in all of Japan would need this. Aoki explains that he is striving to reach even more unattainable heights. The girl looks at him intently and exclaims that it is precisely for the sake of these expectations that she vitally needs to become many times stronger. The protagonist admits that he too is extremely curious to see what kind of warrior the country's #1 will ultimately become under his personal leadership. They stand opposite each other with weapons in hand. Aoki informs them that this is her private training room, the most spacious and quiet place. Kiritani notices that her blade has changed, to which the girl replies that the previous weapon shattered into pieces the day they worked together to destroy the sphere. She takes a fighting stance in front of Kiritani and promises to conduct the training using almost no of her colossal reserves of magical mana. The young man strongly objects and urges her to fight with all her might. Aoki instantly forms blinding yellow lightning around himself. She breaks into a swift attack, aiming the tip of her heavy weapon directly at the main character, who is standing calmly in front of her. They engage in a furious and technical duel, exchanging a series of lightning-fast blows that send bright showers of sparks flying throughout the hall. Due to her weak control over magic, the girl splits energy, turning into a real parade of brute force. Aoki glides gracefully across the smooth floor, while Kiritani securely grips the hilt of his sword for a counterattack. The guy freezes in front of his heated opponent and with a slight smile admits that this training process promises to be interesting. Aoki gives his opponent a focused look and leaps from his perch, aiming to strike him from above with a crushing blow. The girl points the blade straight at him, but the young man deftly dodges this dangerous attack. Her heavy weapon begins to pulse with excess accumulated energy. Kiritani performs a series of virtuoso leaps, dodging crushing attacks that could instantly crush any unprepared fighter. He glides gracefully across the smooth floor, maneuvering tirelessly and maintaining a determined look in his eyes. The young man suddenly counterattacks and thrusts his sword forward, barely touching the tip of the blade of Aoki's protective suit. Kiritani looks at her with a silent question, noticing the dense cocoon of blinding white energy around her blade. He wonders if this glow is a special form of magic that creates an impenetrable protection where it hits. The young man tries to understand why his steel sword cannot penetrate this mysterious energy armor. Aoki strikes back furiously, shouting that she simply refuses to believe her opponent's official status as an F-rank hunter. Kiritani makes a technical tackle and casually remarks that all these numbers and letters only have meaning on dry, official paper. The girl begins to realize the true extent of his talent as the weapon clattered to the floor. Aoki remains completely calm and asks his mentor if he is ready to admit defeat and give up. Kiritani states that if he uses mana, it will be extremely difficult for him to contain his true power. The system notification states that his current magical energy reserves have instantly doubled, from 35 to 70 units. The guy understands that this qualitative leap in his strength means only one thing. He has finally recognized her as a truly worthy opponent. Aoki generates powerful yellow lightning bolts, but the boy catches one of them with his bare hands, frantically thinking about what method of attack would be most effective now. Aoki strikes again, completely shocked that someone could hold her pure energy in their palms. Kiritani performs an incredible somersault in the air, continuing to squeeze the sparking discharge in her hands, which completely confuses the girl. He lands hard right next to her and they engage in close combat again. Kiritani uses a secret technique that she herself taught him in their past life. The guy can't believe that he is now using this art, but the body itself remembers the skills. A moment later, his palm smoothly and carefully touches the girl. The girl flies back in horror from the impact of a powerful impulse, while the question of her 4 unique abilities pops into her head. She wonders if she is truly destined to become the greatest symbol and official face of all Japan in this new and dangerous world of the future. The girl stands before the judging committee, whose members acknowledge her colossal contribution and enormous personal sacrifice during the last rift. They officially announce the need to raise her rank to the level of the SSS and declare that the whole country will eagerly await her new achievements. Aoki is standing in the middle of a busy street holding a smartphone when a man in glasses suddenly approaches her. He politely invites the girl to take a well-deserved day off after completing all the current dangerous missions. The girl studies the screen of her gadget and agrees that today it would really be much better for her to stay home and just relax. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard and she turns around, noticing a group of people chatting excitedly and joyfully after some event. Aoki watches this scene with great surprise, looking closely at the faces of the young people. Suddenly, her pupils dilate in great surprise as she imagines herself in one of the girls. The man behind her anxiously inquires about the huntress's well-being, but she just silently heads to the car, demanding that she be taken to the rift immediately. Against the backdrop of the hangar, the girl quietly asks her mentor if she really just suffered her first crushing defeat in a duel. The young man confirms this fact, and she admits that she was prepared to lose, but reality still exceeded her expectations. The girl adds bitterly that the defeat made her ashamed of her powerlessness in the face of such a powerful opponent. Kiritani calmly replies that such a reaction is predictable due to the overwhelming weight of responsibility. The girl falls helplessly to the ground and grumbles that she didn't ask to be lectured about how difficult it is to defend an entire country from imminent death. The guy looks at her closely and notices that this burden has become a hard labor for her only because this decision was once made for her by others. Kiritani reminds her that no amount of internal pressure or self-flagellation can change the current state of affairs or speed up her learning process. At this time, the fighter reliably holds back the furious blows of the monster with his massive shield. The guy watches every move of the insidious enemy with concentration. For several minutes now, he has been engaged in a fierce battle with a disgusting and extremely aggressive goblin. A moment later, he manages to pierce the monster's body deeply with a long spear, inflicting a mortal wound on his opponent. Kishida is overjoyed and shouts at the top of his lungs that he has finally managed to defeat such a monster on his own. He turns to his mentor with a beaming face and joyfully declares that the area is completely cleared. Kiritani sits nearby, carefully studying the information on her phone, while the guy shares the feeling that he has seen this strange place before. Kiritani explains that the mission takes place in a rank E dungeon in Saitama Prefecture, after which she hands the boy a new, durable shield. He officially announces that from now on Kishida will be the tank, taking the brunt of the damage, but the guy is perplexed and asks if this decision is too hasty. The hero replies that this role is perfect for his abilities, and then Kishida rushes forward with excitement, shouting that it is his duty to protect his comrades. Kiritani watches him go and is happy for his student, realizing that he has true talent. He realizes that he now needs to focus on getting to C rank as quickly as possible in order to start his own guild. A frightened Kishida points a trembling finger into the depths of the cave, while Kiritani calmly inquires about the reason for such a violent and emotional reaction of his faithful charge. Right in front of them lies the ancient, withered corpse of an unknown fighter, and the guy screams in horror that they have just stumbled upon a real human skeleton. In the light of the blazing torch, Kiritani sits down next to the remains and concludes that this unfortunate man died here not so long ago. Kishida asks him again in doubt, the shield in his hand suddenly beginning to glow with a soft blue light, reacting to the presence of residual magic. The boy realizes that although the flow of mana in this place is barely noticeable, he can still clearly feel its ominous echoes hovering around this dead body. The heroes quickly run away from that place, trying not to lose their vigilance in this ominous and death-soaked tunnel. Kiritani and his loyal protege freeze in front of a pile of fresh corpses, the boy grimly stating that his worst suspicions have just been fully confirmed. Kishida is horrified as he wonders if the local monster is really much stronger than they initially thought. Kiritani grips his sword hilt and declares that this is definitely not the work of a mindless monster. He explains that the most problematic healer was killed first, and then the rest were finished off. The young man understands that an E-rank monster would not have thought of such a thing, which means it was a human. The old tattered sofa and piles of rubbish in the cave clearly indicate that some suspicious individuals have been staying here for a long time. Kiritani looks around the site and notices that the place looks more like someone's carefully arranged camp, hidden from prying eyes in the depths of the dungeon. Kushida, spear at the ready, suggests that they have stumbled upon a secret hideout of criminals who were not afraid to commit brutal murder for their own safety. The guy clutches his head in complete shock, lamenting the fact that they were so unlucky to end up in the same dungeon with dangerous thugs. Kiritani, with a slight grin, clarifies the meaning of his words, hinting that in fact, it is unlikely that anyone was luckier than the two of them that day. He stands before the system window displaying information about his executioner ability and realizes that the perfect moment has come to test this formidable power for the first time in real combat. Doctors hastily load the hunters into ambulances, exchanging brief remarks about the grave condition of those injured in this mysterious incident. Han, the leader of the 2nd Division's funeral team, greets Kiritani with a smile, noting the unexpectedness of their meeting again under such dark and strange circumstances. He notices clear signs of a recent awakening of magical powers. Kiritani asks with interest if this can be determined by appearance alone, to which Han calls such insight his professional deformation. Han asks the boy to discuss the current situation in detail in the presence of an official representative from the country's Hunters Association. Unfortunately, he had other pressing matters to attend to, so he pointed to the woman behind him, called her Major, and hurriedly left the scene. A stretcher stood next to the ambulance, and an official from the agency officially clarified whether Kiritani and Kishida were indeed the first witnesses. The Major from the Hunter Control Department smiled politely and introduced herself, standing directly in front of the boys to conduct the initial interrogation in the murder case. She asked if there were really only 2 of them in the dungeon, and if they had noticed anything extremely suspicious or strange during their hunt. The young man replied that this was the first time in his life he had encountered such horror, and the woman chuckled and agreed that such bloody incidents did not usually occur in low-ranking dungeons. Tachibana handed him a business card and thanked him for his assistance. Kiritani carefully studied the logo, which he had definitely seen before when he was a very green rookie. The Major and her colleague exchanged brief glances, discussing the need to move forward while Kushida considered the gravity of questioning witnesses in this situation. Tachibana turned around and asked them to inform her immediately if the heroes remembered any more details, after which they formally said goodbye and went their separate ways. Energy flared around her for a moment, and the young man thought he could barely feel her mana, wondering about the operative hunters lurking in the shadows. Kushida extended his hand and asked hopefully if they were going to finish clearing this strange dungeon they had started. The mentor made a firm decision to take a short break today to rest. Meanwhile, the quiet and serene area of the city was slowly plunging into the thick darkness of the night. The main character was calmly walking along the night street until his attention was drawn to a barely noticeable purple trail. A magical glow slowly spread around the corner of one of the dark city alleys. Kiritani stopped abruptly in front of the hotel and chuckled ironically at the fact that the pursued person decided to hide in a crowded place. The young man confidently pressed the elevator call button, ascended to the desired floor, and immediately felt a powerful clot of hostile magical energy in the corridor. The guy froze at the door, having unmistakably identified the target's location. The stranger's ominous dark aura was literally oozing from every crack. The hero glanced wearily to the side, after which he decisively thrust the steel blade of his sword straight into the narrow opening between the door and the massive frame. He swung the blade down, breaking the complex lock with ease, and peered into the room with a grim expression, expecting to see an armed opponent there. The room was completely empty, but Kiritani noticed a broken window and an icy wind rushing into the room through the shards of sharp glass. The young man looked out and saw someone's shadow rapidly climbing upward, deftly pushing off from the sheer walls of the neighboring tall building. Kiritani jumped out of the window without hesitation and gave chase, drawing his trusty sword as he went, ready for the upcoming showdown with the mysterious fugitive. Kiritani performed virtuoso leaps from roof to roof, never losing sight of the stranger's figure for a second, until he finally jumped onto solid ground. He instantly drove the pursued into a dead end and inquired about the identity of his new acquaintance. The man rudely asked if the mysterious guy was an agent of the association or a career military man. Kiritani icily advised him to surrender immediately to avoid further pain and suffering. The interlocutor pulled out a sharp knife and declared that he did not intend to surrender so easily to justice, after which he abruptly pushed himself away from the brick wall. The criminal exclaimed that he just needed to get rid of this impudent boy as quickly as possible, and with a furious grin he rushed into the attack. Kiritani raised his head, calmly watching his opponent's movements, while the latter mockingly asked if the boy could actually see his maneuvers. Kiritani leaned back smoothly just as the enemy made a sharp lunge with his sharp weapon. The enemy could have easily killed him with one precise knife blow to the throat if the young man had not possessed such phenomenal reflexes. Kiritani quickly closed the distance and came from the side, delivering a crushing blow to his opponent's knee that knocked him off balance and sent him crashing to the pavement. The man collapsed to the ground, and Kiritani, with a familiar movement, twisted his arm behind his back, finally suppressing any resistance. The young man frowned sternly and stated that he had accumulated many questions, including the real reason why this man had lived in the dungeon for so long. Kiritani held his opponent tightly, demanding that he immediately reveal his name, exact age, and all the allies who had helped him escape justice. The criminal merely mockingly asked if the boy was a relative of one of those dead men, whom he called a bunch of useless idiots. The bandit grinned and added that they had simply gotten rid of a couple of extra witnesses. He confidently shouted that without a trial he had no right to do anything anyway. The insolent man demanded that he stop pretending to be a tough mercenary. His eyes widened in wild horror when he was suddenly jerked upward. The guy said that he was unlikely to return from this alley alive. Kiritani explained that no one was going to judge him according to the law, and then, with one powerful and precise movement, sent the criminal flying. He looked indifferently at the motionless body. A system notification reported an instant level increase for the successful elimination of a dangerous social element. Kiritani studied the flickering screen carefully, reading the description that from now on the dark karma of heretics would be transformed into his personal magical power. A little later, standing over the corpse, the boy came to the conclusion that the term heretics in his new ability refers precisely to such unprincipled and evil hunters. He frowned and noted to himself that hunting people who use their powers to harm others was an excellent and very quick way to become stronger. Now it became completely clear to him what exactly the system was hinting at when it gave him this specific path of development through the destruction of human waste. Kiritani picked up the dead criminal's vibrating phone and decisively answered the incoming call, trying not to give himself away prematurely with his voice. An alarmed voice came over the line, informing them that the control department had already begun surveillance and urging them to stay out of their sight before the important X-Day. Kiritani only smirked mockingly. He carefully studied the bandit lying next to him, wondering why the organization needed to involve such small and pathetic scum in their affairs. The guy tried to find out the true goals of their group, but in response, he only heard rude advice to shut up if he still valued his own life even a little. He demanded to be given detailed information about the mysterious X-Day, but instead of a clear answer, he received only a portion of dirty insults. The young man crushed the phone with his foot in a rage and pulled out of his pocket the business card of that same female major from the State Department for the Control of Hunters. The boy stood over the lifeless body of the heretic, wondering whether he should even thank the government agents for such a valuable and timely tip. Despite the late hour, a bright light is burning in one of the office buildings. There was a dull sound of a fist slamming on the table as the captain learned of his subordinate's sudden disappearance. The man in glasses anxiously inquired about his boss's condition, to which he grimly confirmed the fact that their fighter had been captured by some unknown and daring individuals. He crossed his arms and suggested it was the work of the State Department, but his assistant quickly dismissed that theory due to the lack of official inquiries. A high-ranking hunter named Ryuji frowned, realizing that their mysterious opponent most likely also possessed some kind of awakened magical ability. The man wondered why someone not connected with the Japanese authorities would interfere with their plans. He stated that they had already lost too much precious time, so he ordered an immediate change of location in preparation for their decisive meeting. The action shifts to a maximum security prison, where one of the prisoners barely audibly mutters about the impossibility of breathing normally within these walls. The major and her faithful assistant walked confidently down the long corridor, discussing a special suppressive wall material that completely blocks the magical skills of any criminals. The woman explained that within this block, hunters of rank A and below would permanently lose their abilities, while S-rank masters could only use half their powers. They approached a massive armored door, Tachibana's companion asked in bewilderment why she needed a personal meeting with someone in such a guarded and eerie place. The major briefly replied that he also knew this man very well, which made her subordinate surprised by the presence of connections with a dangerous prison inmate. The long-haired man behind the bars grinned mockingly at the sight of the guests, while Tachibana closed her eyes, confirming the identity of her old and experienced acquaintance. Hijikata, a former control department instructor, greeted the major with a wry smile, noting her rapid career advancement over the past 8 years of his long imprisonment. The woman sat silently opposite the criminal as he continued to chatter, admitting that over the years of being held in this cell, he had become too talkative and intrusive. The long-haired man made a casual gesture with his hand, demanding that this meaningless chatter stop and not interfere with the interrogation that he himself had once taught her. The prisoner mockingly asked about the student's progress. Tachibana silently placed a photo on the table and reported that her former subordinate had made his first dangerous move. She explained that the number of crimes had increased. Hijikata grinned and noted that the name was familiar to him, but expressed doubt about the possibility of his remote assistance. The woman jumped up from her seat and promised that this time she personally would not let the criminal even lift a finger. The major firmly stated that a tragedy similar to the brazen assassination attempt on the Prime Minister 8 years ago would never be repeated in the history of their great country. The criminal grinned and asked if she felt the true weight of responsibility, to which Tachibana only muttered that the mentor was talking high-flown nonsense again. The man looked her straight in the eye and declared that the entire current staff of the association was nothing but a bunch of incompetent idiots occupying high positions. He glared angrily and added that it was for this very reason that 8 years ago he had decided to bury them all and make a cruel example out of this act. The woman clenched her teeth in pain when she heard false regret for the victims of that incident from a man who personally had a hand in those bloody events. Tachibana frowned. A horrific image of that long-haired monster cold-bloodedly strangling a defenseless man in front of everyone flashed through her mind. The prisoner interrupted her thoughts, remarking with a strange warmth in his voice that her late father had been a truly outstanding and powerful hunter of the country. The criminal pointed to his heavy collar and reminded that it had been completely neutralized in a chamber containing the most powerful magic suppressors in the country. He mockingly asked if she wanted to increase the pressure on the defenseless man, but the major only approached him and sharply yanked on the massive chain. Tachibana narrowed her eyes and vowed that she would do everything possible and impossible to ensure that this mad monster never saw his long-awaited freedom again. In a dimly lit prison corridor, an assistant listened intently to his superior as she began her sad tale of events that had happened 8 years earlier. She revealed that 35 of the best hunters had banded together to stop Hijikata when he made a daring attempt to kill the Prime Minister in cold blood. The woman turned around and added with bitterness in her voice that one of those heroes who stood up to defend law and order was her own father. She explained that the criminal's horrific actions were ultimately stopped by the current chairman of Mansu, but the losses they suffered were simply irreversible. Tachibana forced a smile and said that all this was a thing of the past. So it was time for them to cast aside their empty sadness and immediately return to their work. She pulled out her smartphone, which flashed breaking news on its screen, and muttered that someone mysterious had clearly decided to provide them with serious assistance. Powerful spotlights illuminated the prison grounds as the major carefully examined the photo and realized that it depicted the very same guy who had escaped yesterday. The action moved to a dangerous D-rank dungeon, located in an old brick mine, where the air was saturated with dust and the smell of ancient magic. Kishida looked at his mentor with bewilderment and asked if he really planned to take his share in rare materials instead of regular money. The young man confirmed his intentions, adding that from now on he would collect specific resources needed to strengthen his own equipment. A creepy monster with cold blue eyes suddenly appeared before the companions in the depths of the dungeon. The heroes were forced to immediately take up defensive positions in this dark and dangerous mine. The guy swung his long spear sharply and with a precise movement plunged the tip into the enemy's muscular neck. The monster turned in rage towards the offender, but Kiritani had already made his lightning-fast leap. He sliced through the enemy's dense flesh in mid-flight with his incredibly sharp blade. The enemy's body fell apart with a dull sound, drenching the old walls of the mine with foul-smelling blood. The hunter froze in the very center of the monster cluster, while Kishida again inquired about the true reason for his mentor's sudden need for these resources. Kiritani replied dryly that he was not collecting these valuable materials for personal use, but promised to reveal all his secrets a little later. With just a few precise and sharp blows, The guy decapitated 3 monsters at once, who were trying to surround him in this narrow and cramped tunnel. Kiritani landed gracefully on the stone floor as behind him, one after another, the numerous enemies he had defeated fell dead. The ground beneath the hero's feet suddenly began to shake, and a frightened Kushida asked if this rumble meant the imminent appearance of the main boss of this mine. A monster of colossal proportions appeared before them, and Kiritani quickly rushed to attack, anticipating the acquisition of the rarest materials that could only be obtained from the body of such a powerful creature. The monster struck the ground with its massive paws with all its primal strength. Kiritani climbed up his scaly limb with deftness and silence. He leaped high, adjusted his grip on the hilt of his sword, and drove the blade deep into a vulnerable spot on his giant enemy's body. The young man then launched a series of crushing circular blows with his blade, leaving deep and bleeding wounds on the boss's skin that were incompatible with his life. The main enemy of this dungeon was literally cut into several pieces, after which the hero smoothly sank to the ground next to the remains of the enemy. The monster's sharp claws and strong horns lay right in front of him. Kushida muttered about the impossibility of even the slightest competition with such power. The sky above the city turned the crimson tones of sunset as a soft glow began to emanate from a small sphere lying on the table in front of Kiritani. The boy sat opposite this artifact, meticulously reconstructing in his memory the secret technique for fully revealing a person's hidden abilities. The young man remembered his shopping trip with Aoki and realized that he had spent the entire night without sleep to create a special soul capsule from the materials she had bought. The main motive for the recent mine clearing with Kushida was to obtain the rare resources needed to complete this complex alchemical process. Kiritani carefully reached out his hands towards the glowing sphere, but his first attempt was a complete failure, turning the valuable ingredients into a formless, sticky goo. Then the precious components burst into flames and instantly turned into a pile of useless gray ash. The next few magical spheres looked extremely fragile and seemed completely unfinished. Night had finally fallen on the city, while the huge jaw of a monster lay motionless on the table in front of the hero. He firmly decided for himself that the time had come to put an end to these endless and stupid mistakes once and for all. He narrowed his eyes and silently prayed that this time the magical process would be successful and allow him to finally achieve the desired result. The guy again smoothly extended his palms towards the mysterious object, focusing all his internal forces on the target. At that very moment, the entire room was illuminated by a blindingly bright and powerful flash of pure, concentrated energy. Kiritani's eyes widened in pure delight as he saw the completed soul capsule floating right in front of him. This magical artifact greedily absorbed all the power of the magical metal and pulsed with bright light. The young man resolutely swallowed the artifact, realizing that in this unique way he would be able to effectively increase his other characteristics, in addition to mana. His stamina instantly increased to 11 units, after which he rubbed his chin and noted the benefits of this method for gaining complete independence. The hero turned to the monitor, where the announcer was reporting the discovery of an unidentified body at an intersection and the connection of this incident with the criminal forces of the province. Kiritani thought that this rapid development of events and the police intervention were quite an unexpected and strange turn of events for him. He picked up his bag, contemplating the need to tell the major the coordinates of the heretic base and wondering how far they could get with such meager leads. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Tachibana walked slowly across the parking lot to her car, immersed in heavy thoughts about her recent interrogation in prison. The girl stopped near the car and sighed heavily, realizing that the old mentor's words had left a deep mark on her soul and an unpleasant feeling of anxiety. She suddenly noticed a strange package on the windshield. Inside were some papers and a broken mobile phone, neatly packed in a bag. The major unfolded the note she had found, which stated in short, clear handwriting that all of these things belonged to the missing criminal. Kiritani stood stealthily behind one of the massive concrete columns in the parking lot, while Tachibana urgently called a colleague and asked him to wait for her so they could immediately discuss the discovery. The boy walked confidently away into the darkness, while the woman excitedly announced on the phone that she had a very important and bold idea regarding Hijikata. In the colonel's spacious office, the interlocutor clarified that this dangerous individual was currently in Tokyo, to which the man acknowledged the seriousness of this official statement. The major confirmed her suspicions with a short nod, and the chief asked on the basis of what facts she had come to such a bold and unambiguous conclusion. The woman put her hands behind her back and explained that only one number was found in the burnt-out memory of the phone. the signal of which led them directly to a secret lair in Tokyo. The man noted that the criminal's motive in that region was to seize a plant with enormous explosive power, capable of wiping out an entire residential suburb. The girl stated that numerous pieces of evidence were found at the scene of the death, indicating that a large-scale terrorist attack was being prepared in the city. She clearly recalled the face of this daring criminal and emphasized that the association had already sent out elite hunters to capture this elusive master of magic. Tachibana convinced the leadership that this was their only chance to bust the gang. The colonel asked if she was hinting at the group's connection with the dangerous prisoner Hijikata. Tachibana narrowed her dark eyes and answered affirmatively, confirming the existence of a secret conspiracy between the old terrorist and the new band of heretics. The major looked closely at her superior when he asked about the motives for their interest in the old man, and suggested that they were again preparing a daring assassination attempt on the country's leader. She emphasized the scale of the enemy's plans and, recalling the conversation in prison, firmly stated that the criminals were already fully prepared and were just waiting for the right moment. The colonel closed his eyes and muttered that his subordinate always became overly emotional when it came to any mention of the gloomy figure of Hijikata. He put down the fresh newspaper and reminded that the Prime Minister was flying out today, so the revenge of a dangerous prisoner seemed completely impossible to him in this situation. A bright lamp on the ceiling illuminated the office as Tachibana noted that the official's route to the airport ran along a road just outside the prison walls. She clenched her fist tightly and declared her willingness to take personal responsibility for the mistake if it would help prevent a repeat of the bloody tragedy. The interlocutor only opened his mouth in amazement and quietly muttered that this stubborn woman does not change at all over time, despite all the years of service. The colonel frowned and gave a formal order to assemble the local police, promising to trust the major's instincts and wait for direct reports from them on the situation. Tachibana looked closely at her boss and sincerely thanked him for the trust he had placed in her in this extremely complicated and dangerous matter for everyone. The action shifted to the outer wall of the prison, where Ryuji slowly touched his earpiece. He listened carefully to the information transmitted to him by his loyal comrades through a closed communication channel. He unfolded a detailed map in front of him and announced that the operation had already begun successfully and that all the secret underground tunnels were indicated on this diagram. The man took a quick glance at his bespectacled assistant and gave a sharp order to the entire group to immediately move forward to storm this protected facility. One of the criminals walked up to the wall and slowly ran his fingertips over the cold, hard stone. He was searching for the perfect spot to deliver a powerful blow of mana, to destroy the barrier with one precise and accurate movement. The next second, a deafening explosion was heard from the use of the forbidden dead hand technique, which easily made a hole in the massive prison wall. The leader noted the presence of a magic suppressor in the building's materials, pressed his bracelet, and explained that under normal conditions he would only be able to use the skill once. But this artifact completely removes all restrictions. The captain ordered each member of his squad to don the same device, after which the entire group resolutely moved forward down the dark corridor of the prison. Their large-scale operation began, and while moving through the interior, the leader suddenly froze, signaling his men to stop. He raised his finger and silently pointed at the ceiling, giving a silent command to proceed further. After this, the bespectacled subordinate instantly placed his palm on the concrete surface to create a new, powerful explosion. A powerful detonation discharge tore a huge hole into the next floor of the building. The armed criminals began to quickly climb the stairs, trying to get to the very depths of the secret block as quickly as possible. Ryuji strode confidently into the brightly lit hallway, causing the peaceful prison staff to flinch in horror and ask in panic how he got in. The criminal pushed himself off the floor and with a lightning-fast movement threw one of the guards aside. He grabbed the second opponent firmly by the throat with his powerful hand, completely blocking any attempts at resistance. The hunter rose to his full height and ordered his subordinates to accelerate as much as possible, declaring that the prison control room was right in front of their squad. The light in the corridor was very bright as the two men quickly took up positions on either side of the massive door. They were preparing with great concentration for the immediate implementation of their insidious and incredibly daring plan of capture. The bespectacled assistant carefully touched the metal surface with his finger. A concentrated beam of energy instantly made a small hole in the powerful metal door. The captain listened, and then began to slowly approach the hole. The man took a deep breath and released a poisonous mist into the room using his unique A-rank ability. The acrid smoke quickly seeped into the room through narrow cracks. From behind the closed door, a muffled cough could be heard from the employees, who did not even have time to understand the reason for this sudden attack. After some time, the heretics opened the door and found all the workers unconscious, allowing the leader to celebrate the successful completion of the stage. Ryuji began quickly typing the secret code into the main console, after which he decisively pressed the red button and gave the order to immediately follow this man. A video from a surveillance camera suddenly opened on the main screen. There, the long-haired prisoner was already grinning mockingly at the camera. He clearly had a premonition of his long-awaited and triumphant release from this cage. Ryuji and his entire armed troop humbly knelt before him, solemnly announcing their long-awaited arrival to their great mentor. Hijikata slowly rose from his seat and praised his loyal students for such a spectacular parade, all the while emitting an incredible and frightening magical energy. The man declared that he was already quite tired of endlessly waiting within these gray walls, and now the whole world would tremble from his newfound strength. The car was racing along the night highway at great speed. Tachibana radioed to immediately dispatch all available reinforcement groups in the area. The major frowned and tried to request official assistance from the Hunters Association. But at this critical moment, the connection suddenly broke off mid-sentence. The woman clenched her teeth in rage and cursed, and the car stopped with a loud screech of brakes right in front of the main gates of the captured prison. The partners rushed inside and saw the motionless bodies of the guards on the cold floor. This made Tachibana realize with deep bitterness their fatal delay of just one short step. The bespectacled assistant tried to stop his superior, pointing out the mortal danger, but the major had already drawn her pistol and resolutely moved deeper into the building. She sincerely hoped that the magic suppressors installed in the building were still working properly, as this gave her a ghost of a chance to defeat dangerous criminals in a normal fight. The girl pulled the trigger on her pistol and resolutely moved towards the criminals. One of the masters stopped, looked closely at the girl, and wondered what she was doing. The major opened fire on the enemies, but one of the bandits only lazily held his palm forward. The criminal demonstrated his complete superiority, completely unafraid of the weapon pointed at him. The fired bullets instantly froze in the air right in front of the criminal's hand, after which they simply dissolved into space, without causing any harm to the heretic. The criminal grinned insolently and sarcastically remarked that the employees of the control department had absolutely no manners, since she didn't even bother to say hello when they met. Tachibana's eyes widened in shock as she frantically tried to figure out how exactly this bastard was able to use magic despite the prison's powerful suppressors. The opponent only smirked in response and arrogantly asked if she really believed that their elite squad would come to this daring assault completely unprepared. The woman immediately realized that the strange bracelet on his wrist completely blocked the negative effect of the stationary suppressors. Ryuji looked back and grumbled in displeasure that this guy was once again deliberately looking for trouble instead of strictly following their plan. Hijikata slowly turned around and mockingly asked if the major had actually come here in person to celebrate his long-awaited release. The two sworn enemies froze in front of each other. Tachibana demanded that he immediately return to the cell and stop talking this high-flown and stupid nonsense. She stated outright that she knew about his plans to attack the Prime Minister again. The prisoner narrowed his eyes and added that her sudden appearance here would change absolutely nothing. The man turned towards the exit and casually said goodbye, noting that security personnel at the local airport were extremely strict about punctuality. The guards opened fire in an attempt to prevent their escape, but the bespectacled assistant stopped all the flying bullets with a flick of his wrist. Ryuji opened his mouth wide and released a thick cloud of deadly poison into the surrounding area. This caused all the employees to cough painfully and run in different directions in terrible panic. The heretic suddenly appeared right in front of the major and with a smile invited her to play with him instead of trying to stop his great and wise mentor. He unceremoniously extended his hand, intending to roughly grab her by the tie, but a sharp and unexpected shot from the side forced the man to immediately let go. The woman's faithful partner aimed fire on the enemy, and the enraged opponent instantly turned all his attention to this new and daring fighter. The criminal habitually put out his palm and blocked all the bullets flying at him, contemptuously asking if this was really the limit of the Hunter Control Department's capabilities. The man began to slowly approach Tachibana again, but at that moment his hand was suddenly blown away by an invisible and powerful force. Bright scarlet drops of blood splashed across the cold floor of the prison corridor as the criminal stared in disbelief at his mangled limb. The major shuddered in surprise, feeling the confident and warm hand of her savior on her shoulder. Kiritani calmly looked ahead and asked if these two people were really the only ones left alive out of the entire Department of Control squad in this corridor. The major turned sharply to him, and the young man noted with a slight grin that they had not seen each other for quite a long time since their last meeting. The bandit clutched his injured limb convulsively and asked angrily if this insolent Kiritani was really in league with the hunter control department he hated. Kiritani just laughed quietly and thought that small pawns, incapable of anything but empty chatter, were equally pathetic and worthless in absolutely any world. The enemy suddenly rushed into the attack, shouting a question about the reason for his laughter. The young man swung his sword smoothly to deliver another precise blow. He made a sharp lunge with his blade, but the enemy managed to put up a translucent magical shield in front of himself, hoping to block this crushing and swift attack. Kiritani noted to himself the heretic's amazing ability to act very quickly in a critical situation. The enemy was able to instantly create a strong defensive barrier from his concentrated and powerful mana. The young man performed a technical dive downwards, considering this defense a completely useless trick. The opponent's eyes widened with wild primal fear. Kiritani, with one powerful movement, pierced his enemy's chest with his sword, causing him to slump lifelessly onto the cold concrete floor of the dark and gloomy prison. A soft glow erupted around Kiritani as the system solemnly announced that his current level had been increased and that he had gained a new, unique, and very powerful ability. The guy turned to Ryuji and officially announced that he would be his next target. The blade in the young man's hands began to emit a bright glow as he quietly spoke about how this endless series of battles with heretics was unlikely to ever end. The entire corridor was literally littered with the corpses of guards. The guy was genuinely surprised that such widespread chaos was caused by the actions of just one heretic. Kiritani smiled coldly and told the criminal that he would have to pay the highest price imaginable for all his sins. Ryuji frowned deeply, suddenly recognizing the same voice from the recent phone conversation. After that, he began to quickly generate poisonous clots on his broad palms. He shouted loudly that the hero should not even dream of an easy and quick death in this battle. Kiritani casually slung his heavy steel weapon over his shoulder for convenience. The enemy sent a series of poisonous charges towards the hero and demanded that he remain silent. The guy deftly jumped back, masterfully dodging each flying ball. He swung the blade and thought that compared to Aoki's lightning, this dead fog was much easier to stop, since its speed was significantly slower. The poison hissed as it splashed across the floor, and the boy noted that one hit was enough to instantly kill, so he needed to end this fight quickly. Kiritani rushed forward towards his enemy, Ryuji with a confident smirk and put his hand forward. The young man easily dodged his attack and quickly closed the distance for the decisive blow. The man recoiled in horror, trying with all his might to avoid the blow of the deadly blade. With his precise and accurate movement, the guy did not leave the enemy a single chance of salvation. The hero had already deftly intercepted his sharp weapon right in the air. The criminal's eyes widened in shock as a deep, clean cut ran across his body. After this, the heretic collapsed to the floor, and Kiritani's level increased again after defeating a strong enemy. Thick blood slowly flowed from the blade, while Tachibana looked at the guy in complete daze, not believing that such virtuoso movements were possible under the influence of suppressors. She found it incredible that without magical abilities and only with the help of swordsmanship, one could so easily deal with the gang's elite fighters. The major ran up to the young man and demanded his name, suddenly remembering their recent fleeting encounter in a normal low-rank F dungeon. The bodies of dangerous criminals were scattered throughout the hall, and the woman noted that this closed area was completely inaccessible to ordinary civilians. She emphasized that his appearance here was timely. The light in the long corridor flickered alarmingly, creating an oppressive and gloomy atmosphere. Kiritani asked with a touch of irony if that was all she wanted to say to her savior, reminding her that now was clearly not the best time for long questions. He added that they needed to hurry, because somewhere in the building there was still a dangerous person who posed a threat to everyone present. Kiritani understood that this mana was the most powerful of all. He realized that he had never felt such an enormous power since his arrival in this new world. The major tried to object to him, but Kiritani only smiled mysteriously and stated that all current events were developing exactly according to his scenario. He casually slung the heavy sword over his shoulder and matter-of-factly asked the woman if there were any other reinforcement groups ready to engage in this difficult battle. At the same time, the international airport was completely engulfed in raging flames. Hijikata watched the bloody chaos he had created with a mad grin. The security soldiers hid behind concrete partitions, panicking as they discussed the enemy's monstrous power and assuming that they were facing a SSS-ranked hunter. One of the fighters stuck his head out from behind cover and declared that the main government plane had to take off, no matter what. They decided to immediately contact the association's central office to request assistance, after which they simultaneously raised their machine guns and opened fire on the terrorists. The long-haired man bared his teeth and easily stopped the bullets flying at him right in the air. The ground beneath his bare feet began to rapidly heat up. The soldiers bravely rushed forward and formed a tight ring around the dangerous criminal. To this, he merely muttered contemptuously that people were completely incapable of learning useful lessons from their lives. Hijikata extended his palm and promised them a painful death in a furious fire. After this, several huge flaming balls instantly materialized in the space around him. Another plane instantly exploded from a direct hit by a powerful shell. Dozens of people burned alive, desperately trying to escape the trap amid heart-rending screams. Hijikata stepped onto the concrete surface, which turned into boiling lava under his weight. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw a hooded hunter decide to attack him from the shadows. He instantly caught the attacker's face and expressed genuine surprise at the fact that any of the government fighters still retained the will to resist. The criminal, with all his monstrous strength, powerfully slammed his defenseless opponent into the ground. He enjoyed the sight of the man burning alive and mockingly asked about the identity of his weak teacher. The man pulled his hand back in disgust and grumbled that he couldn't spot the politician who had decided to use this trash as a human shield in a game of hide-and-seek. Hijikata looked up to the sky and noted that his years in prison had given him an invaluable opportunity to learn new, unique skills unavailable to ordinary hunters from the association. He bared his teeth again, casting destructive super spells one after another while the system notified him of receiving another incredibly powerful magic skill. Powerful columns of flame began to erupt directly from his body. His long hair rose into the air from the excess of energy that he considered worthy of his status. Hijikata swung his arm sharply and unleashed all his accumulated power on the distant government liner, intending to completely cut off all escape routes. At this time, a car was racing along the city streets at high speed. Tachibana was tensely reporting on the radio about her imminent arrival at the scene of the battle. The woman acknowledged Kiritani's immense power, but at the same time honestly warned him that their current opponent was on a completely different and unattainable level. Kiritani just calmly raised his hands and replied that she didn't need to waste time on long explanations, since his only and main goal now was to help. The woman noted that the expression on his face said otherwise, and deep down she admitted that they currently had no choice in choosing assistance. The major understood that the young man had already proven his incredible strength, and now she could only completely trust his skills. The car increased its speed even more. Tachibana desperately hoped that today she would finally be able to put an end to this protracted bloody nightmare. Kiritani stood frozen in front of the vast battlefield at the airport, the major muttering darkly that Hijikata had put on a truly monstrous fire show here. The woman ordered her people to immediately start rescuing the numerous victims while she herself took on this crazy criminal. The bespectacled assistant rushed to carry out the order with lightning speed, while Kiritani analyzed his enemy's past as a former elite instructor in the control department. He realized that regardless of his past accomplishments, this man was now nothing more than a mass murderer who perfectly fit all the criteria of his executioner ability. Tachibana turned to the boy and called his name, acknowledging that in the current emergency they did not have time for lengthy formal checks of his identity. She honestly added that she could not guarantee his safety in this battle, so he must take care of his own life in battle. Tachibana looked at the hero intently and asked him not to commit any terrible acts, to which the interlocutor only smiled mysteriously and very calmly at her in response. The major raised an eyebrow in surprise and reminded him that a real war was going on now, demanding that he clearly understand the limits of his capabilities. Kiritani sincerely thanked her for her very valuable advice in this situation. The raging flames continued to rage around the government plane, devouring everything in their path. Hijikata grinned mockingly and loudly declared that he had been waiting for this momentous meeting for an incredibly long time. This caused the Prime Minister to exclaim in horror about the return of his old enemy. The man extended his hand and admitted that he had spent 8 long years trying to calm his anger and find some inner peace. Unfortunately, he came to the only conclusion that it was impossible to obey the orders of an ordinary person who did not possess any magical powers at all. He took a decisive step forward, causing the asphalt to melt under his feet, and reminded the girl of his repeated warnings, which she chose to ignore. Tachibana sternly stated that the former instructor should have sat quietly in his cage, but he had completely crossed all acceptable boundaries and moral standards. The criminal casually remarked on how quickly time was flying and how much his student had grown, then leaped up sharply and replied that all her demands were just empty nonsense. A sharp steel blade suddenly flashed between him and the frightened Prime Minister. Kiritani swung his sword dramatically, shielding the official. The young man glanced briefly at the official and asked him to step aside immediately to avoid being caught in the crossfire of their magical battle. The minister grabbed his hand to get to his feet and asked in a trembling voice for the name of his savior. But the boy decided that now was not the time to reveal his identity. Kiritani stood with his back to the enemy, calmly asking the man if he had any injuries while he panicked and shouted warnings about the need to flee as quickly as possible. Hijikata narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who he was, but Kiritani merely repeated his refusal to reveal his real name. The criminal instantly created a clot of furious flame in his palm. He swung his hand sharply, sending a powerful fire attack straight towards the boy. Kiritani picked up the Prime Minister in his arms and confidently declared that he would personally take him to a safe place, away from the epicenter of this devastating battle. The enemy stomped hard on the ground and mockingly asked if this upstart really believed in his ability to escape his punishing fire. At this critical moment, Tachibana suddenly appeared right in front of the heretic, clad in her combat gloves. Looking him straight in the eyes, she noted the progressive madness of her former teacher. The man only grinned evilly and retorted that his grand plan was already half fulfilled, and now all that remained was to finish them all off. He made a sharp and incredibly powerful lunge towards the major, trying to instantly close the distance and deliver a crushing blow to his target. At that very moment, their colossal magical powers collided, creating a powerful shockwave around them. The man intercepted Tachibana's fist a few centimeters from his face with incredible ease. It made her clench her teeth painfully and shudder involuntarily at the realization of his overwhelming physical superiority. Hijikata burst into loud, mad laughter as the major's face rapidly turned pale with fear. The enemy screamed furiously that she would hardly be able to survive this fateful encounter. The next moment, the girl was thrown back by an incredibly powerful blow. The wound on her stomach began to heal rapidly thanks to regeneration. Tachibana instantly appeared behind her enemy to deliver the finishing blow. Hijikata spun around and delivered a devastating counterpunch, shouting words about her astonishing and foolish naivety. He reached out and grabbed the major tightly by the throat, causing her to be horrified by the realization of imminent danger and impending death. The long-haired monster grinned maliciously and began to concentrate colossal energy in his hand. The woman tried in vain to shield herself from the powerful burst of mana. She flew back with force and collapsed onto the hard asphalt, after which she tried to rise, leaning on her badly burned and trembling hands. The protagonist slowly approached them from the side, causing Hijikata to stare at him with a heavy, hateful, and primal rage-filled gaze. The young man remained absolutely calm, despite the fact that the major desperately begged him not to enter into this battle, which was obviously a losing one for any man. The girl warned the boy in a trembling voice that even his outstanding abilities would not be enough to defeat this insane monster. Kiritani advised her not to worry anymore and just silently watch the progress of his own battle. The two opponents stood frozen in anticipation, the prisoner ironically noting how many people had decided to personally greet him on the first day of his long-awaited freedom. The man tried to walk past, ordering the boy to stand still, as he had no desire to waste precious energy on another worthless piece of trash. At that very moment, Hijikata deftly dodged a lightning-fast thrust of a steel blade that passed dangerously close to his face and only slightly grazed his long hair. The hero pointed the tip of his sword straight at the criminal and said in an icy tone that he would do whatever was necessary if he dared to stand in his way of achieving his goal. The man frowned sternly, realizing the seriousness of the boy's intentions, as the young man quickly launched a full-fledged attack on his opponent. The young man's unexpected onslaught aroused in the man a measure of genuine curiosity about the fighting abilities of this strange opponent. Hijikata lunged forward and released a huge stream of flame. But Kiritani showed miracles of dexterity and jumped to a safe side in time. He made a powerful circular swing with his heavy weapon, while drops of caustic and deadly acid suddenly materialized in the air. The poisonous fumes were the result of activating his unique A-rank ability, known as Deadly Poison, which could instantly kill any living creature. The former instructor smirked as he raised a powerful magical shield in front of himself, preparing to repel any attack from his young opponent. The man then slammed his palm down on the ground, causing a powerful seismic wave to travel rapidly towards the young fighter. Kiritani instantly leaped high into the air and performed a virtuoso pirouette as the enemy concentrated the destructive energy of fire for his next devastating attack. The heretic declared that he now finally understood the reason for the Major's special attitude towards this guy, but at the same time he was able to discern his main and fatal weakness. The young man deftly dodged the hot balls of energy flying at him, trying to maintain utmost concentration in this deadly battle. As he maneuvered, powerful explosions thundered behind him, one after another, shaking the solid concrete surface with terrifying force. Hijikata grinned smugly, but his smile quickly faded when he saw that the boy was still standing right in front of him, without a single serious scratch. The man explained that in battles between hunters, mana serves only as a basic foundation, and it is in their ability to use it that their main and undeniable difference in strength lies. Kiritani casually slung the heavy sword over his shoulder and noted that for such an experienced instructor, he told rather boring and tedious stories during the fight. The hero openly stated that his opponent was simply a little older and had a huge supply of mana. But this was no reason for such stupid and empty pride. Kiritani chuckled and offered the criminal the option of voluntarily returning to his cozy cell if he had no sincere desire to continue this senseless and dangerous fight. He pushed off the ground sharply, knowing deep down that the gap in their current magical stats was too great, and that his enemy was now objectively much stronger. Hijikata once again cast a high-level destructive spell. When the boy went on the attack, he encountered incredibly tough and almost impenetrable magical resistance. The man launched a swift counterattack, forcing the boy to raise his sword in defense, after which Kiritani quickly leaped to the side, breaking the dangerous distance. He slowed down a little and thought that his opponent was skillfully blocking absolutely all of his attacks, realizing that this grueling fight could not be dragged out for long under any circumstances. Kiritani jumped up, deciding to significantly increase the distance between them, but his opponent only mockingly asked if he had finally run out of steam and given up. The boy jumped over the high airport fence, and Hijikata furiously shouted after him that escaping from him would not be as easy as he thought. A deafening explosion thundered right behind the fleeing Kiritani. The man landed dangerously close, preventing the hero from carrying out his tactical escape maneuver. The young man thought that his opponent would not let him break the distance, and he began to wonder if he was just playing with him. Kiritani pushed off the surface again and performed a deft somersault right over his enemy's head, trying to get into a more advantageous position. At this time, the enemy laughed madly, comparing their mortal battle out loud to an ordinary children's game of tag. The hunter quickly rushed back towards the burning airport terminal, where the young man suddenly stopped, preparing to deliver his most powerful and unexpected blow. The long-haired man suddenly accelerated, and the hero realized that the enemy was using magical strengthening of his own body to perform this lightning-fast and powerful dash. Kiritani closed his eyes, clearly aware that he had only one chance left to strike the decisive blow and end this protracted standoff. Powerful energy began to emanate from his sword. The guy needed to put absolutely all of his remaining mana into this one crushing and precise thrust of the blade. The enemy grinned maliciously and shouted that the young man had closed his eyes only because, deep down, he truly dreamed of quickly turning into a handful of gray ash. Kiritani took a powerful swing, hoping to hit the enemy right in the head at this critical moment, and thereby instantly end this bloody incident at the airport. Hijikata shouted that great power was a blessing from God, which this boy was wasting on protecting some pathetic, worthless people. He watched, mesmerized, as the blade's tip flashed dangerously close to his chest, unable to react to the boy's incredible attack speed. The young man made a sharp and precise movement with his sword. After this, Kiritani lowered his head and exhaled very heavily, feeling a growing colossal physical and nervous exhaustion. A shard of a blade, broken in the heat of battle, flew high into the night air, and on the scorched ground lay the severed head of his most powerful adversary. Kiritani silently looked at the fallen enemy, whose lifeless body still continued to emit residual magical glow. The boy suddenly lost his strength and fell heavily to the ground. The system window notified him that he had gained another level and a new unique ability. Just a few minutes ago, the entire international airport was completely engulfed in a furious flame, through which the eerie, headless silhouette of a man was clearly visible. This frightening sight was reflected in someone's attentive eyes. A mysterious voice said that such is the sad fate of all those people who were not chosen by fate. Two strange children sat on a tree branch, discussing how they should not have revealed their knowledge to this man, whom they called useless and dirty trash. The second child agreed that such junk should be disposed of without regret, after which they turned around curiously, sensing the presence of a stranger nearby. Kiritani sat not far from them. The twins noted that he looked rather weak, but at the same time he looked reliable and had an impressive reserve of pure mana. The children took each other's hands and decided that it was time for them to leave, as they were already being waited for elsewhere. After which green energy flared up around their small figures. The kids muttered that now they would have to explain to management in detail the reasons for their charge's failure. A blinding flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the entire space. The girl carefully intercepted one of the discharges, concentrating on the need to control these unruly flows of mana. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the huntress screamed, remembering Kiritani's words that success would definitely come to her after a few tries. Another powerful explosion thundered in front of Kiritani. Aoki realized that she needed to gather all the energy into one point and release it in a single devastating impulse. The young man smiled contentedly and thought that the girl was on the right path. Kiritani told the surprised girl that she needed to control her lightning like threads. The stone floor beneath her feet began to crack deeply, and the girl noted with obvious irritation that her latest attempt had once again ended in complete failure. She walked over to her laptop, where a newscaster was announcing the arrival of a crowd of reporters at the scene of a recent bloody incident at the airport. The huntress's eyes widened in surprise when the journalist announced that he was attempting to contact the mysterious hero who had single-handedly defeated Hijikata himself. The screen showed the main character, who confidently declared that he had 5 unique abilities, which he received at the moment of his first awakening. The reporter mentioned rumors that the young man had already surpassed the famous Aoki herself in strength, causing the boy to merely chuckle modestly. The girl took a sip of water, listening to Kiritani call himself too weak to compete with her, and in rage she squeezed the glass in her hand until it cracked. She resolutely grabbed her trusty weapon and headed back to the training grounds, determined to learn how to focus lightning strikes by the end of the day. At this time, dark figures gathered around a round table in a secret place, where magical communication crystals floated silently in the cold air. The masked woman propped her head up with her hand and asked with displeasure about the reason for this extraordinary meeting, since she had asked to temporarily suspend all meetings. The man in the lion mask replied that the twins had discovered an extremely problematic individual who was a master at mana manipulation and using their personal spells. The man in the raven mask skeptically crossed his arms over his chest and grumbled that they had already traveled around the world many times because of such empty and stupid rumors. Moreover, those children had completely forgotten about their true mission. The man turned to his colleague and explained the details of his new secret experiment. He admitted that he only used them to test a new development, and they discovered this guy by accident, but he himself had nothing to do with it. The woman straightened up and reminded them that over the past 50 years, humans had made significant progress in controlling mana. And now it was not only their ancient order that was capable of great accomplishments. Bright crystals shimmered under the high vaulted ceiling, illuminating the faces at the table, and she mentioned a similar mysterious incident that had happened 11 years ago. That random person who stopped the previous spatial rift was just another coincidence, which still raised many questions among the council members. The man in the lion mask raised his head and asked those around him if they were coming to the same conclusions, after which he turned to the calmest participant in the conversation. He dryly replied that as long as they had all the necessary information, the situation remained under complete control, and there was absolutely no reason for premature concern. The man in the heavy cloak remarked that he still had a lot of time left, so they should definitely take a closer look at the personality of this new hero. Lev looked at him with obvious displeasure and sarcastically asked if the mask was putting too much pressure on his brain, preventing him from adequately assessing the scale of the threat. He demonstrated his weapon and added that if the twins were not mistaken in their assessments, then the fate of this gifted young man would be very sad. The man grinned slyly and stated that in their cruel world, any hunter was doomed to a miserable existence, because the limit of his development was always clearly predetermined. The major glanced at the huge monitor screen where the hosts were discussing the newcomer with 5 abilities, and asked the guy about the reasons for creating such an image. Kiritani took his mug and replied that people were accustomed to seeing only what they wanted, but a good first interest would make them themselves raise him to the pinnacle of glory. The hero smiled softly and asked the woman how she was feeling, noticing that she looked very absent-minded and immersed in some heavy thoughts. He frowned and asked her to clear her head of unnecessary thoughts, and not to torment herself with questions about whether this bloody tragedy at the airport could have been avoided. Tachibana looked at him carefully and very intently, trying to discern behind that calm mask the true face of the man who saved her life and the entire country. She placed a massive bag on the table and firmly stated that the entire country was now in dire need of such heroes to completely eliminate the criminals terrorizing it. The young man closed his eyes tiredly and, with a slight doubt in his voice, asked his interlocutor whether there was really such an urgent need for this. Tachibana frowned sternly and replied that this was precisely the main job of the Hunter Control Division, responsible for the safety of all civilians. There was a badly damaged phone on the table. The guy asked about the possibility of fixing it, while the woman guessed the true motives for his surveillance. She added that since he had provided them with irrefutable evidence, the department would not dig deeper and ask unnecessary questions about his methods of obtaining information. The major formally invited the hero to join their Special Forces unit, promising full government support and any necessary modern equipment. The young man smiled politely and thanked her for her kind words, but honestly admitted that the proposal did not make the desired impression on him. He placed his empty mug on the table and suggested that people like Ryuji or Hijikata would be overjoyed at such an opportunity to gain power and resources. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she matched the identities of the murdered criminals with the very unique abilities that Kiritani had publicly declared. She suddenly remembered the deadly poison and the terrifying hand of death that she had seen before in criminals. After these thoughts, the woman suddenly jumped up from her seat in a state of complete and deep shock. She loudly exclaimed to the whole hall that this man was capable of stealing other people's unique skills and powers. Kiritani put his index finger to his lips and quietly remarked that she was being too loud, attracting unnecessary attention from all the random patrons of the cafe. He added that now she should understand the reason for her silence, since she hardly wants to become his next snack in this endless pursuit of power. His interlocutor looked at him with undisguised concern. Kiritani rose from his chair and thanked her for her understanding of the situation, adding that he had another very important and urgent meeting scheduled for today. He placed his hand on her shoulder in a friendly manner, causing the woman to involuntarily shudder with her whole body, feeling the hidden and powerful mana emanating from the young man. Kiritani smiled warmly as he parted, adding that he was looking forward to their next joint undertaking for the benefit of society. The young man studied the system window with his stats, and realized that he was now capable of becoming significantly stronger even without leveling up. Agawa smiled happily as she noticed his approach, after which Kiritani sat down next to her and asked how the girl was feeling after all the recent procedures. She replied that the doctors needed to run a couple more tests, but her allergy to mana had almost disappeared, allowing her to finally feel like a full and healthy person. Kiritani decided to find out whether this miraculous healing was connected to that very rift in the sky. His interlocutor confirmed his guess, noting that from that fateful day onwards, her body began to recover at an incredible and simply frightening speed. Agawa watched the strange glow with genuine surprise as Kiritani muttered disappointingly about the bad news and slowly opened his small case. He noted that she probably wouldn't need the soul capsules anymore, but the girl quickly exclaimed that she would gladly accept any gift from her dear savior. Agawa obediently swallowed several magic balls. The hunter smiled to himself, imagining how her brother would be delighted by his sister's sudden surge of strength and energy. She firmly declared her desire to become a real hunter, which made Kiritani frown, and he warned her of the enormous mortal danger. The girl objected that her past weaknesses did not mean that she could not become a strong and independent vanguard fighter. She remembered her brother and added that with all her heart she wanted to see this amazing world that he had so inspiredly dreamed about all these long years. Agawa looked forward with determination, and at that moment, thin and bright streams of pure sky-blue magical energy began to clearly appear right next to her. Kiritani narrowed his eyes, instantly noticing this abnormal manifestation of mana. But his attention was suddenly distracted by the sharp and insistent ringing of his mobile phone. Han smiled warmly and reminded the hero of his own habit of lingering at his desk. Kiritani listened attentively to the new piece of important information. The girl happily waved goodbye to him, and Kiritani immediately returned the gesture. The young man headed for the exit, finally deciding that the strange energy was just a figment of his imagination. Exactly 1 month later, the subway was buzzing with discussion about whether Kiritani was truly a powerful hunter or whether he had just been incredibly lucky in that battle at the airport. The boy was genuinely outraged by the content of such articles on the internet, Kishida asked in surprise if these endless and empty rumors angered the mentor. Kiritani looked at the screen and replied that he was much more concerned about his friend's stagnation at C rank despite all the hard training they had done together. He jokingly suggested that the guy needed to practice even more. Kishida proudly exclaimed that there had never been a person in the world who could grow in strength so quickly in just a few days. Kiritani advised his friend to never compare himself to other masters. Otherwise, he risks remaining at his current level forever and not growing up. Kishida smiled awkwardly and inquired about the true purpose of calling the mentor to the association's main building. The hero calmly replied that they would find out everything immediately upon arrival, at which moment a majestic tall building made of glass and concrete appeared before them. Han joyfully greeted the arriving heroes at the very entrance and loudly noted their too long separation. Kiritani expressed obvious surprise at this, as he had not at all expected to see him as the greeter. The interlocutor explained that management considered it appropriate to send a person they already knew to the meeting, after which he called on everyone to immediately follow him inside. The association's president stood by the window, his hands behind his back, looking out over the brightly sunlit city as guests slowly filed into his office. The man put down his cup and apologized for having to travel such a long way, after which Kenzu introduced himself as the head of the Japanese branch of the entire association. Kiritani and Kishida greeted the high-ranking official calmly, trying to remain unperturbed in the face of one of the most powerful men in the country. The president noted the young man's incredibly rapid growth in strength, and added that his late grandfather would certainly have been very proud of such an outstanding and capable grandson. The man placed the tablet on the table and admitted that he would be happy to chat in a friendly manner, but his official status as the most famous newcomer obliged him to get down to business. Kiritani looked at the bright screen and asked if he was being promoted to a higher rank, to which the man confirmed that he had been promoted to the high A class. Kenzu closed his eyes and explained that such a rapid rise was a unique case, since even the famous Aoki needed a whole year to achieve this. Kiritani looked at the leader with confidence and declared that he was already worthy of the highest S rank and was ready to immediately provide any proof of his power. The man rubbed his chin and noted the boy's displeasure, adding that it was impossible to reach such a level with just a basic set of 5 simple abilities. He mentally imagined the image of a strong girl and suddenly made the guy an extremely tempting offer. These words made Kiritani immediately look down and seriously think about the option he had heard from his interlocutor. The president visualized the monsters and talked about changes in the classification of dungeons after the incident in the mysterious labyrinth. The dungeon received the status of a dangerous gap of ranks from S to SS, where all the monsters living inside began to resemble ancient, powerful guardians. The young man carefully studied the data on the tablet and realized that a magical core was hidden inside, and that the place itself was a classic type of spatial rift. The interlocutor leaned forward and invited the hero to join an investigation, the result of which would be irrefutable proof of his true strength. The guy remarked that this was too generous an offer for a newcomer, and the president admitted to having been watching him for a long time. Kiritani picked up the tablet and pointed to the guild-only entry clause, inquiring about the current limit on the number of people allowed into the dungeon. Kenzu admitted that he had completely forgotten about this restriction and asked if the hero wanted to officially create his own hunting organization right now. The guy replied that now was the perfect time for this, because he needed to get into this elite extermination group at all costs. The two men shook hands, and the man added that Han would later provide all the necessary details and documents to register the new structure. The hunters entered the elevator, where Kishida asked in surprise about the reasons for such a sudden decision, to which Kiritani responded about a long overdue plan to expand influence. The spearman inquired about the future name, and Kiritani considered bringing in old allies from his previous world to strengthen the position of the new guild. He imagined flying creatures and remembered the divine continent of Azerin, after which he smiled bitterly because of the vividness of the bad memories of his past life. The hero began filling out the paperwork and firmly decided that his first guild would bear the majestic and resonant name of Reboot. The two of them exited the elevator, Kishida noting doubtfully that they currently only had 2 permanent members. The young man raised his finger and explained that for full-scale raids into dangerous dungeons, they would definitely need an experienced and reliable healer. Kiritani turned to him, arguing that while the class was replaceable, having it in the party was always preferable for the overall safety of the group. He replied that they would resolve this issue a little later, and added that his friend did not necessarily have to go with him to the cleanup if he felt afraid. Kiritani explained to his partner the full extent of the mortal danger of the difficult task ahead of them. Kishida stared at his mentor in complete bewilderment. Kiritani stated outright that this time their target would be an S-rank lair, where he would not be able to guarantee the life of his less experienced friend. Kishida resolutely and loudly exclaimed that he would follow his teacher to the end, because it was impossible to become stronger by constantly sitting in the deep rear. Kiritani turned around with an approving smile and thought that the young man had finally learned to say truly correct and mature things. They headed towards the exit. Kiritani suggested they look into a specialized store for hunters, since their current equipment was too low quality. Aoki stood nearby in a jacket and stylish glasses, grumpily declaring that she was not at all the kind of girl a guy could call on at any whim. The hero's companion noticed that since she came anyway, it meant she had her own ulterior motives, and also drew attention to her new fresh hair color. The huntress looked intently at Kiritani and promised to tell her the reasons for her image change another time, after which she matter-of-factly asked about the purpose of their meeting. She crossed her arms over her chest and studied the tablet carefully. Kiritani announced his invitation to join the cleanup team and his need for expert advice. Kishida timidly approached the mentor and whispered about the identity of this suspicious person, to which he briefly replied about his long-standing acquaintance with her. The girl gracefully removed her mask and invited them to follow her, promising to show them the best places with the highest quality and rarest hunting equipment. Kishida's eyes widened in shock, and the boy had to quickly cover his mouth with his hand to prevent him from accidentally revealing the identity of the huntress, who was famous throughout the country. Aoki smiled sweetly and led her companions through numerous shops in search of the necessary purchases. As a result, after some time, Kishida was already carrying several huge and very heavy bags in both hands. Kiritani looked around and asked what weapon he should choose, since he did not see anything truly worthwhile in this room. The woman turned around and admitted that there simply wasn't a blade suitable for him here, so they should visit a special shop where she shops herself. Fresh snow lay on the sign, and the owner of the establishment greeted the customers who entered in a loud, deep voice, without interrupting his usual work process. Izumi, a man with rare technical abilities, leaned leisurely on the table and asked the girl about her order for the new guests today. The huntress pointed to her companions and replied that she had come to personally introduce these two, after which the hero nodded politely and his protégé bowed low. The old man raised his thick eyebrows in surprise and only snorted dismissively in response to this formal introduction to the novice and seemingly inexperienced hunters. The blacksmith turned his back on them and rudely declared that even at Aoki's personal request, he would not sell these people a single item from his arsenal. A multitude of swords and axes hung directly from the ceiling. Kiritani coldly noted that the value of the weapons was much more important to him than the famous name of their creator. The guy unceremoniously took one of the best blades and added that, despite all the old man's arrogance, there was absolutely nothing unique or cool about this piece of iron. Kiritani stated that the sword felt so fragile that it would easily break in his hands with the first serious physical effort, and the blacksmith ground his teeth in great irritation at such impudence, after which the old man stood up abruptly and mockingly offered to take away anything if he broke the blade. The hero slowly ran his fingertips along the cold metal, simultaneously activating his powerful internal mana to demonstrate the true power of this ordinary weapon. The girl's eyes widened in alarm. She tried to stop him, but at that very second there was a loud crack, and sharp steel fragments flew in all directions. One of the sharp fragments of the sword plunged with great force into the stone floor right at the feet of the young man. This spectacle made the legendary blacksmith freeze in place in a state of deep shock from what he saw. He turned in confusion to the others present, but they only silently looked away, not wanting to comment on this crushing fiasco of the master. Kiritani picked up the remains of the broken weapon and calmly asked the shop owner if he had any remaining objections to his honest assessment of the quality. The blacksmith looked thoughtfully at the fragment and quietly muttered that he still could not believe that what had happened was real. Kiritani passed by him and noted that the old man seemed very meticulous in his work. He expressed hope for the same fidelity to the promises made. The blacksmith approached the girl with obvious irritation and asked who this impudent guy really was, to which she reminded him of the recent destruction of the Rift Guardian. The young man picked up another blade while the blacksmith carefully placed the broken piece of steel on the workbench for further detailed examination of the defects. The old man scratched the back of his head and grumbled that he must have gotten quite old since he couldn't recognize the visitor at first glance as a master of such a high and rare caliber. Kiritani came closer and asked to see all the rare materials they had. offering to sell the master everything valuable that they obtained in raids in the future. In response to this proposal, the old man mentally called him an intolerable boy, but still called everyone to follow him. The bright sun illuminated the street as Kuznets led them to the secret warehouse, declaring his intention to keep his word. The old man pulled the heavy lever with great effort, and at that very moment a secret passage creaked open in the floor. He confidently led his companions into underground rooms, securely hidden from any prying eyes. The companions began to descend the long, dark staircase very carefully and very slowly. Soon, a huge room filled to the brim with elite weapons opened before their astonished eyes. Kushida looked at the blacksmith with undisguised delight and timidly asked if he could really take absolutely anything he wanted, to which the old man only nodded briefly in response. A bright magical glow emanated from the equipment displayed on the stands. The master only asked the guests not to take any rare items that they did not plan to use in battle. The hero walked slowly along the rows of weapons and thought that, compared to the work of the skilled dwarves from his past world, everything he saw here did not make a strong impression. Suddenly, a legendary S-Rank Hell Ash sword appeared before his eyes, its enormous bonus stats more than making up for any shortcomings. The blacksmith approached the boy and curiously asked if he was truly interested in the blade, to which the young man responded with his admiration for the quality of the work. Izumi took out a handkerchief and explained that 11 years ago, a monstrous SS-Rank spatial rift occurred in this world, which caused the appearance of this hellish sword. This impressive and formidable weapon was created from materials collected from the fallen defenders of that rift, making it nearly impossible to find anything similar today. He casually threw an ordinary rag onto the blade, and it instantly burst into a bright flame, after which the old man added that the sword incinerates everything that is dangerously close. Kiritani asked his interlocutor doubtfully about the reasons why such a powerful artifact was simply gathering dust in this basement. The guy suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, showing with his whole appearance that he was ready for action. This made the blacksmith shudder and cry out loudly, completely not understanding what exactly the young man was about to do. Kiritani merely frowned sternly and calmly replied that he simply wanted to personally test in practice all the declared magical characteristics of this rare weapon. The old man recoiled in horror and quickly reminded him that this blade belonged to an SS-ranked defender, and that an ordinary newbie would never be able to handle such power. Aoki and Kushida looked at their mentor with obvious anxiety and apprehension as he pondered the new skill of manifesting a fierce flame that he had acquired after defeating Hijikata. The boy carefully examined the flaming blade and quietly said that he did not expect such a huge benefit from his recently acquired ability. The fiery mana inside the steel felt like a full-fledged living being, and the flame from his sword suddenly spread to several neighboring blades in this treasury. Aoki frowned in displeasure. Kiritani added that with proper and diligent training according to his method, she should have learned to see the true density of mana by now. The huntress instantly remembered her training in the empty training hall, where the boy advised her not to rely on brute force, but to focus on changing rhythm. Kushida hurried over to the stunned blacksmith to help him to his feet, while Kiritani promised to teach the girl a valuable lesson as thanks. Kiritani confidently extended his open palm forward, from which a soft, magical glow immediately began to emanate, smoothly turning into bright flashes of fire. The guy held the blade straight out in front of him and concentrated as much as possible on his internal sensations, causing several thin and bright sky blue stripes to appear. The finest magical threads suddenly materialized around the fiery essence of the sword, weaving a dense cocoon of pure and concentrated mana energy around the blade. Kiritani gripped them tightly in his hand and explained that the lines of mana could be changed as easily as streams of lightning if their direction was changed at the right point in time. The hero made a sharp and confident movement with his hand, finally taming the spirit of the ancient sword, and commanded it to submit to his will. Kiritani announced to everyone present that from now on this legendary weapon belonged only to him by right of a strong and worthy warrior. The furious flames instantly dissipated under the influence of strong white threads of mana, leaving in the young man's hands only a submissive and deadly instrument. Kushida and Kuznets opened their eyes wide in complete shock, unable to believe the reality of what they saw. The girl also literally froze in place from this sight. Kiritani looked closely at the subdued fireblade. The blacksmith continued to stare at him with undisguised amazement, realizing the true scale of the young man's talent. After this, the young man made a sharp and powerful swing with his blade. This action caused a colossal release of pure energy from the very depths of the steel. The weapon turned golden and transformed into an elegant magical bracelet. Kiritani thought that this was clearly some kind of incredibly high-level technology. A system window popped up in front of his eyes with a notification about a new skill. The system reported the acquisition of the ability of a SS-Rank martial artist, and the guy was sincerely happy that his past experience had finally activated this talent. Aoki walked closer to him and pointed out that he had taught her too many valuable lessons, and one shopping trip was clearly not enough to fully cover that debt. The hero asked if she had any useful information, and she nodded, asking him to exercise extreme caution in the upcoming dangerous raid. Kiritani turned to her and curiously asked about the reasons for such sudden concern, to which the girl began to explain the hidden risks of this task. She explained that many experienced hunters held a grudge against him, and the dungeon itself would be completely isolated from the outside world, which would free the hands of all greedy warriors. The girl presented him with a short dossier on various dangerous individuals, and strongly advised him to be on his guard when surrounded by high-ranking veterans of this bloody game. She added that her guild would also be taking part in this large-scale event, so he could always signal them if he suddenly needed help. The guy closed his eyes and confidently replied that he was quite capable of dealing with any difficulties that arose on his own, without outside intervention. As the various elite weapons continued to shine brightly on their displays, Kiritani wryly remarked that she was showing too much unnecessary concern for the winner of Hijikata. A few days later, they arrived at the entrance to Magnus's cradle, which was officially considered an extremely dangerous and unpredictable S-rank dungeon. Kishida looked at his mentor with a worried expression and admitted that the high level of this place made him feel very nervous and extremely insecure. The hero calmly replied to his friend that if all his instructions were strictly followed, no problems would arise, although the atmosphere here was indeed very strange. The spearman stared at his interlocutor with genuine surprise when he philosophically remarked that the hunters' mutual aggression might even be beneficial to them all. The other expedition members looked at their new partners with obvious and very noticeable irritation. They had absolutely no faith in the fighting skills of the young men, and considered them unnecessary burden on this dangerous expedition. Kiritani noticed their sidelong glances and mentally acknowledged that Aoki was right, realizing that these people would cause them a lot of serious trouble at the first opportunity. Kiritani walked confidently into the spacious headquarters tent and politely greeted all the people gathered inside. The young man introduced himself as the master of a personal guild he had recently created, under the resonant and memorable name of Reboot. The leader of the ranged guild and Nami, who led the support squad, were already sitting at the table. Kiritani silently took his place in the general circle, mentally noting that the veterans present were trying their best to ignore his presence, pretending that he did not exist in this tent at all. At that moment, another person entered, who turned out to be a renowned tank master from the powerful and influential Titan Guild. He frowned sternly and asked dismissively about the composition of the third group, after which Kiritani calmly introduced himself and his only partner. The man grinned mockingly at the small size of their squad, and added that the rumors of victory over Hijikata seemed to him to be just a figment of someone's rich imagination. Kiritani countered this statement with words about his incredible luck. The young man laughed quietly, perfectly understanding the true motives of this arrogant behavior. Tank stated that he had known Hijikata since middle school, and thought that even now he would not have been able to defeat him in the past. Kiritani offered to personally test the tank's combat skills in practice. He noted the stupidity of the idea that if one person is not capable of a feat, then all other people in this world are automatically deprived of such an opportunity. The interlocutor jumped up from his seat in a rage and began to swear loudly. However, Sun quickly intervened in the conflict, demanding that the quarrel be immediately stopped and that they begin clearing the location. The warrior gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly and, in farewell, roughly placed a heavy hand on the young hero's shoulder. He openly promised the boy a quick and shameful death at the very beginning of their upcoming joint campaign. Tank muttered that they would have to see how long this upstart could last in a real fight against the true monsters of this dungeon. The remaining hunters lined up in neat rows in front of the massive and frightening entrance to this cursed place. All the monsters inside Magnus's cradle were officially identified as guardians, but the true reason for their appearance there remained a complete mystery. The guild master, appointed as the supreme commander of this expedition, looked ahead and noted that this dungeon was strikingly different from all those he had seen before. Aoki stood in the front row and listened attentively to the speech about how this cleanup team was assembled solely to prevent a global threat to the entire world. Everyone moved deeper into the portal. Kishida quietly said that he was finally crossing the threshold of a real S-rank dungeon. Kiritani walked confidently next to him when a powerful explosion thundered near one of the columns, and one of the scouts shouted loudly about the rapidly approaching enemy. The tank instantly killed one of the monsters and ordered his comrades to deal with the larger specimens, while the rest of the fighters would methodically clear the area of smaller opponents. Numerous arrows whistled through the cold air, aiming straight for the powerful paws of the monsters. One of the huge monsters collapsed onto the stone floor with a wild howl. The mages raised their staves in unison, preparing to unleash powerful spells at the very moment the front and back ranks of fighters began their scheduled rotation. There was a deafening explosion, taking the lives of several enemies at once. One of the soldiers quickly crouched down next to the decapitated predator and hastily began collecting the trophies. Kiritani glanced briefly towards Tank and thought that he simply had no opportunity to engage in this fight due to the man's obvious desire to take everything for himself. The tank grinned smugly, demonstrating his superiority. Kiritani watched him with indifference, considering his behavior the height of stupidity in such a dangerous place. Kishida approached the teacher and anxiously asked if everything was all right, to which the teacher reassured him, assuring him that the level of the enemies was perfectly matched to his strength. A huge monster suddenly appeared right in front of them, blocking their path with its massive body. Kishida stopped abruptly in his tracks and desperately tried to cope with the sudden paralyzing fear. Kiritani looked closely at the monster and quickly realized that this place was about to get really hot. This made the hero think that the enemies had finally stopped hiding their true presence. Tank mockingly asked if it was time for the Reboot Guild to stop hiding behind others' backs and finally show its usefulness. He again emphasized the small size of their squad, to which Kiritani calmly drew his sword and ordered the arrogant man to simply shut up and watch the fight carefully. The magic bracelet on his arm flared brightly, but the young man instantly decided that there was no need to use the full power of the hellish ash sword against such a weak opponent. Kishida rushed into attack at the first order of his mentor. At that very second, a deafening roar from their first collision was heard ahead. The spearman expertly blocked his enemy's powerful attack, using his impeccable defensive stance to do so. The warrior delivered a crushing blow with his heavy shield, a powerful wave of energy causing the solid ground beneath his feet to crack deeply. Professionals from other guilds refused to believe their eyes when they saw such incredible power and technique from an ordinary guy who officially only had a low C rank. Kiritani pushed off the stone floor with a sharp kick and flew high into the air, swinging his blade with lightning speed straight towards the massive guardian who was caught off guard. The monster jerked painfully and let out a shrill howl as a sharp spear suddenly appeared in front of its ugly face. Kishida, with a proud and insolent grin on his face, publicly declared himself his greatest opponent. The young man gripped his trusty weapon tighter, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and finally defeat the beast. The young man, with great rage and all his might, thrust a long, sharp spear into the monster's side. Such a crushing attack caused the wounded animal to instantly collapse onto the cold stones with a loud cry. Suddenly, something brightly flashed in the air, and Kiritani, with a deft movement of his hand, intercepted the flying object, which turned out to be a sharp arrow fired by one of his own allies. The shooter just smiled slyly and stated that they considered this enemy too difficult for beginners, so they decided to help them. Kiritani snapped the caught arrow in half with a crunch and said in an icy tone that they did not need support in a fight with such an easy enemy. He added that some people here obviously hadn't heard anything about professional ethics. The shooter jerked in anger, wanting to respond to this insolent remark, but the master stopped him in time. Kiritani advised his colleagues to take better care of themselves, at which moment a huge worm suddenly appeared behind him. He made a sharp lunge forward, trying to reach his target with his powerful and sharp jaws in the jump. The hero spun gracefully in the air and with one precise swing of his sword, cut the monster in half, landing on the other side to the stunned cries of the other hunters. Kiritani smiled and remarked that the quality of fighters was always more important than their quantity. But guild leaders with thousands of members were never given the opportunity to understand this simple truth. Tank gnashed his teeth in intense displeasure as Nami remarked on the guy's celebrity status and well-founded confidence. The girl watched the hero closely, realizing that his current status as a world-class star was backed by real and very dangerous skills. Kiritani suddenly frowned, feeling a frightening presence behind him as the others demanded that the monsters be finished off quickly so they could continue on their way. The guy turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to immediately bend down to the ground. A colossal snake began to slowly descend from a 100-meter column. Her eyes flared with a furious scarlet light, and strange projectiles began to fly out of the numerous holes on her scaly body, easily splitting the hard stone of the floor. Deadly volleys flew chaotically in all directions, turning the once majestic hall into a pile of smoking rubble, accompanied by the frightened screams of the people gathered around. Some of the hunters were instantly knocked off their feet by the powerful shockwave, as they simply did not have time to activate their defensive skills in time in the face of the new threat. Another magic projectile flew at high speed straight towards the defenseless Kushida. Kiritani blocked him in time, masterfully parrying the fatal blow. The attack ricocheted off the solid steel and hit the floor, creating an ominous red crater under the hero's feet, which turned out to be a deliberately set trap. The magical trap began to rapidly pull the young man into the very abyss, while the surrounding space was distorted under the influence of a powerful surge of dark energy. Kiritani examined the activation closely and stated that they had just triggered the dungeon's hidden defense mechanism, which would make it much more difficult for them to advance further. The dangerous trap awakened the ancient guardians of the ruins, whose heavy footsteps began to echo through the dark corridors, causing each member of the squad to grip their weapons tighter. The snake tightly wrapped its powerful body around the tall tower, implementing the Magnus effect, which occurs due to the difference in pressure when an object rotates in a flow of magical energy. It is in honor of this unique and deadly characteristic of the local monster's attacks that this dungeon received its official, frightening name, Magnus's Cradle. The soldiers desperately tried to repel the charges flying from all sides, while Kushida with difficulty parried another attack and shouted to his comrades about the inevitable death if he was careless. Kiritani looked away and thought that this was the very reason why all previous research expeditions to this place had been ignominiously interrupted or completely destroyed. He thrust his sword forward and easily blocked two powerful attacks at once, feeling his weapon gradually fill with his own concentrated energy. The boy realized that his ability to defend himself from such attacks, even without using magic, proved the gradual return of his fighting intuition from his past life. The protagonist calmly stepped aside and asked Kushida to retreat immediately, as it was too dangerous to be there. Kushida complied, and the boy, meanwhile, decided that he had to finish off the creature before it did any more damage. The next moment, a powerful, devastating explosion thundered, and the monster let out a shrill cry of pain. When the hero landed on the floor, a cloud of enemy blood still hung near his face. The warrior raised his hand and thanked the hero for helping him deal with the snake. However, Tank suddenly appeared behind the soldier and commanded him not to even dare to pull any tricks. The hero looked ahead, and the thought flashed through his mind that he seemed to have been too hasty in killing the monster. He found himself right between the ensuing gang fight and the madman holding the hostage. Kiritani thought that doing something like this against his own allies was a stupid and suicidal idea, and one of the warriors shouted in his heart that everyone around had completely gone crazy. The fighter held the hands of his possessed comrade, shouting orders to grab anyone who had inhaled the poison. The doctor, patching up another wounded man, called on all healers to immediately focus on helping the injured. The protagonist looked closely at the monster's organ, which was emitting poisonous fumes. He realized that they had been too focused on the trajectory of the attacks and had not noticed the main additional effect of mind poisoning. He thought that now everything had become much simpler. He could simply attribute the behavior to the effects of poisonous gas. The bearded man declared that he had dared to make a fool of him, and now it was time to pay. His last order was to immediately drop their weapons and surrender. The blade sank into his comrade's neck. He declared that if Kiritani did not obey, his only ally's head would fall to the ground. The fighter defended himself by blocking the sword strike with his shield, and this suddenly turned into a psychological attack on the battlefield, where enemies were indistinguishable from allies. The hero looked ahead. He was confident that he could deal with him even without a weapon. The red-haired man bared his teeth and asked defiantly if his interlocutor dared to claim that he was wrong. The protagonist remained calm and replied that he had done everything wrong, since he was not the only one who could go crazy here. Kushida became very wary after these alarming words, and a sharp and commanding order suddenly flew right into his ear to immediately fall to the ground. The seasoned warrior instantly hunched over and fell to the cold floor, barely managing to avoid the deadly blow whistling over his head. The commander bared his teeth in impotent rage and quickly looked away, trying to comprehend the incredible difference in their current magical and physical powers. The protagonist suddenly appeared right behind him, moving so silently and quickly that the enemy had no time to react to the threat. A second later, The head of the defeated enemy flew off his shoulders with a dull sound after one precise blow. The headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of gray dust and small stones. The shocked soldier instinctively covered himself with his hand, looking in complete horror at Tank's headless corpse. The system displayed notifications about leveling up and adding a new ability. The sword emitted a magical glow while the guy thought about the fact that he now had 135 units of mana. The hero stood next to his student, who asked anxiously what their next plan of action was. The young man took a cautious step forward and touched the armor with his hand. The mage stood frozen in front of the corpse, while someone present commented that even though he had avoided a direct blow, he had still been subjected to a powerful mental attack. When asked what the boys thought about what they had seen, the man simply lowered his head and maintained a meaningful silence. Kiritani stood very close and tried to understand what exactly was going on here, carefully watching every suspicious movement. The mages closed their eyes, unable to comprehend what had happened to him, and the dark-haired one suggested that the monster had completely taken over his mind, to which his partner immediately agreed. The protagonist only smiled mysteriously and exhaled heavily, trying to finally release the enormous tension that had accumulated during this battle. The action suddenly shifted to Aoki's spacious personal tent. The girl was sitting at the table, immersed in reading an old book, but suddenly froze, feeling someone's invisible and frightening presence behind her. She slowly closed the tome and listened to the heavy silence, thinking that an uninvited guest with very dangerous intentions had entered her personal tent. She walked across the room and asked if it was him again. The girl stood right in front of Kiritani, who asked if she had betrayed him, to which he received an affirmative answer. She sarcastically remarked that he was the only one who could get on people's nerves so much. The blue-eyed huntress became wary and asked what he wanted. Kiritani lowered his head, replying that he had already taken care of that, and now he was much more interested in their next step. Aoki stood in front of the guy and resentfully noted that he could at least have the decency to ask how she was doing. The girl hung her head dejectedly, and after a meaningful pause said that the first group was in fact no different from the third. She added that in any case, she would end up on the same team with top hunters, regardless of their guild. She assumed that only a few would be able to reach the second floor. The guy thoughtfully thought about the core of elite hunters who knew each other's abilities. Kiritani asked to be recommended for the main stage, as it was vital for him to get to the second floor of this extremely dangerous dungeon. He responded ironically to her words, saying that he considered them already close enough to ask, which only caused the girl to express sharp and entirely expected displeasure. The protagonist leaned slightly towards her and said that he would teach her the next move, and then asked if they could handle this challenge. The interlocutor took a step back in surprise, straightened up and sternly warned him not to expect anything, explaining that although she had the right to vote, it was not unlimited. If the recommendation turns out to be empty and not worthy of attention, the guild masters will simply reject it. The guy looked after her, saying that he didn't care. He emphasized that the fact of her recommendation itself was important, to which she dryly replied that she didn't need his flattery. A system screen appeared in front of the hero, and he decided to exchange 10 points for mana, noting that he did not see many abilities that he could use. At that moment, a notification about the Berserk skill popped up, but Kiritani dismissed the screen, admitting his inability to use it and noting that the rest of his powers remained the same. The action moved to the entrance to the second floor of a mysterious dungeon. The doctor worked hard to patch up the soldiers' wounds and encouraged them, saying that they only had to endure a little while longer. The protagonist looked back as his student was discussing how the first group fighting on the second floor seemed to have been attacked by the same monster. The commander stood in front of the squad and announced that the rest of the team would guard the first floor while the selected elite group would go to the second. The rank-and-file soldiers quickly began to distribute themselves among their positions, while experienced masters began to check the sharpness of their blades and the readiness of their magical artifacts before the assault. Kiritani looked at his student, who was curiously asking what strings he pulled, because no matter how cool he was, these people would never have taken him into the first squad. Aoki was dead serious. The hero simply said that he used his pass. He looked back and told the student to contact the guild if anything happened, noting that everyone there knew the girl, so the guy wouldn't get lost. To this, the student replied that he understood everything and asked the mentor to take care of himself. The man jumped up from his seat, instantly covering himself with a massive steel shield from the sudden danger. A huge rock fell straight from the sky, crushing everything in its path and causing the ground beneath the warrior's feet to shake from the powerful impact. The stern, bearded man made a titanic effort and successfully blocked this destructive rockfall, saving the lives of himself and his faithful comrades. A shining, magical vortex suddenly appeared on the stone floor, which began to rapidly draw the fragments of the destroyed rock into its center. A powerful explosion thundered, shaking everything around, but the brave warrior managed to parry this crushing attack in time with his heavy and reliable shield. The swordsman looked around and noticed that the power of these projectiles was several times greater than what was on the first floor, calling on everyone to be extremely careful. Bright energy spheres rushed towards the people at great speed, leaving behind glowing trails and causing severe distortions in the air. The entire squad immediately entered into a fierce battle, desperately trying to repel these incessant magical attacks with the help of swords and strong shields. The soldiers struggled to hold their positions under the fierce fire, realizing that the slightest mistake or a second's delay could cost each of them their lives. The protagonist looked away, not feeling any damage from these attacks, and thought that they had prepared so carefully, as if they had been specifically waiting for his arrival. Suddenly he noticed something strange nearby. A whole army of creepy creatures was moving straight towards the fighters. Someone shouted that the number of enemies far exceeded their expectations, the creatures' eyes gleaming ominously as they bared their sharp teeth. A multitude of shining spheres flew out from the holes in the main monster's body, filling the entire space around the warriors with deadly flashes of energy. The squad held their ground steadfastly, trying to survive the furious onslaught and protecting each other from the incessant barrage of magical projectiles. The swordsman rushed forward and shouted angrily that they were simply being mocked, because these monsters were 10 times stronger than all the enemies from the first floor. The guy repelled another attack and asked what they meant by a rank higher than S, adding that the International Association had clearly underestimated the level of threat. The warriors understood that they were locked in a deadly trap, where the only chance of salvation lay in a complete and unconditional victory over the monster. The stern, bearded man held out his heavy shield in front of him and thought with alarm that there was no way back, and any retreat had now become absolutely impossible. The commander raised his shield behind his back and decided that it was still a bit early, but he would still have to use the Alliance's technology. A bright energy suddenly flared above the entire squad, covering the frightened fighters with an incredibly powerful and shimmering protective dome. The magical barrier absorbed the brunt of the enemy spheres, allowing the warriors to gain a long-awaited respite and quickly regroup their forces. One of the men looked at his glowing hands, feeling his stamina and resistance soar to the limit. Kiritani clenched his fist, immediately recognizing the guildmaster's handwriting. The effect was impressive. The mages immediately took up positions. They understood that with such support from the captain, enemy projectiles no longer posed a threat to them. One of the mages grabbed his staff and erected an impenetrable wall of mana in front of the group. The monster's projectiles shattered against the barrier. The defense worked as it should. As the warriors rushed into battle, the support warned that there were only 30 seconds left before the next spell's cooldown. Seeing how well his allies worked together and how quickly the healers brought enraged fighters back to their senses, Kiritani noted the high level of the top players. He acknowledged that their teamwork was incredibly strong, allowing them to effectively contain the onslaught of monsters and minimize losses in the squad. At that moment, right behind him, with a vile grinding sound, a hideous creature suddenly grew, opening its toothy mouth for a deadly bite. Without turning around, the hero delivered one crushing blow with his sword, instantly cutting the insidious monster in half on the spot with one movement. The monster's remains fell heavily onto the cold stone, and the boy didn't even slow down, continuing to control the situation on the battlefield. He moved into the thick of it, realizing that the monsters had changed tactics and abandoned ranged combat. With 2 lightning-fast attacks, he sent a couple more enemies to the next world. The young man confidently walked forward, sweeping away absolutely all the monsters in his path and leaving no chance for those who dared to block his path to his goal. Suddenly, a huge, gigantic monster appeared before him, opening its terrifying mouth wide and letting out a deafening scream that shook the walls of the ancient hall. The boy paused for a moment, and his long sword suddenly flared with a bright blue aura. The sharp, clawed paw of the huge monster almost grabbed his shoulder, but the guy in the blink of an eye went behind the enemy, deftly avoiding a direct collision. He thrust his blade deep into the monster's massive body with lightning speed, causing it to roar in unbearable pain. The creature immediately began to convulse in death throes, quickly becoming covered in a vile green liquid. The hero behaved completely cold-bloodedly, as if he was not facing a mortally dangerous threat, but only an annoying nuisance that did not deserve his close attention. When the next furious monster attacked him, he simply thrust his hand forward, blocking the enemy's powerful blow with his bare hands. Another monster approached him from behind, but the young man reacted instantly, plunging his sharp blade into it and interrupting the enemy's sudden attack. The hero touched the defeated monster with his fingers, and the system immediately issued a message about the activation of the special ability Hand of Death, which had a fairly high B rank. As soon as he removed his hand, the soldiers around him began to look at each other in complete bewilderment. One of them said skeptically that it was some kind of joke, and the other added that he thought the guy got into the elite squad only thanks to Aoki's connections. While they were chatting, Kiritani rushed across the battlefield like a whirlwind, destroying every enemy in his path. One of the fighters watched this massacre closely, realizing that mowing down so many enemies single-handedly was no longer just a matter of talent. Lifeless bodies fell rapidly onto the damp ground, drenching everything around with thick blood. Soon the squad stood at the crossing. Someone announced that the second floor was cleared and it was time to move to the third. Aoki approached Kiritani from behind and noticed that he more than lived up to her recommendation. The hero merely replied that this was his fee for entering the group. The girl silently stared ahead, lost in her thoughts. The commander, placing his hands on his hips, confirmed with satisfaction that he had not expected anything else from Aoki's protege. The captain examined the piles of corpses while one of the women discussed why the second floor was larger than the first. He suggested that the dungeon was shaped like a pyramid, with the levels increasing in size the further down they went. Aoki noted that they completed the sortie much faster than scheduled, but the commander ordered them not to relax. The guy suddenly frowned and looked away, sensing something was wrong. The soldiers at the monster corpses also began to wonder what was going on. At that moment, everything started to move. Powerful explosions thundered underfoot, and the fighters, screaming, rushed to run towards the third floor. Aoki froze on the wide staircase right in front of the guy, peering intently into his calm and completely unperturbed face. She called out to the hero warily, wanting to know the reason for the delay, but he only frowned and coldly said that he would definitely catch up with them later. He sat down quite calmly on the corpse of one of the fallen enemies, demonstrating complete indifference to the chaos and screams of the soldiers running behind him. Behind the hero, lifeless bodies of defeated monsters piled up. Kiritani ordered the hidden enemy to come out quickly as his patience was running out. The creature only grinned maliciously in response, asking again if the guy had really noticed it. The enemy reluctantly admitted that the hero had simply amazing powers of observation, which allowed him to instantly unravel even the most cunning and secretive plan. Kiritani stood in front of the monster and asked him directly who he was, noting that he had been watching them from the very entrance to the second floor. The magician only confirmed his guess. It turns out that Kiritani had been leading him from the very beginning. The mage clapped his hands mockingly, delighted at being discovered, and remarked that he hadn't realized at first how masterful the boy was with mana spells. The hero frowned, realizing that before him was not an amateur like the squad captain, but a true pro in the magical arts. Kiritani moved towards the enemy, while the latter was arguing that the guy's technique was still far from ideal. He added that the reason for this was probably something important, and he was extremely curious about who his mentor was. The hero looked ahead coldly and asked if he really seriously expected to get an answer. The opponent simply waved his hand, stating that the guy had no choice anyway. At that very moment, powerful streams of pure magic rushed towards the swordsman at enormous speed, distorting space with their frantic and blinding radiance. Kiritani tensed, realizing that this was an incredibly powerful shockwave, and this mage stood head and shoulders above anyone he had ever met before. The enemy's eyes were shining madly. He enjoyed this defiance, believing that otherwise the battle would be too boring. The hero gripped the weapon's handle tightly and asked what could be interesting about all this. The opponent's hand was instantly engulfed in magical flames, and he replied with a grin that it was a good question. The magician unfurled a massive magic circle above himself and haughtily asked the boy if he understood what he was up against. The next moment, the darkness of the gloomy dungeon was illuminated by a blindingly bright beam of energy, carrying colossal destructive power. Kiritani instantly activated his best ability and deftly dodged the direct attack. A look of obvious bewilderment appeared on the magical enemy's face, as he had absolutely not expected to see such honed skills and such an incredible reaction from a human. There was a powerful explosion, leaving behind a giant crater. But the guy stood nearby completely unharmed and fully prepared to continue the fight. The enraged sorcerer shouted from a rocky outcrop that mana was only within the power of a select few, and sarcastically asked if the hero had really considered defeating him such an easy task. He assumed a fighting stance and said that he would leave the boy something to think about before he died, even though he was going to die today anyway. Enormous wings suddenly opened behind the enemy's back, and he lamented the injustice, as luck had abandoned him immediately after this encounter. Kiritani froze in his tracks, instantly recognizing those magical mana wings. The wizard, enveloped in energy, only confirmed the hero's suspicions. Only the long-eared and fairies possessed such individual skills. This finally convinced Kiritani that the stranger was directly connected to his past life. The hero stretched his arms, realizing that he had finally found a real clue from his past. He stood up, his sword flashing with a blinding light. The enemy, meanwhile, formed a magic sphere in his hand and grinned, declaring that there was no point in pretending to be a tough guy anymore. A hail of red-hot energy cores rained down on the boy, and Kiritani shot out of the heat cloud that resulted from a series of powerful explosions. He rose into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing counterattack. The enemy only smirked, throwing out that the attacks of an ordinary simpleton who only knew how to swing a sword would not cause him any harm. There was a deafening roar, and the massive stone block shattered into small pieces, filling the entire area with a thick cloud of dust and sharp fragments. The winged mage dropped to the ground, continuing his attack, and urged the hero to try harder, as it would be boring if everything ended so quickly. He noted that his opponent was one of those who knew how to seize the right moment and instantly exploit the slightest weakness to gain a decisive advantage. The mage hovered high above the battlefield, continually showering everything around him with deadly magical spheres. Another explosion sent debris flying in all directions. The hero figured that he had already figured out the enemy's general attack pattern and it was time to end it. Kiritani rushed into a frontal attack. He activated the Berserk ability, and a system notification immediately appeared before his eyes. With one powerful blow, the young man completely destroyed the enemy's energy shield, after which he made a sharp lunge forward, and the distance between him and the magician instantly decreased. The hero raised his sword for the decisive blow, and the huge steel blade was already looming before the sorcerer's face. The enemy was clearly not pleased with this turn of events, as his vaunted magic proved powerless against this swift attack. Kiritani attacked, a powerful explosion occurred, and the magician watched in horror. The guy noticed that the enemy's magical projectiles and wings were clearly a mixture of long-eared and fairy techniques. Kiritani looked away and thought to himself what a terrifying combination of strength and madness his current opponent represented. The enemy furiously directed the spheres forward and ordered the hero to immediately stop grinning so insolently in the face of imminent death. Kiritani jumped to the side and a powerful explosion thundered right in front of him. The opponent's hands were filled with magic again, and he mockingly asked if the guy seriously thought he was capable of repelling his attacks. A powerful energy vortex rapidly swirled around the mage, and the fighter peered into it, trying to anticipate the enemy's next dangerous move. The hero covered himself with his hand, realizing that the time had come to take countermeasures. At that moment, images of fairies hovering above the forest and the knowledge that the 8 races had their own unique methods of creating mana came to mind. For example, the fairy race owned Talon, and the Long-Ears used the Siesta spell. The fighter looked away, remembering that the 8 races shared their vision through special methods of magical spells. Improving their skills allowed them to resist the powers of the Overlord, which was the original purpose of creating mana magic. Gripping the handle tightly, the boy realized that thanks to the mana he had received, he had finally been able to awaken the abilities of his past life in this world and carry out their reanimation. Kiritani tensed up, preparing to give it his all as a magic circle flared up in front of him. A shining halo appeared above the boy's head, and his entire body was enveloped in powerful energy. The winged enemy extended his arms forward, preparing to strike, and shouted that he would unleash the full force of his mana reserves on him. Powerful explosions thundered around the hero, shaking the earth, but he continued to stand completely unwavering, ignoring the deadly fragments of stone flying from all sides. He swung, putting all his accumulated power into this movement, and prepared to deliver a crushing blow that could once and for all end the protracted duel. The enemy's eyes widened in shock, and a primal terror instantly froze in them in the face of the incredible power that he had so rashly decided to awaken in the hero. The enemy desperately erected a shimmering spherical barrier in front of himself, sincerely hoping to save himself from imminent death. The blow pierced the shield, and the released energy destroyed the floor of the dungeon. Kiritani noticed that the enemy had made a mistake. He should have dodged instead of trying to defend himself. The wizard stared at him, asking him what he had just said. The blade finally shattered the barrier, leaving a gaping crack in it. A powerful explosion thundered, brightly illuminating the darkness of the gloomy dungeon. Kiritani stood at the very edge of the crater and looked down at the aftermath of his attack. Suddenly, the young man felt a sharp weakness, spitting out scarlet blood. He realized that his strength was beginning to leave him. The fighter slowly approached the wounded creature, which was moaning heavily and painfully. The hero stood right in front of him and calmly declared that now they could finally have a normal conversation. The magician looked at the enemy, trying to understand what had happened and what power was hidden behind the halo above the guy's head. He continued to mutter that mana spells belonged only to their people. Suddenly, there was a loud sound and blood splattered in all directions. Kiritani struck quickly and ordered the enemy to shut up, reminding him that he was the one asking the questions here. The guy looked down at his opponent, imperiously demanding that he immediately name the one who dared to challenge him. The wounded magician slowly raised his bloody head, with difficulty focusing his clouded gaze on the figure of the victor. The hero's sword was instantly engulfed in a furious flame, and he promised to give his enemy a painful death if he continued to persist in hiding the truth about his masters. The magician quietly stated his name. The hero remained calm, feverishly thinking that he had never heard this name in his past life, and whether it was worth remembering at all. The swordsman stood over his victim and asked him point-blank what his motives were and how he had even learned the secrets of mana magic. In response to this, the insidious enemy merely remained silent, not wanting to give out valuable information to his opponent. Kiritani swung his arm, angrily asking why he had not yet heard a clear answer to his question. The magician watched him and suddenly froze in indescribable horror, unable to move under the warrior's heavy gaze. The fighter frowned, realizing that his opponent was most likely bound by some secret magical non-disclosure agreement. The enemy looked at the swordsman as he uttered strange and incomprehensible words: Ezin, idea, and reboot. The hero asked if he recognized any of these important concepts, but in response, he saw only genuine bewilderment and heard incoherent muttering. Kiritani realized that even though this guy was using long ear magic, he knew absolutely nothing about keywords. The hero said that it was no longer so important, and demanded to immediately tell how exactly he ended up in this place. The magician replied that he himself did not know the truth, since he had simply come for his partner, who wanted to test his abilities. He added that he only met the guy at the behest of his partner, which made Kiritani ask who this mysterious puppeteer was. Kiritani inquired about the essence of the skills test, but the mage only hung his head dejectedly and fell silent again. His sword flared up again with a furious flame, while the boy loudly protested what kind of stupid games of silence this was. The magician stared at the weapon in horror and began babbling that he wanted to help the hero, inviting him to join their organization as soon as possible. Kiritani pointed his sword at his victim and coldly replied that he had no intention of joining this suspicious club of murderers. The enraged mage ordered the boy to moderate his ardor due to the presence of more terrible monsters in the clan. But before he could finish speaking, the young man decapitated the enemy with a flick of his wrist. Kiritani stared at the information screen as notifications about leveling up and acquiring a new skill, Mana Bombardment, popped up. The hero studied the screen, noting with annoyance that this seemed to be the only reward, although he had hoped to extract at least some knowledge from the enemy. New system windows appeared in front of him. He stared at the notification where the X rank was displayed, and thought that the information update indicated that the skill level was initially high. He suggested that this achievement could be directly related to his past life. Suddenly, the guy looked into the distance and noticed something strange. Mysterious fragments began to fall into space, as if tearing apart the very fabric of reality in this world. The entire forest around was instantly engulfed in furious flames. Kishida looked at the approaching energy in horror and shouted that since the alarm had gone off on the first floor, it meant a rift had opened. Kiritani stood next to the fighter and told him to calm down while asking where Aoki was now. He pointed to the mountain that was absorbing the endless explosions and replied that she was fighting there. The hero frowned, realizing that the dangerous boss of the third floor was already emerging straight from this rift, threatening to destroy all living things with its transcendental and dark power. The army of monsters was rapidly approaching the people. The captain commanded the survivors to immediately take up combat positions. Kiritani looked at the mountain and ordered the destruction of the enemies, noting that they could handle the guild. The student only asked with concern what the mentor himself would do during this time. The hero turned around and said that he would personally go for the boss's head. The mountain began to collapse, and magical spheres rushed towards the warriors with a wild whistle. The soldiers raised their shields, and someone cried out in despair how it was possible to stop such a force. People looked at the core, and one of the fighters compared the complexity of what was happening to a large-scale natural disaster. The squad tried to dodge while the commander gave the order to retreat due to the approaching new wave. Spheres fell like hail to the ground, destroying everything in their path. The cries of the wounded hung in the air, and suddenly a powerful electrical discharge flashed in the sky. Aoki struck, instantly destroying the looming threat, and froze in her fighting stance, realizing that the continuous attacks were preventing her from getting close to the enemy. The girl clenched her teeth, wishing with all her heart that Kiritani would be here soon. The hero appeared silently behind her and calmly asked if she had any problems. She smiled with relief, genuinely glad that he was okay. The guy jumped off the ledge and suggested postponing the conversation until later, after clarifying the current situation. She replied that the core of the dungeon was hidden deep inside this huge creature. The mountain was filled with holes. The girl explained that the creature was motionless, but created a powerful barrage of attacks, not letting them get close. While the partners deftly dodged the projectiles, Kiritani called for the creature to be finished off. The girl declared that only she was capable of inflicting truly serious damage on the monster. The hero raised his head and confidently declared that together they would definitely cope, because their combined power was capable of crushing any enemy standing in the way of the exit from the floor. Aoki smiled and asked if the guy had any good plan. Kiritani swung his sword, replying that his plan was very simple. They needed to cut up everything that got in their way. The girl rushed into the attack, realizing that she needed to pave the way to the core at any cost. The monster opened its toothy mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Deadly spheres rained down on the blue-haired warrior. Energy began to rapidly accumulate at the tip of her weapon, scattering around in bright sparks. She swung her sword with force, intending to parry the enemy's attack. There was a powerful blow, and the magical spheres shattered into small pieces. She was already close to the target. Powerful lightning discharges began to form around her body, blindingly illuminating the entire space around this terrible creature. Aoki raised her hammer, estimating that there were about 50 meters left to the target. She slammed the handle down on the ground, causing a massive explosion. A furious whirlwind of her own energy swirled around her. An energy beam rose above the surface and rushed in a bright stream into the green substance. The monster's armor was pierced, and pieces of flesh mixed with liquid flew in all directions. The girl stood up again, realizing that the core was hidden somewhere else. The monster bared its teeth, and its upper part looked seriously damaged. Aoki then slammed her weapon into the ground with force, and the tip of her long spear instantly lengthened. Kiritani rushed into the attack, deciding to deal with everything on his own. The guy instantly invested all his free points into mana. At that very moment, a notification popped up that his mana reserve was now 180 units. He swung his sword and appeared right in front of the monster, the blade slamming into the substance with tremendous force, generating a shockwave and launching mana bombardment. A bright flash illuminated everything around with a bright light, and the system immediately confirmed the activation of a powerful and incredibly destructive skill. The hero thrust the sharp blade even deeper into the enemy, and the creature's entire body was instantly enveloped in a very dense and dark cloud of mana. Magical energy began to rapidly destroy the monster's structure from within. The powerful impact caused the monster's insides to literally explode, spewing out fountains of liquid. The explosion filled the entire space, throwing pieces of flesh and blood into the air, and a message about a level increase appeared before my eyes. Meanwhile, breaking news was playing on the phone screen. Kishida looked at his mentor and noticed that he was now being called a hero for stopping Magnus, and people were finally recognizing his achievements. To this, Kiritani asked with a smile whether the boy himself was among the skeptics, and the student inquired in response as to why the teacher was still sulking over such old grievances. The hero himself thought that fame was nice, but this time he received a much more important reward. His level jumped to 42, and an S-rank ability appeared in his arsenal. The magical stones emitted a bright, cold light. They hovered above the hall where mysterious figures sat on thrones. The blonde said contemptuously that Butterfly was dead. All he did was chat and mess around. One of those present asked if she was trying to blame him for everything. The girl only smiled mysteriously, answering that it all started because of Leo, who himself provoked Butterfly. The man slammed his hand down on the tabletop and noticed that they had only mentioned someone else who had mastered the mana spell technique. He looked at his interlocutor, claiming that he was acting for the good of his comrades. But the woman in the dragon mask said that he was only pretending, wanting to eliminate a competitor. Raven intervened in the dispute, supporting Dragon and noting that the incident with Butterfly looked too suspicious. The man leaned forward, insisting that the incident was entirely due to his own carelessness. His hand was enveloped in energy. The stranger reminded the others of their involvement, as they themselves had turned away from him when the results began to differ. The eyes on the mask gleamed ominously with a cold light, and Lev only silently looked away, not wanting to continue this difficult conversation and show his true feelings. The Faceless One informed those present that he was already aware of the events, adding that Lev had committed an act that should never have been committed under any circumstances. The interlocutor objected, explaining that mana spells were their main source of power, and anyone who mastered the same method must be immediately destroyed. But before he could finish speaking, dark energy began to creep across the floor, and he quickly asked everyone to forget about it, admitting that he now fully realized the seriousness of the situation. The members of the meeting sat around the table while the man discussed the dependence on mana, emphasizing that one cannot rely on it alone, as technology could soon catch up. Knowing this, he provoked one of them, which ultimately led to a tragic death. Leo visibly trembled. The man rose from his chair and began to justify himself, saying that he had not incited Butterfly at all. He recalled that Butterfly's abilities were incredibly strong, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Pausing, he admitted that he had not expected such an outcome. The Faceless One interrupted him with a gesture and noted that the enemy could very well be of the SSS-Rank, but he emphasized that the enemy was acting alone. The torch dimly illuminated the space. The man asked if anyone seriously believed that one person would become a threat to them. Leo only frowned, saying that he did not consider this enemy capable of something like that. The leader slammed his staff down on the floor, declaring that this was his subordinate's last chance. Stones began to fall from the ceiling when he ordered Leo to take full responsibility and personally settle the matter. The Faceless One added that until the task was completed, the entrance to Eden would be closed to him. At this time, the winged creatures rushed forward, destroying everything in their path. The Queen's army completely wiped Olan off the face of the earth. 8 races fought shoulder to shoulder, putting their lives on the line. But after the battle, only pitiful fragments and stones remained of the world. The monster lay lifeless on the ground, a reminder of how the race of dead souls sacrificed their bodies in the First War. The giant turtle was smashing everything around, scattering soldiers, while a voice was heard telling of the next war. That time, Raven disabled the core of the ancient dragon race, causing them to go mad and begin committing suicide en masse. The Faceless One continued to talk about how the goddess idea was in the midst of the chaos, and the current situation only continued to escalate with each passing minute. The monster roamed the battlefield with blazing eyes, and it was said that the horrors were not over, for the betrayal of 3 of the monster race had sparked a 3rd war. It was said that the first thing the guy had to do was rid his people of traitors. The dark-haired hero mowed down his enemies with a single swing, recalling the times when he was sincerely considered a true god of the sword. The sphere illuminated the room, after which a notification popped up about receiving Magnus's skill. Kiritani found this to be a pretty good result for a first time. The hero brought the magic ball to his lips, intending to absorb it and take its power for himself. The room was filled with bright light, and the guy's hair literally stood on end from the excess of energy that surged through him. A screen with characteristics appeared in front of him while he was thinking. The phone on the table vibrated, accepting an incoming call from an unknown subscriber. Kiritani picked up the phone, noting to himself that everything had moved much faster than he had originally expected. Agawa looked around, watching Kiritani leave the building. The guy asked her not to overexert herself with training and to save her strength. He reminded that although the allergy to mana has passed, the body is still in the process of recovery. The girl clutched the towel and assured her that she felt fine, as it had only been a light jog. She added that now her physical shape is even better than it was before the illness. She handed him the phone, saying that she almost forgot to ask if it was all true. A video of him and Aoki was playing on the smartphone screen, where they were called the most talked about couple. Their relationship was a roller coaster of emotions, as even during their joint raid on Magnus's cradle, they demonstrated perfect teamwork. The video was published on one of the hunters' channels, and it claimed that their relationship began at the moment of the moon splitting. Kiritani calmly replied that she herself knew the value of these rumors. Agawa looked away and smiled mysteriously, clearly hiding some of her true thoughts. She put her hands behind her back and asked what kind of girls he liked, to which the guy briefly replied, "Not problematic ones." Immediately after this, he added that it was time for him to go and headed towards the exit. The girl closed her eyes, and a barely noticeable tear appeared on her cheek. The major sat at a table under an outdoor umbrella, deeply immersed in her thoughts. Kiritani pulled out his chair and noticed that she didn't take off her uniform even on weekends. Noting how incredibly busy she was, the girl replied that criminals don't care about the calendar when they're planning their next crime, and the lady looked ahead and asked him how that very case was going. She explained that, as he had predicted, new clues had emerged during the investigation. An image of a hovering ring had appeared in the space before them, and she had told them about the discovery of the bracelet. This artifact was necessary to neutralize the force suppressors, but its technology was a decade ahead of all local developments. Kiritani asked whether this meant a high probability of intervention by representatives of other states. The girl stated that she was almost certain of this. The circle of suspects was narrowed down to 3 foreigners. The investigator listed that the first on the list was Boris from the northern continent. He was rumored to be conducting extremely dangerous experiments, and the second suspect was a professor from China known for his connections to illegal businesses. She mentioned the last candidate from the strongest power, who never appears in public. This man is obsessed only with research, so there is practically no information about him. Kiritani stated that they were faced with a group of a madman, a criminal, and a mad scientist, and he thought that if her information was correct, then one of these 3 was definitely behind the creation of the bracelet. Kiritani slammed his cup down on the table and asked if she was sure about this man. The girl simply asked the guy in response if he understood that she was not his personal detective. He lowered his head, noting that Tachibana was much more professional than any detective. The major put her hand to her forehead and exhaled wearily, admitting that she understood everything perfectly. There was a tablet on the table, and someone's voice was angrily asking how they could have failed the task again. The guy asked if this was too strict, since it was incredibly difficult to check his results. Kiritani coldly replied that he needed only elite fighters and nothing more. The student stared at the screen, grumbling that he had no desire to be part of a guild that only had 2 members. He reminded his mentor that he had not been so selective when he accepted him. Kiritani looked away, thinking about the boy's obvious talent for using mana. He didn't mention it on purpose, so that he wouldn't become arrogant and realize how few people in the world actually possessed mana magic. Kiritani asked if anyone else had signed up for an interview. The student replied that they were done for the day, but a stately blonde was already waiting in the hallway. The student did not hide his admiration, noting out loud that the girl was simply incredibly beautiful. Kiritani looked at her and apologized, informing her that the interview was officially over for the day. The girl just smiled sweetly, replying that she knew about it perfectly well and that was why she came so late. She handed over a business card and introduced herself as a hunter from America's Global Administration. Kiritani walked past, saying he wasn't interested, but she called out to him again, causing him to stop and listen to her important message. Michelle turned around, explaining that she had not come to lure them to her, but to officially transfer the hunters to their disposal. The hero looked away thoughtfully, realizing that she wanted to recommend American fighters to him. The blonde sat down opposite him and explained that a hunter's income depended on rank, not nationality. The global market is moving to a national level, as some want to test their strength, while others are exploring guilds, which is why they chose to move here. She held out the tablet, claiming that there was a lot of money being placed on his organization. Kiritani studied the screen, pondering the illegality of the process of recruiting foreigners. He narrowed his eyes, noticing a man with a special resume on the list, who was an S-rank healer who could also become an attacker if necessary. The hero showed this resume, and the girl realized that he was talking about Finn. She noted that the guy became a hunter immediately after he was completely cured of his allergy to mana. Kiritani froze for a moment, finding it extremely odd that there were so many experienced healers on the list, and that they seemed so uncannily aware of his personal needs. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly could have given them such detailed information about his condition, since he always tried to keep his weaknesses a closely guarded secret. Kiritani then smiled contentedly, appreciating her high competence, and politely asked her to immediately arrange a meeting with the candidate who interested him so much. The phone suddenly vibrated, and the girl announced that there was no longer any need to arrange a special meeting. The guy clutched the mobile phone tightly in his hand and asked with obvious bewilderment what exactly she meant by this strange and unexpected statement. The white-haired guy was already confidently walking towards the door. The girl admitted that he had arrived with her. Kiritani was in the office. He introduced himself and greeted the new guest very politely. The guy sat down next to Michelle and said that he was also sincerely glad to meet her. The student stared at him and blurted out that he would give 1 extra vote for her acceptance into the team. The hero noted that the guest was changing guilds, although he looked quite respectable. Finn looked straight ahead and declared that he had outgrown the level of his previous guild and was therefore looking for a more promising place. Kiritani placed the tablet on the table and noted that the guy's voice sounded very confident, although the real reason was probably different. He put his hand to his chest and asked the guest directly if he felt a constant, excruciating pain there. The young man froze and tried to find out how he guessed, but he was unable to finish his sentence. The boy instantly remembered that terrible feeling when his body seemed to be completely engulfed in a furious flame. The hero explained that there was a persistent pain pulsing in the boy's chest, which only became stronger as his rank increased. He added that Finn had visited many different guilds but had not found a solution to his serious problem. A simple conclusion emerged from this. The healer's own abilities were not able to alleviate this internal agony. Finn asked hopefully if the swordsman knew a cure, to which he received an affirmative answer. The boy looked away, and everyone present instantly became wary as Kiritani coldly announced that this interview was officially over. He stood up from his seat and said that it was time to move on to the practical part of the test. Michelle stood next to the guy and worriedly asked if he was okay, reminding him that Kiritani was an incredibly experienced and dangerous attacker. She added that, as the chief healer, it would be extremely difficult for him to confront such an opponent in a direct confrontation. Kiritani stood in the middle of the hall and confidently declared that he is a man who always keeps his word and is responsible for what he says. The guy turned around, adding that in any case he still had to officially sign this contract. Finn asked if he could use his weapon in the fight, and the hero replied that the fight would end too quickly, so the choice of equipment did not matter. The next second there was a swift and sharp forward movement. The healer quickly closed the distance, swinging for a strike. The guy continued to furiously attack his strong opponent, delivering crushing, wide, sweeping blows. Each of his attacks was filled with incredible power, forcing Kiritani to retreat hastily. But the hero easily dodged, and at that moment the heavy sword fell to the ground with a crash. Finn looked away in confusion, realizing that his opponent had just tossed his weapon aside. Kiritani had a death grip on his collar, giving him no chance to maneuver or escape. The guy stared tensely at his opponent, waiting for the next move, which did not take long to come. The hero threw the young man to the side with great force, causing him to hit the cold floor painfully, bounce several times, and crash into a stone wall at full speed. This crushing blow caused a dull crunch to resound throughout the hall, and deep cracks immediately began to appear across the hard surface of the masonry. Breathing heavily, the healer looked forward and admitted that he had never even heard of such an ability before. The floor beneath him was completely shattered. Kiritani only casually remarked that it was just a light and friendly push. The candidate hung his head dejectedly. At that moment, a notification popped up about the activation of his super regeneration ability. He charged again, thinking that he really had hit the jackpot in life. A powerful and crushing blow had almost reached Kiritani, promising to destroy everything in its path in an instant and not leave even a wet spot of the hero. However, the guy only slightly shifted his body to the side, demonstrating incredible reaction and allowing the enemy's destructive energy to rush past him. There was a deafening explosion, and fragments of stones and dust flew in all directions at a furious speed. Kiritani dodged the attack and noted that the boy's fighting style was clearly shaped by hunting large bosses in dangerous high-ranking dungeons. He realized that the habit of swinging his weapon widely had become a lingering skill for Finn, after which the hero delivered a swift kick to the enemy. But the guy managed to block in time, grinning predatorily and quickly forming an incredibly strong magical barrier of pure energy in front of himself. Kiritani looked back, assessing the mana shield and acknowledging that his opponent in this duel truly had excellent and truly rare reaction speed. He lowered his leg, instantly noticing that the barrier's use had left his opponent's upper body extremely unstable and open to another attack. The boy watched the approaching fist with horror, realizing that the enemy was aiming precisely at the most vulnerable and unprotected place. In desperation, he tried to summon the magical barrier again, but the hero's powerful fist passed through the shield and crashed at full speed right into his jaw. The crushing blow caused the enemy's head to jerk back sharply, and he fell to the ground, finally losing all control over his seething mana. His hammer suddenly glowed brightly, activating a dangerous ability to summon magical infection to strike the target. Kiritani calmly crossed his arms in front of the boy, who was already preparing to deliver his next crushing blow in this furious fight. He looked at his hand, realizing that this magical power was stimulating tissue growth to infect the body, and found this effect quite curious. Finn smiled broadly, warning that if Kiritani did not pull himself together and surrender now, he would very bitterly regret the dire consequences. He added that the infection was a rapidly growing tumor that could not be easily gotten rid of, at which point a terrible growth appeared on Kiritani's neck. The hero realized that the infection had spread to the thyroid gland, and realized that this skill was a dark reflection of the gift of diagnosing and healing people. The guy just smiled calmly, and at that very moment, all the defects and terrible tumors on his body dissolved without a trace under the influence of superior force. Finn narrowed his eyes in complete bewilderment and asked in a trembling voice how this was even possible. Kiritani swung, praising his opponent for his excellent attack, but emphasized that all these techniques were still just the most ordinary and run-of-the-mill abilities. The action moved to the guild premises, where Finn officially and in front of all witnesses admitted his complete and unconditional defeat. He lowered his head and asked if Kiritani could use the same unique method to relieve him of his eternal pain, and immediately received the long-awaited confirmation. The hero noted the boy's keen intellect and sincerely acknowledged his outstanding strength, offering to immediately move on to signing an official work contract. The guy smiled happily, anticipating a quick and final deliverance from his exhausting, many-year-long torment and mental suffering. Michelle carefully studied the text of the presented contract and suddenly demanded that it stop immediately, noticing extremely suspicious terms. She objected to the clause that the guild was not obligated to monitor the leakage of personal data and called the 10-year commitment a real tyranny. To this, Finn calmly replied that everything was in perfect order, after which he decisively signed his name with a flourish. They exchanged a firm handshake. The hero greeted the newcomer, to which he promised to call Kiritani his master from now on. The contract remained on the table, and Kiritani suggested they drop the unnecessary formalities and simply call him Finn, to which his interlocutor readily agreed. Kushida introduced himself with a smile, called the young man's sister, and asked his new comrade not to hesitate to ask him for any help he needed. Finn suddenly flared up, demanding that they not pay attention to him in such a way, and declared for everyone to hear that he, the guy. The student froze in complete bewilderment and muttered that, no matter how you look at it, the newcomer looked exactly like a pretty girl. Kiritani crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that the core of the team was finally assembled, and now all that was left for them to do was to get tougher in real battles. Meanwhile, someone at the Japan Hunters Association was anxiously asking whether the information they had received was reliable. The creator of the power limiter sat at the table and announced that in exactly 1 week, an extremely dangerous monster was expected to appear. The manager ordered an immediate gathering of the best craftsmen to suppress the impending threat. Finn pressed his hand to his chest, noting with genuine delight that he now felt simply amazing and full of energy. Thanks to his perfect control over the circulation of mana, he was able to finally get rid of the debilitating pain in his body that had lasted for many years. The hero noticed that overconfidence often caused people to miss simple solutions to problems, and he strictly ordered Finn to keep this information secret, to which he replied that he had already heard about similar research, which is now being actively carried out by the widely known Professor Steve. Kiritani turned around abruptly and asked again if this man was really studying a method that was strikingly similar to his unique mana magic. However, superiority is the pinnacle and foundation of the techniques of the 8 great races, so such power cannot be achieved through science alone. Kiritani closed his eyes and suggested moving on to the next stage. The student stood frozen in shock before the monster, and the healer shouted loudly at Kushida not to even dare to dodge the enemy's coming blow. Kushida only snapped back indignantly at this harsh demand, considering such tactics madness and an unjustified risk to his own life. Meanwhile, the huge and terrifying monster continued to slowly approach the young people, shaking the surface of the earth with its heavy steps. The spears collided with a loud crash, and a thick cloud of gray dust instantly rose from the ground. The student gripped the shafts tightly, and at that very moment, a notification popped up about the successful activation of the duality principle. Kiritani stood behind the fighter, noting with satisfaction that his protege had finally fully mastered his new strength. The boy looked forward resolutely and made a powerful, swift swing with his heavy weapon, concentrating all his accumulated rage in this movement. He dealt a crushing blow to the massive creature, causing it to let out a blood-curdling roar of unbearable agony that echoed throughout the area. The monster staggered violently from this furious attack, and thick blood gushed from the deep wound on its body. Experiencing wild pain, the monster grabbed the guy's limb, and scarlet blood instantly splashed across his protective armor. Finn pointed his heavy hammer towards the threat and asked in his heart who this reckless fool was. The bloody limb was immediately completely restored. The fighter cried out in delight, not hiding his sincere admiration. Kishida looked back and praised his partner for his excellent support, noting the high level of his skill. He attacked the enemy again, and the powerful fall of the carcass sent clouds of thick dust rising in all directions. The doctor swung decisively, not taking his gaze off the eerie creature. With one powerful blow, the guy cut his opponent's body exactly in half. Kishida threw his fingers up in victory and declared that he was born to be a great attacker, but his teammate told him to stop talking nonsense. He demanded that she stop making stupid mistakes, ordering her to shut up and promising not to waste any effort on healing him next time. Kiritani gripped his sword tightly, thinking that high-ranking guilds usually spent much more time preparing for Class A. However, thanks to their excellent synchronization, the three of them managed to cope playfully, and the master decided that the training could officially be concluded for today. Finn noted the strangeness of this dungeon, and Kiritani clarified what exactly seemed suspicious to him, to which the guy replied that in America, monsters of this class were significantly weaker. The healer added that such anomalies began to occur everywhere due to the imminent appearance of a legendary monster. Kishida anxiously asked what kind of monster it was that such frightening rumors were circulating about. They explained to him that the first such monster appeared only 20 years after the very first rift in human history. Finn wondered how long it takes for rifts to open in this country. Kiritani pondered the exact answer, lowering his head, remembering that officially it had been going on for 11 years, although in fact it had already been 12. Agawa, ladle in hand, joyfully congratulated the guy on his return and asked what exactly she should cook for him for dinner today. He looked at her and asked if it was too early to eat, and then asked where she had even managed to dig up that apron. The girl asked not to pay attention to this, and added that a very important visitor had come to see the hero. The guy asked who exactly she was calling a guest, to which he immediately received a very comprehensive answer. Aoki stated that since he did not keep his promise, she decided to come to his house herself. The sister went into the kitchen, wishing them a pleasant conversation and promising to do the cooking, for which the guest politely thanked her. Kiritani put his hand to his temple and admitted that he had no idea his interlocutor was so incredibly sociable. The partner noticed that Agawa looked very young, although they turned out to be the same age, and called her a very friendly girl. The girl carefully placed the mug on the saucer, and a short pause hung in the room. Kiritani revealed that she was a relative of his close teammate who died tragically during the incident. The windows of the house emitted a warm light. The guest admitted that this news came as a complete surprise to her. She didn't expect that such a kind person was hidden behind the stern appearance. Her hands stretched out, palm up, and bright lightning bolts ran across her fingers. Mana rushed towards the cup, swirling a powerful energy vortex around it. The guy stated that she had finally learned. Aoki pointed to the result, explaining that she had achieved success immediately after realizing the essence of the method in the battle with Magnus. She found it strange that she hadn't understood such simple things before. Kiritani approvingly clapped his hands, praising her high level. The girl asked not to laugh at her and reminded her of the need to fulfill her promise. The notebook fell on the table with a dull sound. Kiritani folded his arms, thinking about the fact that the notebook didn't mention anything about mana sorcery, as it only covered the most basic principles. The dark-haired warrior looked down, thought for a moment, and tightly clutched the notebook she had received in her hands. She stated that a personal duel would be far more useful than dry theory, and expressed a passionate desire to learn from him directly. Kiritani reminded her that she still looked like a student, to which she readily agreed. Aoki suddenly looked at her phone. The guy worriedly asked what happened. The smartphone screen was lit up with alarming notifications about the arrival of that same legendary monster. Kiritani thought hard about the creature that had appeared in the prefecture, realizing that events were moving too fast. Aoki said goodbye to the hero's sister, informing her that she would immediately head to the enemy's location, and thanked Agawa for the delicious tea. The owner of the house suggested that she definitely drop by again, at which time Kiritani had already contacted Kishido to confirm his current location. The partner replied that he was just heading to the guild base and asked if the master had seen the emergency notice from the association. The hero examined the phone screen and confirmed the receipt of the data, realizing that the presence of all guild masters was now a mandatory requirement. The door swung open and Agawa called out to her departing brother, interrupting his preparations with a short cry. She folded her arms across her chest in concern and asked him to be extremely careful in the upcoming battle. Kiritani smiled encouragingly back at her, trying to hide his inner tension. Cars rushed along the highway in a dense stream while the hero officially announced his departure to a combat position. The car was racing forward, and the guy read on the news that the monster that had appeared had already been given the codename Maxby. Kishida raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked why they would even bother giving the creature a Godzilla-like name, finding it rather odd. The healer explained that this works in a similar way to the names of typhoons, acting as a unique identification number for the system. He added that this emphasized the exceptional danger of this creature. The young man turned pale, imagining the monster, and muttered that after such an explanation he suddenly felt truly creepy. Kiritani glanced at the blonde and asked if his mana allergy had gone away immediately after the massive rift disaster. The interlocutor looked at him and replied that he had survived the disaster, and after some time was able to fully recover his strength. Kiritani then asked at what point his companion had finally decided to embark on the dangerous path of a hunter. The young man heard that the healer had begun his career just a month after being discharged from the hospital. Kiritani imagined Agawa and thought about how she, too, had gotten rid of her mana allergy right after that memorable split. He remembered the girl's words when she looked at him with determination in her eyes and firmly declared that she wanted to become a professional hunter. Finn turned to the master and said that he had heard about a girl in a similar situation, adding that he was sincerely worried about her fate. The hero agreed with him, suggesting that their anxiety was caused by the fact that such people had a much larger reserve of mana than ordinary people. The boy imagined a mage inside a glowing magic circle and remembered that this was a CC class skill that could temporarily increase the owner's mana reserves by 3 times, a rare and valuable ability. He realized that any magic caster would give anything for such power, and noted that Finn was much more talented than he seemed at first glance. Kishida looked out the window and exclaimed that the authorities had even deployed heavy military helicopters to suppress the threat. At this time, the deadly military equipment was already circling predatorily in the stormy sky. Kiritani looked silently at the healer, who suddenly seemed lost in his thoughts. He pressed harder on the gas pedal, deciding that their team should also get to the scene of the upcoming battle as quickly as possible. The entire group rushed at full speed towards Sakho, where they were about to meet an unknown and extremely dangerous force. Soldiers patrolled the deserted streets while the blades of attack helicopters roared deafeningly overhead. The spearman frowned and noted that the situation in the city looked even more serious than he had imagined. Kiritani watched the armored vehicle pass by and added that a monster of this level was appearing in their country for the first time. The operational headquarters of the Hunters Association appeared before them, where the leaders of other large organizations had already gathered. Kiritani thought the situation had officially been declared an emergency, so the current atmosphere here was much more tense than in Magnus's cradle. He looked around carefully and immediately noticed how nervous even the most experienced hunters were. Kenzu took the podium and thanked those present for their prompt response to the emergency call for help. There was no time for lengthy discussions, so the association president proposed that the Reboot Guild act as a vanguard against Maxby. Those around them grinned as the leader explained that they had already proven their competence by conquering Magnus's dangerous cradle. He added that the recent addition of a new S-Rank hunter to their team only confirms their leading status. Kiritani looked at his colleagues, thinking that he hadn't wanted to stand out anymore, but now there was simply no other way. He smiled politely and assured that he would do his best to live up to the high expectations placed on his guild. The members of the Heroes Guild stood on a hill overlooking the city. Kishida doubtfully asked if the monster would appear at all. The healer looked at him in surprise and asked what exactly made him doubt the official prognosis. The spearman replied that they had been stuck here for several days already, and he noticed that other guilds were already starting to spread all sorts of rumors due to the protracted wait for the long-awaited enemy. Kiritani turned to Finn and asked if the states had learned to accurately predict the appearance of such creatures, but he answered in the negative. He added that there are no ideal methods there either, so everyone simply tries to be constantly prepared for the sudden start of a fight. It is for this reason that they always react as quickly as possible, trying to minimize the possible consequences of an attack. Kiritani, meanwhile, reflected on the strangeness of the official announcement, recalling the military forces and noting that the authorities would not have raised so many people on their ears just because of a bad feeling. They were clearly and firmly convinced that the enemy would strike. So the hero wondered who exactly had warned them and why he had gathered the hunters in one place. The guy looked at his phone and involuntarily shuddered at the message he saw, confirming his worst fears. Kishida's eyes widened, and he exclaimed that the monster had indeed appeared, but in a completely different area than expected. The smartphone screen showed breaking news from the city of Ozan, which had suddenly become the new target of an attack. Helicopters roared overhead, and the hero realized that the enemy had struck just when all their forces were concentrated elsewhere. It was definitely a trap set by someone from outside. Ozan was engulfed in furious flames, and the terrified townspeople ran in panic in different directions, saving their lives. One guy turned deathly pale as a huge shadow loomed over him, foreshadowing his imminent death. The powerful impact sent cars and rock fragments flying high into the air, leaving only a deep, long ditch at the impact site. A lone helicopter circled directly overhead as Aoki leaped out of its open hatch. The girl snatched her weapon in midair and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. The monster swung its massive tail with force, instantly turning several nearby buildings into piles of construction debris. The hunters scattered, trying to avoid the hail of heavy stones falling on them. The girl was amazed by the monster's colossal size, as it was taller than the surrounding houses, meaning it was at least 50 meters tall. It seemed so huge that it completely confused the eye, creating a persistent feeling as if this monster was absorbing all the mana from the surrounding environment. The girl gripped the weapon even tighter with her shaking hands, and finally realized that this was the first time she had encountered a monster of such a high rank. Suddenly, Aoki heard someone's loud voice, which urged her not to panic and just try to relax. An unfamiliar voice agreed that this was indeed a real giant, and asked to immediately charge the monster with all of his most powerful attacks. Aoki slammed her weapon into the ground, causing bright flashes of lightning to instantly appear, automatically activating the powerful thunderclap ability. Her weapon quickly accumulated a huge amount of energy, and numerous sparkling lightning bolts continuously ran along its sharp blade. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar that shook everything around. The girl dealt the monster a powerful energy blow, after which a deafening and incredibly powerful explosion immediately occurred at the site of the collision. The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, and it became clear to everyone that the attack had caused no damage to the huge monster. Aoki simply couldn't believe such power, thinking that it was impossible after a direct hit. The huge monster looked at the girl, and all of its many eyes instantly lit up with a bloodthirsty and frightening red glow. The monster threw back its massive head and let out another terrifying scream, which sent a strong vibration through the nearby buildings. Aoki frantically tried to figure out how exactly the monster had done this, thinking that it was a master at using magic reflection or absorption. A disturbing thought briefly crossed her mind that her last attack had probably just been too weak for that armor. Meanwhile, the giant monster dealt another devastating blow which completely destroyed the small residential building. Aoki quickly gained a safe distance to avoid the shockwave and the new rubble of broken bricks. Meanwhile, the captain loudly gave commands, calling on the fighters to spare no effort and stop the monster by any means necessary. The mages concentrated their magical powers to the limit, using their most powerful and forbidden spells in this battle. Numerous bright streams of pure energy simultaneously struck the body of the huge monster, creating a whole series of blinding flashes. However, the final result was completely unexpected. The mages froze in complete amazement and did not understand why their combined attacks were not working. The giant monster delivered another crushing blow with its enormous tail, instantly destroying another multi-story building. The enemy was completely immune to any combat magic and moved slowly down the street, literally grinding everything in its path into fine powder. A gigantic blast wave threw back the first ranks of warriors who were trying to hold back this onslaught in the vanguard. The enemy threw his head back sharply, and the debris of destroyed houses suddenly began to slowly rise high into the air. The warriors stood frozen in shock, realizing that they themselves were being pulled upward by the sudden and drastic change in gravity. The commander who was giving the orders immediately fell silent, as he had not expected such an impact at all. Aoki ran forward at a rapid pace, deftly pushing off from the boulders floating in space. The eyes of the monster in front of her flashed with a bright, ominous light, and the girl's body was suddenly lifted off the ground with great force. She hung helplessly in the air, feeling like an invisible vice was squeezing her and completely depriving her of the ability to make even one movement. She guessed that the enemy had deliberately lifted them into the air only to drop them onto the sharp rocks. Huge boulders fell down, crushing the hunters who did not have time to react. The girl activated the power of lightning and landed on her feet, wondering how the enemy combined immunity to magic and gravity control. A huge shadow covered her. She firmly declared that she would never allow anyone to hurt her again. The enemy swung his giant fist, but Aoki only tightened her grip on the hilt of her trusty weapon. She shouted that she would take all the blows on herself and stretched her arms forward, releasing a stream of pure energy. Aoki concentrated as hard as she could, gathering all her strength into a single stream, and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. The monster's fist met the tip of her blade, forcing the girl to plant her feet deep into the hard ground. The huntress gritted her teeth and screamed that she was still alive and ready to continue this unequal fight. She understood that she had to hold out at any cost until reinforcements arrived, even if her strength was running out. At this time, writhing and slippery tentacles began to rapidly sprout from behind the monster. The brunette's eyes widened in horror as the dark silhouette of the enemy emitted a strange and chilling sound. Aoki began to feel profound changes in her body, and her vision of the world around her was rapidly blurring. The girl felt warm blood flow from her eyes and tightly compressed mouth. The monster delivered another incredibly crushing blow, concentrating all its strength into this movement. From this hit, Aoki flew back at great speed for several tens of meters. The captain ran up and asked excitedly if she was alive while the girl was trying to recover from the fall. Aoki struggled to her feet, telling herself that she just needed to endure it a little longer. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. The monster pressed its powerful paws into the ground and opened its mouth wide again. The huntress turned sharply, preparing to meet a new and even more dangerous attack. However, she suddenly became very wary and thought with deep anxiety that this would not happen. The huge monster turned sharply and rushed in the opposite direction from the girl. The enemy moved forward, aiming at the defenseless civilians crowded at the end of the street. The girl rushed forward, desperately shouting her master's name and begging for support. She ran forward with all her might, while the man in front of her quickly raised his shield, activating a defensive ability to repel the attack. Aoki leaped onto the bridge at high speed and turned sharply, blocking the advancing monster's path with her own body. The girl took a stable fighting position and prepared to meet the enemy. The monster opened its mouth wide, rapidly accumulating a clot of destructive magical energy inside. The huntress realized that the consequences would be catastrophic if this volley was not stopped immediately. The monster arched and released a powerful blast of pure, unbridled mana at its target. The girl's silhouette stood out clearly against the blinding beam as she gripped her weapon. The magic pierced the bridge's structure and crashed into the solid ground with a deafening roar. A gigantic amount of pure energy instantly illuminated the entire surrounding space to the very horizon. The next moment, there was a powerful, deafening explosion. Aoki flew back and collapsed onto the sharp rocks, letting out a cry of unbearable and sharp pain. The girl raised herself with difficulty, pressing her wounded arm to her chest and gasping for air. The monster raised its massive clawed paw over her, after which the girl finally realized the true power of this incredibly dangerous enemy. In that fateful moment, she felt the chilling breath of death and realized that any of her previous training had been mere child's play in the face of such power. Suddenly, a bright beam pierced the space, piercing through the monster's limb and causing it to roar. The sword of hellish ash whistled as it plunged into the ground right in front of the fallen and wounded heroine. Aoki turned around hopefully and called out to Kiritani, whose silhouette suddenly appeared in the cloud of dust. The guy landed next to her and dryly noted that the enemy had managed to batter her pretty badly in the fight. The brunette leaned on him and began to apologize, but her interlocutor asked her to save the explanation for later. Kushida picked up the huntress while the mentor ordered that she be taken immediately to their best healer. Finn was already healing the wounded townspeople at this point, and the hero promised to personally deal with this vile creature. He added that after the girl's treatment, they should immediately begin the complete evacuation of the entire surviving population. The boy gripped the hilt of his trusty sword tighter, while the monster only bared its numerous razor-sharp teeth in response. The monster let out a low, menacing roar, preparing to make a lightning-fast leap towards the hero. Kiritani pointed the tip of his weapon at the enemy and admitted that he never expected to meet the Supreme Ruler in such a place. The monster straightened up to its full height. Kiritani was finally convinced that Maxby really was one of the Supreme Rulers. This low-ranking scout was dropped onto the planet only to gather data, with nothing but blind and burning hatred in him. The guy promised to grind him into dust, and swung his blade sharply, leaving a deep cut on the body of his huge and clumsy opponent. One of the hunters stared at him, amazed by the hero's incredible speed and the fact that his attacks actually dealt significant damage. The monster growled furiously in pain and tried to deliver a crushing blow with its massive paw. But the young man easily dodged this heavy and predictable movement. Kiritani swung his sword, thinking that the principles of attack and defense in magical battles were actually extremely simple and straightforward. The first mana cycle acts as a shield against enemy attacks and cannot be directly penetrated, but can be bypassed by placing your own cycle on top. More and more wounds appeared on the monster's paw, and the people around it, their eyes wide with horror, discussed how the difference in size and mana reserves seemed simply insurmountable. New cuts continued to cover the monster's skin, which tried in vain to reach the nimble enemy with its claws. The young man leaped high and thrust the sharp blade with all his might straight into the massive paw of the enraged and groaning monster. Kiritani rushed forward, continuing to cut into the enemy's body and reminding himself that battles with the overlords always drag on. He decided to take his time, acting calmly, just like in his past world, where he was accustomed to such protracted and grueling fights. The hero jumped high into the air, inflicting another deep wound, but at that moment, slimy tentacles suddenly darted towards him. The guy deftly ran straight along the sheer wall of a residential building, while the enemy's tendrils tried to pierce him through and through. At that very moment, the young man's body suddenly lifted off the ground and soared upward under the influence of distorted and powerful gravity. He grabbed his sword and turned around in the air. The guy flew at incredible speed straight towards the enemy, simultaneously gathering all the available mana around himself. The monster extended its massive paw in hopes of catching him, but Kiritani made a sharp swing and struck with all his might with his sharp blade right at the limb. This furious and precise blow sent a strong tremor through the monster's body. The monster's limb was instantly severed, and the creature let out a long, drawn-out howl of unbearable agony and rage. The young man had no intention of stopping there and was already preparing his next crushing blow to the target. His blade blazed with a hot fire, literally burning out all the space around it within a radius of several meters. The enemy desperately beat his paw on the ground, trying in any way to throw off the persistent and dangerous hunter. The other warriors watched this scene, not believing that one man could single-handedly suppress such a monster. The monster opened its mouth wide again, rapidly accumulating energy for a new powerful attack. Kiritani frowned, guessing that this was the same technique the enemy had used to gravely wound Aoki recently. The buildings around were reduced to rubble, and the boy realized that there was no point in killing the monster if the entire city was completely wiped off the face of the earth. He decided to bear the brunt of the attack in order to save the remnants of the surviving infrastructure and civilians. The monster leaned forward and released a powerful energy discharge directly at the place where the young man stood. The beam crashed into the ground with a roar, but the boy gripped the sword's hilt tightly and released energy through his berserker ability. The fiery stream never managed to reach its target, being redirected high up by a powerful counter-impulse. Kiritani noted that there were about 100 meters left to the enemy, and he needed to deliver a decisive blow immediately after the attack ended. The young man suddenly jumped up from his seat and leaped high into the air, instantly gaining colossal speed. He flew forward like a blinding lightning bolt, raising whole whirlwinds of dust and concrete debris around him. The monster desperately stretched out its long tentacles, trying to intercept the threat rapidly approaching it. Kiritani swung his sword, deciding that the time had come to use his secret technique. The captain turned and shouted to his allies that their combined attack had to work at that very moment. The mages unanimously extended their hands forward, casting spells and concentrating all their power for one decisive volley. Their combined magic crashed into the monster's torso, causing it to let out a final, furious scream. The protagonist suddenly appeared right in front of the creature's face, loudly announcing its imminent end and putting all his mana into this decisive blow. This colossal concentration of energy caused blinding sparks to run down the blade of the sword. He made a final swing with his sword, and the severed head of the great monster fell heavily onto the bloody ground. The defeated giant fell silent forever, the system notifying about the level increase and the acquisition of a skill. The hunters stood in silent amazement, whispering as to how this boy had been able to single-handedly defeat such a powerful enemy. Kiritani carefully examined the pop-up system window and was genuinely surprised to find within it a power from his past world. The young man looked down, where jubilant warriors had already surrounded him, vying with each other to ask about available places in his guild. The hero closed his eyes, deciding to test the new technology later, but now he had to finally finish all his business in the city. He turned slowly, looking calmly at the smoking ruins of the once prosperous district. The action moved to the hospital of the Hunters Association, where the wounded were slowly recovering from the horror they had endured. Aoki sat with a plaster cast on. The guy said that a lot was written about her too, since Japan's #1 had suffered serious injuries. He closed his eyes and added that Agawa was very upset about what happened and was now literally following him around. The interlocutor assumed that the girl was in shock, although she herself never expected to suffer such a crushing and miserable defeat. Aoki looked at the protagonist and sincerely admitted that if it weren't for his timely intervention, she would no longer be alive. Aoki blushed deeply when she heard him say that so many people were looking forward to her speedy return to action. Kiritani headed for the exit. The girl thanked him for his kind words, not expecting such sensitivity and kindness from him. She asked in surprise if he was really in such a hurry to get somewhere at such a late hour. The hero turned around and briefly explained that right now he was heading to the official funeral ceremony for the fallen soldiers. Footage of his recent battle flashed across the news every now and then, accompanied by loud and enthusiastic headlines in the press. The guy scrolled through articles on his phone, noting that he had now become a real celebrity both as a tank and as an attacker. Kishida couldn't help but wince when his mentor suddenly asked him what exactly he was reading with such genuine interest. The young man followed the master, noticing that the hero was getting along well with the huntress, but Kiritani asked him not to give him a headache. He opened his stats window and noticed that there was a completely new stat called spirituality. This characteristic is a source of power from his past world. The guy tried to click on the exchange, but the system notified that bonus points cannot be invested in this specific indicator. He had an interesting idea, and at that time a huge crowd of grieving people had already begun to gather at the memorial. All those present, dressed in formal suits, came to honor the memory of the fallen soldiers and express their sincere sympathy to their grief-stricken families. Kiritani took the podium and said that it might sound too self-confident of him at such a difficult moment. However, to ease their burden a little, the Reboot Guild will donate half of its reward from the last mission to the families of the fallen. The soldiers burst into applause, and the boy walked down the stairs, reflecting on the fact that in a capitalist society, the strength of the soul can apparently be simply bought with money. This made his task much easier. The guy suddenly froze, hearing some small child crying bitterly, calling for his father who had gone forever. The little girl wiped away her tears. Kiritani frowned, realizing that he had seen such heartbreaking scenes many times in the previous world, but he could never get used to them. Finn looked down and quietly remarked that this was a truly great and powerful speech, worthy of a true leader. He handed the master a folder with the documents he had requested earlier, and the hero briefly thanked him for the work he had done. The book was stamped with a top-secret seal, and the healer was curious about its purpose, since Maxby had long since been dealt with. The hero replied that he had to personally verify everything in order to know exactly who they should be tracking down in the near future. The sun shone peacefully over an expensive country house. A man was tugging hard at the handle of his old travel suitcase. He breathed heavily and raggedly, looking over his packed things one last time before his imminent departure. The old man winced sharply when an unfamiliar voice behind him remarked that he had packed too much luggage for a simple trip. Kiritani sat calmly on the windowsill, wondering if the respected man had really decided to leave somewhere so hastily. The young man jumped easily to the floor and began to slowly approach his frightened interlocutor. He asked why the man who predicted the appearance of the monster more accurately than the Americans was mistaken in only one thing: the specific location of the impact. The hero threw the documents onto the cold floor with undisguised contempt, finally convinced of the treachery of his opponents. He instantly realized that the sudden announcement of the monster's appearance exactly 1 week later was just a clever move to deprive the masters of time to think. The man in glasses put his hand in his pocket and nervously asked if the guy was seriously accusing him of intentionally giving a false location. The young man pulled the sword out of the portal, reminding him that the old man was considered the foremost authority in the study of all mana flows in the world. He added that it was this scientist who introduced filtration cubes into the country and personally invented those very same mana suppressors. Kiritani recalled the bracelet on the captured criminal and emphasized that he had recently found a device that neutralizes them. The interlocutor cursed and sharply pressed a hidden button. At that very moment, dark energy thickened around the hero, and the young man realized that the old man had installed suppressors in this room in advance. The scientist turned sharply and rushed towards the exit, hoping to escape while the trap held his dangerous guest. Kiritani merely extended his hand in his direction, noting that his interlocutor had greatly underestimated him. His sword flew forward with lightning speed. The boy decided to clearly remind the old man who exactly had crushed the mighty Maxby. Scarlet blood instantly splashed onto the clean floor, and the man collapsed with a heavy groan, pressing his hands to the deep wound on his leg, which deprived him of any chance of escape. Kiritani sat down languidly in the chair directly in front of him and demanded to know who exactly was pulling the strings and what mask the puppeteer was wearing. The old man only grinned bitterly, frowned, and muttered that he himself still did not fully understand the motives behind the orders given to him. The sharp blade pierced his body again, causing him to shudder in pain as the young man repeated his question about the mastermind behind this conspiracy. The scientist glanced sideways at the bloody blade in horror and muttered that it was controlled by forces against which he was completely powerless. The old man shuddered when his interlocutor realized that he was bound by the unbreakable bonds of a magical contract of the highest level. The scientist cried out in despair that the hero's fame had completely gone to the boy's head. He reminded that even SS-ranked hunters do not have the right to kill, and crossing the line will turn the hero into a common criminal. The traitor's face was reflected in the cold metal of the sword. Kiritani harshly reminded that the old man himself was the first to cross all possible boundaries. The scientist turned deathly pale and at the last moment managed to shout loudly that the guy needed to find the twins to save the whole world. Immediately after these words, his body was mercilessly chopped by a sharp blade, and the old man fell dead onto the cold floor. Kiritani turned around and said that because of this man, 30,000 innocent people died and such a sin cannot be forgiven. He easily jumped out of the window onto the ground, while behind him the huge building was shattered into tiny pieces by a powerful and pre-planned explosion. A wave of fire burst out with furious force through the empty openings. Kiritani thought that the behind-the-scenes intrigues were irrelevant, since his main and only goal remained the constant acquisition of new power. The guy is holding a smartphone, where his photo and the news about the donation of 28 billion yen are displayed on the front page of the newspaper. Kiritani lies on her bed, scrolling through her news feed and realizing that there is not a single mention in the press of the famous professor's mysterious disappearance. He puts the gadget aside and firmly decides that he is ready to spend any amount of money, since spirituality can now be bought so easily. The problem is that there are not many opportunities for such donations, and it would be better if they became even fewer in the future. Kiritani closes his eyes and thinks that this world is like the last one, and he will not allow the rulers to do whatever they want here. The boy turns around sharply, hearing the name Ardan, which echoes among the silent gray rocks and tall trees. He looks at the landscape, wondering if this place really is the Eva he has heard about in the legends of his past. The hero shudders at the question of whether he likes their Eva and whether it is very different from his native continent. The representative of the long ears declares with a smile that this world was created by their great race in their own image and likeness. He adds that it would be more correct to call it another dimension. The masked warrior suddenly hugs him, happily declaring that this is simply wonderful and gives them new room to maneuver. Now that the five of them can finally unleash their true power, the boy suddenly realizes that he is seeing a realistic dream of his past world, filled with the sounds of battle and the smell of burning. He understands that the madmen still manage to wound the powerful Lord Kusha. Kiritani sits next to the wounded girl, who, with her last strength, barely audibly pronounces the name Ardan. Through unbearable pain, she asks for forgiveness, admitting that she clearly shouldn't have tried to jump over her head in this battle. Her body begins to slowly fade away as she lies in Kiritani's arms, who sadly agrees with her bitter words. A stern blacksmith strikes a red-hot workpiece with a heavy hammer, ignoring the cries and protests of the people around him. Someone shouts at the master that he must stop immediately, because this is a sacred relic dedicated to the goddess herself. Kiritani watches the heavy blows on the anvil, realizing that at the cost of his life, the blacksmith forged the Queenslayer. However, his trembling hands never touched the finished sword, because at that fateful moment his workplace was suddenly attacked. The massive monster attacks them furiously, as the creatures have realized the incredible threat this magical sword poses to their kind. The creatures began to relentlessly attack the dwarf's workshops, and eventually the master's last great creation disappeared without a trace into the dark depths of the sea. The red-haired blacksmith looks at the sinking piece in utter despair, realizing that their last hope for salvation has just been irrevocably lost. Having lost absolutely everything he had staked his life on, the man fell into deep grief and suddenly declared that the ancient artifact had simply disappeared. Kiritani clearly remembers finding the exhausted blacksmith in the harsh, snow-capped mountains of the distant and inhospitable north. This cursed place has long been a field of endless bloody battles, but the official cause of the master's death was voluntary suicide. A fierce masked fighter behind Kiritani shouts loudly that without the final assassination of the queen, this protracted war will never end. Kruger, from the ancient race of myths, firmly states that he simply must calculate the exact location of the enemy base for the sake of everyone's salvation. However, it is at this tense moment that his mysterious mask suddenly cracks. The warrior falls head first, losing his strength and balance, and Kiritani manages to catch him at the last moment. Through his hoarse voice, he whispers that the goal is outside, on the other side of the abyss. In the boundless sea of stars, there is no end to the enemy's eternal and gloomy journey. The queen lives on a vast continent that drifts alone in the endless void. Kruger evaporates in the guy's arms, begging him for revenge. He orders to kill her and end this bloody war forever. Finding himself back in his room, the guy suddenly comes to his senses and realizes that everything around him is real. He quickly connects the vivid dream with a recent fight with the Supreme Overlord, after which his consciousness failed. He clutches his head and realizes that, as Arden, he could not possibly comprehend the true meaning of the dying Kruger's last words. But now, having become himself, he clearly understands that that place is outer space, and the monsters are extraterrestrial invaders. He grits his teeth, realizing that after realizing the whole truth, he must immediately begin large-scale preparations. The action moves to a hunter's shop, above the entrance of which hangs an old sign with a laconic and simple inscription: Workshop. The old man looks closely at Kiritani standing in front of him and asks with bewilderment what exactly he has brought this time. Kiritani, without taking his hands out of his pockets, calmly explains that they are looking at kaiju parts. He adds that his share of the materials is enormous because it was his contribution that played a key role in killing the creature. The old man just waves his hand hopelessly and declares that he simply doesn't have all the money in the world to buy that amount of raw materials. Kiritani looks at the disgruntled seller and reminds him of his own words about simply bringing the ingredients he has collected. He clarifies that he wants the old man to simply take all these rare materials and immediately begin his professional work. The guy assures that he will give the master exactly half of the entire loot. Struck by such generosity, the blacksmith turns around sharply and looks incredulously at the enormous carcass of the monster brought to him. Kiritani tells him to use these parts to create better equipment. The old man grumbles with displeasure, asking if the boy seriously thinks that he will agree to this just because of the value of these materials. Kiritani takes a decisive step forward, finally realizing what kind of threat Maxby's appearance truly poses. The silhouette of the gigantic monster appears in his mind again, and the hero understands that the risk of attack by other rulers has now become a constant threat. The young man looks resolutely into the distance, remembering that in that distant world they lost without even having time to draw up a competent defense plan. But this time, everything will definitely be different, because now he has a clear understanding of the enemy and enough time to prepare. A loud and alarmed cry suddenly rings out in the background of the house. The guy looks away questioningly towards the source of the noise, trying to understand the reason for such a violent and unexpected reaction. The girl jerks open the door and shouts that he must look at it immediately before the strange phenomenon stops. He, in turn, asks why she made such a noise and what exactly scared her so much. The girl complains that a strange and very bright blue light suddenly began to ooze from her palms. The protagonist frowns, instantly realizing that it is pure mana, meaning it has awakened just like Finn once did. The action moves to the car, where Kiritani is driving with concentration, and the guy is sitting in the back seat. He silently looks out the window while the protagonist reflects on how he expected this outcome after their recent conversation. The affected Agawa continues to blaze with bright blue flames, which completely envelop her body in a dense aura. The protagonist is completely perplexed, wondering what this crazy mana is and where it gets such colossal power from. The joyful girl exclaims that she has really awakened and can now finally become a real hunter. Kiritani says she understands the situation better herself and demands that the system properties window be opened immediately. The girl freezes for a moment in complete silence, then suddenly puts her hand forward and orders the system to open to check its indicators. The guy watches her carefully as she stands with her palm outstretched, but absolutely nothing changes around her. She whispers quietly and embarrassedly that she probably made a mistake and simply got too carried away by dreams of the impossible. With the room in the background, Kiritani wonders why she hasn't woken up yet, since something completely different is clearly happening to her. He suggests that her case is completely different from Finn's and advises his sister to sit down and focus on calm breathing. The girl obediently sits down on the bed, closes her eyes tightly, and promises that she will make every effort. At the same moment, a furious blue flame flares up around her, illuminating the room with a cold, ghostly light. Kiritani is stunned by what is happening and finds himself having a hard time believing his own eyes, as what he sees is so different from the usual picture. Right before him, a rare and truly outstanding talent is revealed, capable of changing the balance of power and the course of events. Kiritani watches closely as the majestic and menacing image of Kushu suddenly appears behind the girl. A tired Agawa quietly admits that something strange and truly frightening is happening to her body. She adds, confused, that she cannot understand the nature of these changes, no matter how hard she tries to find a rational explanation for them. Kiritani gently strokes her head and reassures her, claiming that she's just a little different from the other hunters. He asks her to immediately report any new changes in her body as soon as she feels them, but suddenly this important conversation is interrupted by a sharp call. The guy quickly turns his gaze to the phone lying on the table, which is vibrating from an incoming call. He picks up the phone, asking his interlocutor in a businesslike tone why he is calling so late. He is informed that new important information has been received about the mysterious man, and the events move to a memorial at the Japanese Hunters Museum. Tachibana looks at the guest with displeasure. She grumbles that it was not worth dragging a government employee to work on a legal day off, and criticizes his strange outfit. Kiritani explains that he has been recognized on the streets too often lately, and he asks if this quiet place is in any way directly connected to the man he is looking for. Tachibana answers in the affirmative, although deep down she is not at all sure whether this mysterious stranger is the very person he needs so much. She adds that the mention of him was found in the most unexpected place and invites him to look at the memorial plaque in person. They raise their heads to the monument where the names of all the heroes who stopped the first SS-class disaster in Japan are carved. This tragic event will forever go down in world history as hellfire. Kiritani peers at the list of names with utmost care, suddenly feeling something strange and painfully familiar deep down inside her. He touches the surface of Stella and mentions Kishida, calling him the same grandfather who once trained his old friend Radella. Tachibana points to the memorial and confirms that Gaku's name is indeed listed there among the other heroes. 12 years ago, this man disappeared without a trace during a mission and was eventually officially declared dead. His unique ability was recognized as a powerful mana bombardment. The girl confirms that the description of the fighting style in the archival records is completely true. The guy realizes the truth and understands that the person standing before him is the very person he considered a butterfly. The disgruntled girl notices that he speaks as if he saw everything himself and asks if he really killed him personally. Kiritani begins to explain that it was he who carried out the attack first, and his true and only goal was undoubtedly the death of the young man. The girl shouts at him in rage, declaring that even such circumstances do not give him any right to kill. The guy replies that the hunter, who is officially considered dead, is attacking people, and the control department is obliged to understand this. He wonders if it is for the sake of higher justice that they have joined forces in a secret struggle. But the girl states that she still has not given her consent to this. Kiritani leaves her, throwing it aside as she goes, that there is enough talk for today and it is worth simply looking at the exhibition. A huge crater gapes in the ground, which appeared right in the center of the rift after a powerful explosion that completely destroyed the core and left traces of destructive force around. Tachibana explains that according to reports, The powerful explosion occurred due to the master's ability going out of control, after which the girl utters a strange motto. The surprised guy turns around sharply and shouts out a question about the source of these strange but painfully familiar words. Tachibana explains that this is an old motto coined by their master, and asks with genuine interest if he has heard these words before and if he remembers their meaning. The guy just smiles bitterly against the background of the image of the crater, realizing the true nature of that destructive and powerful explosion. Kiritani realizes that this motto was the battle cry of the 8 heroes, and the explosion was a side effect of the ancient dragon's mana. The statue of the armored warrior seems to smile mockingly at him as Kiritani guesses the secret technique. The hero, with an ironic smile, realizes the incredible fact that other great masters came to this world much earlier than him. The action moves to a modern building, which at this moment houses the training ground of the Reboot Guild. There is a deafening explosion, accompanied by a bright flash of energy. One of the fighters flies to the side and, completely losing control of his body, rolls head over heels across the hard, cold floor. He lies on the ground, coughing heavily from the dust, while his opponent urges him to get up quickly to continue the fight. A beaten Kishida holds his bruised arm and asks what kind of fly bit the teacher, since he's usually not so cruel. He recalls the past with tears in his eyes, lamenting that the teacher decided to mock an innocent and weak person in such a way. Kiritani states that if the boy has learned this, the body will remember everything, and adds that he intends to train seriously, so the student should prepare for severe pain. The fighter presses himself against the wall and asks what kind of scales have appeared on the master's hand, and why he hasn't made such jokes before. Kishida cries out loudly to the heavens, wondering why such difficult and grueling trials have befallen him today. Suddenly, Finn appears nearby and calmly asks if he can join their training. Kiritani resolutely replies that he is sincerely glad that the healer is involved, because he will be able to quickly support him with healing. Finn stands next to the frightened Kishida, assuring him of his support and ability to heal him even from the most deplorable and almost hopeless state. Kiritani clutches his head, not believing that this coward is the heir of his wise teacher, and states that they still have a very long and difficult path ahead of them. A smiling Captain Han appears nearby with his retinue. He waves his hand in greeting and announces that he has important business that requires immediate discussion in a calmer environment. At this moment, another explosion thunders behind the protagonist, and he decides to move their important conversation to another place. Kiritani settles down on the sofa and asks curiously about the symposium that the high-ranking guest is so persistently advertising to him. Han explains with a satisfied smile that this is an international world-scale event dedicated to advanced mana technologies and is considered the main scientific meeting of the year. He persistently persuades Kiritani to participate, while the scientist excitedly covers the board with intricate magical formulas. The guy tenses up, thinking about what the latest developments in clean energy management are hiding, and asks outright whether the legendary professor about whom disturbing rumors are circulating will appear there. Han nods enthusiastically. The professor is one of the symposium's founders and a regular at all the important debates. After which the guy explains that in addition to the professor, other luminaries of science will also participate, for example, Professor Boris and Professor Chan. Kiritani's gaze hardens as he realizes the importance of this meeting between the 3 scientists behind the creation of the sinister mana suppressors. He agrees. Han literally glows with joy. The negotiations were successful. The satisfied official thanks the guy and asks if he could perhaps arrange a separate meeting with the scientists, since the hero is so drawn to the secrets of mana research. The young man refuses, explaining that the video of the kaiju's murder has gone viral, and now many are probably trying to uncover the secrets of his fighting skills. Kiritani is certain that one of these 3 distinguished professors is involved in the disinformation about the kaiju and intends to personally capture this cunning traitor. The hero is informed that a hunter of the highest and incredibly rare rank in the world will arrive with the professor as a personal bodyguard. An airplane flies through the night sky above the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean, carrying important guests from the distant United States. A girl with a tablet in her hand sits in a soft chair and irritably asks her companion why he is making noise like a dog in heat and whether he would like to find some company. Mana researcher Steve looks at his partner with a smile, wondering why she volunteered to guard him if she now looks so gloomy and displeased. An American Tri-S hunter named Karina sarcastically retorts that she is simply delighted and advises the professor to finally go to bed. The old man offers her to look in the mirror. Her sour expression speaks louder than any words. She snaps back that he should thank fate for the fact that he survived it all after that incident when he clumsily groped the newcomer. The man bashfully justifies himself by saying that it all happened by accident, because he simply slipped and instinctively grabbed her, trying to maintain his balance during the fall. The girl jumps up and calls him a dirty pervert, indignantly demanding an explanation of who he even takes elite hunters for. Karina concentrates magic in her hands and promises to make a hole in his skull if he doesn't stop talking this nonsense. The professor instantly expresses the deepest remorse and imploringly asks her to remove her finger from his face. The girl thoughtfully tugged at her long braid and sighed heavily, watching this pathetic spectacle. The old man grumbles at her that with such a bad character, she will definitely remain alone and never find a boyfriend. On the tablet screen, Kiritani rushes forward, releasing her pent-up fury in one sharp and precise move. Steve at this time notes that he now understands the reason for the girl's explosive temper. She interrupts his chatter and demands to know what kind of strange object is hovering over the hunter's head. The professor takes off his glasses and explains that this glowing ring-shaped object is remarkably similar to a real angel's halo. The old man hands her a tablet with a photograph for detailed study. He clarifies that this is probably a rare ability, which she, as a professional fighter, should understand much better than him. The girl, disappointed, says that she herself does not understand what she was expecting, and reminds the man that he is an outstanding professor from whom she expected truly wise advice. She hoped to at least identify the nature of the phenomenon, but the old man only shouts about her complete disrespect for her elders. The man declares that he has finally had enough of this tiresome argument and demonstratively goes to bed, leaving the huntress alone with her thoughts. In the huge and majestic building of the elite hotel, a noisy and crowded gala party is in full swing. The crowd is filled with cheerful faces, and some remark that they never expected to meet Kiritani in person, and that Japan has prepared very seriously this time. A multitude of people in expensive formal suits immediately surround Kiritani from all sides, vying with each other to ask him questions about the details of his past battle. They persistently ask if he can reveal the secret and honestly say exactly how many of his abilities he used in the fight with the monster. One of those present persistently invites the hero to visit his laboratory. Suddenly, the guy turns around at the sound of his name. Han stands right in front of him, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment and smiling broadly, as if trying to break the awkward silence that had arisen. He, with slight hesitation, suggests rescheduling the meeting for another time, citing circumstances and fatigue. Kiritani hands him a can of drink and tells him to take it. Han, standing nearby, notices that they have saved the guy, and now interest in his person has grown to incredible proportions, clearly exceeding all expectations. The measured sound of footsteps is heard. The hero takes a sip from the can when rumors reach him about the arrival of truly important people. Accompanied by numerous security guards, people in formal suits walk sedately along the corridor. There is a whisper in the crowd. The famous professors have arrived. One of them points forward with an imperious gesture. Kiritani, deep in his troubled thoughts, finds himself thinking strangely about a man walking past. He notices that Boris is not at all like a typical top manager of a large company, as those around him try to portray him. The guy, frowning with an unpleasant premonition, suddenly realizes that the professor clearly smells of death. He watches the professor for a long moment, trying to comprehend the true nature of what he has seen. It is now perfectly clear to him where all the nasty rumors are coming from, and he decides that this man needs to be kept a close eye on. All the people around simultaneously raise their heads in amazement. The guy turns sharply towards the crowd, genuinely perplexed and trying to understand the source of the sudden commotion. Han, with a triumphant smile, points to the guest who has entered and loudly announces that the legendary Professor Steve himself stands before them. An elderly man walks slowly next to Karina and waves his hand very welcomingly to everyone present in this spacious hall. He is clearly interested in the hero and asks him to say hello first, but Kiritani only calmly asks who the mysterious girl to the left of the professor is. It turns out that this striking and stately blonde is the same legendary SSS-Rank hunter who arrived straight from the USA. She looks ahead with confidence and pride. It was she who single-handedly held back the horrific disasters of the 41st Rift and mercilessly destroyed 2 colossal kaiju at once. At this tense moment, Kiritani's eyes suddenly flash with a bright blue mystical light, revealing his inner turmoil. With his special magical vision, he sees a girl who, in his eyes, is literally engulfed in a furious and destructive flame. He clearly understands that she is desperately trying to hide her true power, but she cannot hide the fire raging inside her from him. The power of this mysterious stranger seems beyond the pale, even for a recognized hunter of such an incredibly high class. At this moment, Karina smoothly steps forward, giving the hero a slight smile. The guy understands that such a person cannot be ignored, no matter how dangerous she may seem. He answers her with a heavy, piercing gaze, trying to unravel her true essence. Meanwhile, an important speaker suddenly appears on the stage in front of the hall. The professor's presentation is officially announced, and his report is dedicated to a breakthrough discovery in science. He talks about the practical application of mana to create a powerful new generation of weapons capable of changing the balance of power in the world. Han, standing shoulder to shoulder with the main character, whispers that Karina has not taken her gaze off them for quite some time. The blonde gracefully sips expensive wine, occasionally casting inquiring and suspicious glances at them. Kiritani takes a sip of her drink and tells her partner that he was just imagining it all because of the extra stress. Even if she does look in their direction, it is just part of the bodyguard's duties, which must keep a close eye on the entire surrounding area. Han laments that his vaunted intuition has been failing him lately, and he promises to work much harder on himself so that his younger sister will never have to blush for her negligent brother. Hearing the unexpected mention of his sister, the boy asks again in surprise, trying to understand the meaning of the words he heard. Han proudly introduces his relative with a happy smile, admitting that he was sure that Kiritani knew about this. It turns out that he is the elder brother of that famous and incredibly talented huntress named Aoki. A shocked Kiritani suddenly finds himself thinking that they really are similar in some way, although he could not imagine that she had a brother. At this moment, his attention is drawn to two small children in strange costumes who are holding each other's hands very tightly. Kiritani is genuinely perplexed and tries to understand how these suspicious children were able to get into the guarded facility. The hero peers closely at their unusual outfits, sensing a hidden and extremely dangerous threat emanating from the uninvited guests. Taking a closer look at the girl with the short bob and the little boy, Kiritani realizes with growing horror that those very same twins are standing in front of him. Anxiety flares up in his soul, and he begins to sincerely worry about the safety of people, remembering the professor's desperate call for the need to find the twins. An ominous purple energy begins to emanate from the children, while no one in the room pays any attention to them, despite the children wearing combat armor. Kiritani suddenly jumps up and runs towards Han, loudly calling his name. Karina watches this sharp jerk silently, wondering what could have caused the guy's strange reaction. One of the professors looks at the young man with a heavy, frankly dissatisfied gaze. Standing nearby, Boris also feels the growing wariness. Kiritani rushes out of the huge hall and sees the mysterious twins instantly disappear behind a heavy door. A massive barrier slams shut right in front of his nose with a deafening roar, cutting off his path to pursuing the mysterious creatures. The young man runs in after her and finds himself in front of a huge staircase. The targets disappeared in an instant, as if they had never been there. The guy feels a piercing gaze on himself and turns back sharply. He notices Karina, who is watching him closely, and a mocking grin appears on her face. She puts her finger to her face and notices that he rushed out of the room as if he had smelled the scent of a monster. The girl admits that she followed him out of curiosity. Kiritani puts his hands in his pockets and is about to leave, claiming that he simply imagined it all because of accumulated fatigue. He turns around with obvious irritation, hearing the girl's bold offer to provide all possible assistance in solving his problems. Karina smiles and confidently declares that she came to this place not only for the boring purpose of protecting her old man under her care. She directly says that he was pursuing suspicious individuals who suddenly disappeared into thin air. The hero insists on his own, claiming that he will definitely deal with all the difficulties on his own, but the girl objects, explaining that the secret services are on the trail of a dangerous organization, and they now have a common, important goal. Kiritani asks if the girl knows the mysterious man who is the supreme leader of a powerful and brutal criminal organization. The girl confirms that their target is the same crazy boss who was able to subjugate an entire country in just one night. The protagonist reflects on the fact that this hunter received the ominous nickname Necromancer precisely because of his unique and frightening dark gift. His power allows him to completely control the fallen dead, causing his personal army to grow steadily after each battle. Many were attracted by such power, which led to the emergence of an organization made up of dedicated fighters. The guy wonders why the terrorists have become more active now when he is busy searching for the leader of the masked men. He is sure that such a coincidence is impossible and that there is a hidden purpose behind it, At this moment, Han comes up from behind and asks what happened. Kiritani replies succinctly that everything is fine, continuing to understand that the coincidence of dates indicates the presence of a traitor among high-ranking officials. He is convinced that the villain is hiding under the professor's mask, and the sudden appearance of the strange twins is a key clue for him. Steve curiously asks where she was rushing to a few minutes ago, but the girl abruptly orders him to shut up. Kiritani recalls that the professor made changes to the schedule, even though he was next to the girl when the twins were born. The hero turns around when asked about his well-being, and Boris, with a sinister grin, asks whether the guy managed to find what he was so eagerly looking for. The shocked hero looks at him, realizing that the bad rumors about this slippery man did not arise in society out of nowhere. He is convinced that a creature with such a distinct smell of carrion cannot sincerely care about someone's health. At that moment, a deafening explosion is heard. A young man walks slowly through the ruins and clouds of dust, his silhouette barely discernible in the chaos. He shakes the debris off himself, realizing with annoyance that he had been thinking for too long and had missed the moment. Han rises, carefully hiding behind the remains of the surviving table, and quickly informs his partner that he is completely fine. Kiritani makes a sharp gesture to him to be silent immediately, urging him to maintain utmost silence in this dangerous place. A shocked Han whispers with undisguised horror and asks if they really are trapped inside a dark dungeon. The hero stands next to the guy and confirms that the setting really does resemble a dungeon. He lets out a heavy sigh and realizes that this is not a proper dungeon, but only a low-quality imitation. Kiritani's right eye suddenly flashes a piercing blue light, clearly capturing every fleeting movement in the space around them. From the impenetrable, deep darkness of the corridor, a frightening figure slowly emerges towards the heroes, hiding its true appearance in the shadows. An agitated Han whispers to his partner that he clearly hears strange and very suspicious extraneous sounds ahead. At that very moment, a huge and uncontrollable horde of enraged living dead rushes towards them from the thick darkness at breakneck speed. The partners immediately take up the most advantageous combat positions, mentally preparing to take the enemy's first crushing blow. Kiritani quickly realizes that they are surrounded on all sides by a massive and uncontrollable horde of monsters hungry for human flesh. In the current critical situation, he firmly suggests first stabilizing the current situation in order to prevent the enemy from overwhelming them with numbers. After they deal with the first wave of attackers, the terrified professors begin to scream, trying to understand the nature of these terrifying creatures. Han, in great excitement, clarifies whether these are really living corpses in front of them. The hero, with a deadly serious expression, understands that this is exactly what Karina warned about. This is a manifestation of the organization's ability to use necromancy for its own purposes. The horde of undead with glowing red eyes turns sharply towards the heroes. Kiritani takes off and rushes into the thick of the enemy, declaring on the fly that safety must be ensured first. He takes charge of the mutants and orders the captain to protect the civilians. One of the dead men approaches Kiritani, stretching out bony hands towards him. Kiritani intercepts it and touches the monster's face, activating the deadly ability, Death's Hand. With just one palm, he instantly incinerates half of the mutant's body, turning the flesh into dust. Kiritani glances at the crowd of undead who are trying to attack him with their dark magic. His trusty blade is instantly engulfed in a fierce and merciless flame, illuminating the gloomy corridor with ominous reflections. Kiritani confidently cuts through dense ranks of enemies with dull and incredibly powerful blows, literally disintegrating them into atoms. The air is thick with the smell of burning, and the affected monsters instantly burst into flames and disappear without a trace in columns of blinding fire. One of the rescued men shouts out in delight to the others that this is exactly how a true SSS class hunter should fight. Han watches the carnage, realizing that even for his rank, Kiritani is frighteningly strong, though the other hunters present are also of the highest status. In the midst of the battle, he realizes that even his sister Aoki, considered one of the best, is no match for this crushing power. The guy lands gracefully among the smoking ruins. He freezes in place, seeing a system window pop up in front of him with a notification about his next level increase. He is genuinely surprised by such progress, because after the fight with the kaiju, he hardly hunted and did not expect such a generous score. Kiritani analyzes the situation and realizes that the system always awards much more valuable experience for destroying heretics. Against the backdrop of an endless army of the dead, a figure of a man in a deep hood appears, embodying the very essence of the threat looming over the world. Kiritani realizes that all the necromancer's minions are labeled heretics, and such a hunt becomes an extremely pleasant bonus for him. He stands calmly surrounded by people who still can't come to their senses. One of the survivors mutters admiringly that the power of the elite class, SSS, is something beyond the comprehension of the ordinary human mind. Kiritani loudly declares that it is time to move on, and firmly places her hand on the broad shoulder of her faithful comrade. Han freezes in deep shock and tries to stop the hero, desperately asking him to wait at least 1 second to discuss the plan. But Kiritani is already breaking away. A blinding fireball instantly erupts in Kiritani's hand, illuminating the entire surrounding dark space with its bright and furious radiance. Without the slightest hesitation, the hero sends this powerful clot of concentrated flame with a precisely aimed throw right into the thick of the advancing monsters. A series of deafening explosions is heard. The remains of the dead fly in all directions, instantly turning into black, lifeless coal. Kiritani walks through the burning ashes as the system constantly reports a constant increase in his level and a significant surge of new strength. Suddenly, Kiritani turns around sharply at the shrill scream of a terrified man who desperately demands that the corpses go away. At the very edge of a deep rift stands a huge and dense crowd of the dead, which completely blocks the path of all the people driven into the trap. The unfortunate victims desperately plead for immediate help, hoping for a miraculous escape from this nightmarish and deadly trap. With a completely unperturbed face, the hero rushes to intercept the enemy and with lightning-fast blows of his blade chops the rotten undead into small pieces. Among the survivors, Kiritani recognizes Professor Chin, who, in wild horror, clutches his head in his hands and trembles with his whole body. Seeing his savior, the professor jumps up and starts screaming to be immediately pulled out of this hell for any generous reward. The hero notes with interest that the exit from this space has not yet been found, but he is ready to methodically destroy all the dead in his path. At this moment, Han and his partner suddenly appear behind Kiritani, having made their way through the rubble to the main group. Kiritani orders the professor to join the evacuation and follow the captain, but Chin bursts into hysterical screams, refusing to let the hero go and begging to be taken along as a personal companion. The professor swears he will keep a low profile and not interfere under any circumstances. Kiritani states that he understands the professor's concerns perfectly well, but that extra people in his squad will only make the situation even more dangerous. Han, standing right behind Chin, listens carefully to the order and firmly promises that he will not let the hero down and will ensure the safety of civilians. Kiritani, without wasting a second, rushes forward. His only goal is to rip the mask off the criminal who organized this bloody chaos. Steve lies on the ground, coughing heavily and trying to figure out if he ended up in a dungeon created by a powerful explosion. He turns around in anger at the caustic remark that it was completely unbecoming of such an old libertine to tremble so much with fear. Karina, with obvious mockery, asks her protege whether he has really managed to forget who exactly was entrusted with providing his personal security. The professor falls to his knees, remembering that before him is a great kaiju hunter, next to whom he will definitely be completely safe. The girl advises him to take care of his already frayed nerves and behave much more calmly in this critical and dangerous situation. The old man picks up a piece of stone from the ground and notices that this strange place is strikingly different from all the locations he has ever seen before. Karina notes his amazing powers of observation and admits that this unbearable old man may still be good for something. In response, he indignantly shouts that his protector seems to have completely forgotten about her direct duty to protect his life from any possible threats. The professor clutches the stone tightly and claims that everything around them is just an elaborate hologram created to deceive their senses. He clearly demonstrates that he is right, showing his partner how his fingers easily pass through the seemingly hard stone surface. The huntress confidently declares that she is very familiar with this ominous place and insistently advises the professor to quickly step aside. At that very moment, the old man lets out a shrill cry of horror, seeing an enraged horde of the dead rapidly advancing towards them from the thick shadows. The girl's body is instantly enveloped in bright blue particles of energy, and she mockingly asks if these monsters are really just an appetizer before the main course is served. The next moment, Karina appears before the enemy in a striking black and green suit, which emphasizes her readiness for a serious battle. Adjusting her blue mask, she eagerly wishes herself a bon appetit, anticipating a quick and bloody massacre of the reanimated corpses. A huge dead man in a dark hood makes a sharp leap from above, but at the same second, a giant hole gapes in his chest from a precise shot. The girl, with a cheeky smile on her face, cold-bloodedly shoots the monsters with 2 pistols, and one after another they fall dead to the ground. A light blue smoke emanates from the steel barrels of her weapon, and Karina herself sighs contentedly, enjoying the moment of triumph over the enemy. The huntress takes a few graceful steps forward, carefully scanning the pile of fallen bodies for any hidden threats. She methodically checks for any surviving monsters in this bloody massacre to finally ensure her complete and unconditional victory. Each of her shots was extremely effective, demonstrating her incredible skill with firearms in combat conditions. Karina presses the hot gun to her face and whispers with pleasure that she gets real drive and indescribable pleasure from this process. Steve peers out from around the corner, muttering quietly that it's not for nothing that this crazy warrior is nicknamed Daredevil in certain circles. He is genuinely puzzled as to why she uses only firearms, ignoring modern advanced mana-powered technology. Meanwhile, the army of the dead is again attacking, and the professor screams in panic that a whole crowd of hungry monsters has come running to the noise of the battle. The girl's body once again erupts with powerful blue energy as she stares ahead, preparing to launch her next deadly attack. The girl suddenly takes off and turns into an elusive, blurry shadow, quickly flying past her enemies, who are in complete shock from her incredible speed. The huntress fires a series of precise shots on the fly, lightning fast striking the first ugly monster that runs up to her in the air. The red-hot bullets bite into the monster's flesh with enormous force, causing its body to fall lifelessly to the ground before it even has time to touch the heroine. A bright flame erupts, and the affected undead are instantly incinerated, turning into fine dust under the influence of its destructive power. The professor is puzzled why she chooses firearms, ignoring high technology that can destroy enemies with the power of mana. The girl rushes forward, loudly announcing to the dead that she herself is coming to visit them to end this protracted party. She shoots masterfully with both hands, sending bullets right into the heads of the deformed mutants, leaving them no chance of successfully closing in. Seeing the endless ranks of the advancing army before her, the huntress is only genuinely surprised by their pathetic attempt to overwhelm her with their numbers. She demonstratively throws the empty pistols to the ground and, with an anticipatory grin, takes out her heavy rifle for mass destruction. The huntress opens a furious and continuous fire on all approaching enemies, not giving them the opportunity to take even a single step forward. It instantly turns the entire vast space in front of it into a living hell and a territory of complete, merciless annihilation. A moment later, a mountain of charred enemy corpses rises before her. The girl, with a contented smile on her face, silently looks around the battlefield. She asks into the void if this is really the limit of these monsters' powers. Right in front of her, a huge blue monster appears, shaking the air with a furious roar that would make any ordinary person tremble in terror. Karina just smirked self-confidently, noting that the appearance of such a large opponent is already something truly new and interesting. Meanwhile, the giant creature continues to scream terribly and, with powerful blows from its massive limbs, easily destroys the surrounding rocks. The monster pulls its terrifying tongue out of its mouth and looks at the girl in bewilderment, as he is extremely surprised by the complete lack of fear. A satisfied smile appears on Karina's face, and in a quiet voice she asks the monster if this is all he can do. She calmly lowers the heavy rifle to the ground and with a slight movement opens the cylinder of her revolver. The girl carefully checks the magazine and, discovering the absence of cartridges, freezes in thought, wondering how she could have forgotten to prepare her weapon for battle in time. While the girl is completely calmly rummaging through her pockets in search of ammunition, the huge giant suddenly breaks into a furious attack. The enraged monster puts all his power into a crushing attack, wanting to instantly crush this impudent and daring girl. The monster unleashes a hail of crushing blows on her, putting all its primal fury into each swing. Karina continues searching for ammunition, not even looking at the enemy and not showing a single drop of fear. Protected by a powerful barrier, she ignores all attempts by the monster to break through her strong defense. The girl just asks herself in bewilderment where all the bullets could have gone. Steve, watching this scene, admires the fact that this girl combines destructive power and impenetrable defense. He understands why she was nicknamed a walking artillery battery. The monster, in an indescribable rage, continues to furiously pound its fists on the barrier, but is still unable to break through this strong magical barrier. Finally, Karina, with a joyful cry, finds the necessary cartridges in one of her many pockets, which she had searched for so long and carefully. She loads the cylinder of her weapon incredibly quickly, after which, with a confident and precise movement, she raises the revolver. The girl loudly announces to the mutant that his time of unpunished attacks has come to an end, and now it is her rightful turn to move on to the attack. The bullet flies at colossal speed right into the intended target, and at the same moment a deafening, earth-shaking explosion is heard. A second later, all that remains before the huntress's eyes is the lifeless, headless carcass of a giant, heavily collapsed onto the cold stones. The girl states with satisfaction that she finds it much more enjoyable to kill such huge giants than to waste her precious energy on ordinary and boring trifles. Suddenly, she turns around and realizes that it is too early to rejoice in victory. She orders the mysterious coward to immediately let her grandfather go, since the old man is of no use anyway. The sinister villain, holding Steve tightly, declares that the huntress is to blame for herself. She got too carried away by the fight and left her charge unattended. The villain orders her to immediately lower the weapon, threatening to kill the hostage, but does not have time to finish, as the bullet instantly flies straight into his forehead. Karina casually blows smoke from the barrel and calls the enemy an idiot for deciding to go against a tank with a knife. She notes that as soon as the villain decided to act lightly, he immediately became an easy target. Steve, clutching his throat, screams in horror that she is crazy and could have hit him. The girl only snorts in response, advising him to thank her for the miraculous rescue. A tattoo on the skin reveals that the victim was part of the group. Steve listens to the hunter's conclusions about the enemy's plans to eliminate all the scientists at the current symposium. The professor admits that when he first saw the living dead, he immediately became suspicious. But now there is no doubt about the involvement of this organization. Steve turns to the girl and hopefully asks if she can save the rest of the conference participants. The hunter bluntly states that her only mission is to protect his life. However, the professor adjusts his glasses and firmly states that he will be fine. He cannot allow his research colleagues to die at the hands of bandits. He asks Karina not to worry about his safety and to immediately go help other scientists. The girl replies with a smile that she never doubted his nobility for a second. Meanwhile, the protagonist makes his way through the rubble, clutching a flaming sword in his hand. Kiritani peers intently into the depths of the dark tunnel. He turns around abruptly upon hearing his name and sees before him a man in a lion mask who declares that he has been expecting his arrival for a long time. Kiritani just smirks, realizing that the enemy didn't have time to change his clothes. He notes that the enemy could at least try to change their own voice to disguise themselves. The hero suggests ending this farce and tearing off the mask, directly calling the interlocutor by name. The mysterious man in the lion mask remains completely silent, motionless and staring ahead. He replies that removing the mask will make everything too boring, since it has long become part of his true personality. Kiritani mockingly notes that Boris hides behind beautiful words, although in reality he remains an ordinary guy from a gang of clowns. Kiritani stares at his opponent in the dark tunnel and admits that he spent a long time choosing a suitable name for their group. Thanks to this meeting, he finally made a final decision. From now on, he would call their organization Masquerade. The mysterious man steps forward and remarks that the title is not bad, but the hero has clearly become too arrogant after killing Katia. This idiot, according to him, could not even comprehend the true concept of the series. The sword in the hero's hands flares up with a furious flame. He asks the enemy if this means that he considers himself much stronger than his predecessor. The man in the lion mask begins to generate powerful lightning discharges around his body. He declares that he would never have come here without complete confidence in his unconditional victory. The villain demands that he stop his useless chatter and prepare to die. Kiritani watches him closely, realizing that the enemy has gone through at least 2 cycles. This means that their abilities are very different, and for the hero, this is a good sign. It becomes obvious that the members of this gang are hiding the secrets of their true strength even from each other. The masked villain shouts in rage that they will destroy any obstacles for the sake of a great goal. But Kiritani only smirks, declaring that he does not care about their crazy ambitions and plans. The enemy makes a sharp wave of his hand, shouting that such a worthless person would not be able to understand this anyway. Kiritani instantly dodges a blinding beam of pure energy that passes within centimeters of him. At that moment, a bright blue halo flashes above Kiritani's head, and he loudly announces that he has received the long-awaited promotion. The villain advises not to get cocky just because he managed to dodge an attack once. Kiritani notices the enemy's lack of reaction to the magic halo and realizes that Boris is unaware of the advancement mechanics, meaning the current battle will end much faster. Kiritani's body is instantly engulfed in a column of furious fire. Completely covered in flames, he stands frozen in front of his enemy, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Kiritani, with a shining halo above her head, rushes into the attack. He makes a powerful swing, cutting through space with his flaming blade. The enemy does not react at all to this swift attack and only lazily takes a small step to the side. The villain in the lion mask, with a cheeky grin, grabs the blade of the sword with his bare hands. Kiritani freezes in undisguised amazement, suddenly confronted with such incredible and truly transcendental enemy power. At the same second, the enemy delivers a heavy blow directly to the hero's body. Kiritani slides across the ground, plowing up the rocks, and stops only when she presses her sword into the ground. The guy instantly forms several fireballs in his palms and unleashes a series of attacks on the villain using his mana bombardment skill. The enemy concentrates lightning in his hand, raises it, and begins to furiously counterattack his stunned opponent. Kiritani shields herself from the blinding flash, trying to comprehend the true nature of this sudden threat. He feels like the enemy is emitting several different types of energy at once, as if he is fighting a whole group of people. The mysterious villain declares that he will now reveal the true reason for his overwhelming superiority over everyone. He creates a pulsating sphere in his hand, calling this object a paranormal activation core to enhance his abilities. The shocked guy stares at the strange object, trying to understand how this technology works. An ominous red core appears, pulsating in time with the heartbeat of this mad and dangerous scientist. The villain offers to appreciate this masterpiece, the creation of which he spent his entire long professional career. The system notifies that the hero has a unique item of rank 2S, possessing incredible power. Kiritani calls his interlocutor a damned maniac. He realizes the terrible truth. Boris has collected 179 brains of hunters for a mad leap in power. The villain launches into an explanation of his immoral actions. He states that when studying the system, he was interested not in the structure, but in its components in the form of living people. He was lucky because the government itself provided the materials and financed this monstrous research. Kiritani looks at him with disgust and wonders how anyone can talk about such atrocities with obvious pride. The villain claims that the reason for the hero's weakness is his moral standards, which bind him like chains. At this moment, an ominous red sphere hovers above Kiritani's head, emitting waves of concentrated energy. The enemy shouts that now the guy will feel on his own skin the colossal and insurmountable difference in their level of strength. The protagonist looks down and feels a sickening sensation as if the energy is being sucked out of his body while he's still alive. He realizes that he is facing a mana suppressor and tries to escape from its oppression in any way possible. The guy chuckled to himself, realizing that this arrogant maniac had attacked the wrong person. The masked villain stands frozen in bewilderment, unable to understand why his perfect trap failed to work as intended. Right above his head, he sees a punishing flaming sword, and at the last moment manages to jump away from the blade. Kiritani's sharp blade barely grazes the opponent's hair, leaving only a thin trace in the air. The stranger clutches the sphere tightly, preparing to attack and gathering the last of his mana. Kiritani makes a powerful swing with his sword, putting all his pent-up rage into this movement. System windows about skill activation flash before his eyes. A heavy blade falls on the enemy, who with great difficulty blocks this deadly attack. Under the enormous pressure, dark blood begins to ooze from Boris's mouth, staining his clothes and lion mask. The enemy once again concentrates energy for his decisive throw. System notifications one after another informing about the parallel connection of skills and a dangerous overload. He concentrates lightning in his hand, raises it, and begins to counterattack furiously. Kiritani runs towards him, the system instantly activating a whole cascade of deadly skills, poison, death's hand, and a massive bombardment of mana. Sworn enemies clash in a furious battle in the very center of the cave. The space filled with blinding flashes of energy, shaking the vaults of the dungeon. A powerful explosion shatters the rocks around the fighters, and Kiritani sees huge boulders flying straight at him. He ducks and hears a mocking question about whether he seriously expected a quick victory. In the center of the explosion crater, an ominous red ball flickers dimly. System notifications about the enemy's instant regeneration appear against the background of the energy sphere. The villain slowly emerges from the cloud of dust, dragging broken limbs behind him. He asks with a grin if the hero really didn't believe that among hundreds of hunters there would be at least one with a powerful gift of healing. Kiritani looks at him intently and calls him a jack of all trades, but then promises to beat him to such a state that there will be nothing left to restore. In another part of the cave, a fierce flame bursts from the barrel of a weapon. The body of another dead man is blown to pieces by a hail of bullets. Karina stands in front of the fallen enemy with a pistol in her hands and irritably notices that these disgusting corpses are crawling out from all sides. While she is wondering where so many undead are coming from, a strange object rolls to her feet. The girl picks it up and realizes exactly how the enemies get inside. The system window identifies the find as a rank A mass teleportation device. The huntress freezes in the middle of the cave, feeling the collision of two powerful streams of mana, each exceeding the level of 2 cycles. The girl fires a sharp shot, followed by a deafening explosion. She guesses that one of the fighters is Kiritani, but does not understand who the second alien energy belongs to. Karina rushes at full speed towards the deep gorge, wanting to see everything with her own eyes as soon as possible. The villain in the lion mask attacks furiously and recovers on the fly. His arms return to their original form, and his legs instantly heal even after the most severe fractures. He screams curses in a rage, feeling superior due to the endless resource. Kiritani grips the hilt of his sword and launches into another attack, realizing the dangerous truth that the enemy's healing limit is practically inexhaustible. While the artifact is in the enemy's hands, he can use the other's abilities indefinitely. The villain rushes into attack, trying to crush the hero with his power. System notifications report a sharp increase in enemy mass and the preparation of devastating blows, as the opponents collide in the very center of the cave. The villain manages to step right on Kiritani's flaming blade with his foot, showing complete disregard for its power. With a mocking grin on his face, he says the hero's name, holding the pulsating magical sphere tightly in his hands. Boris states that his strongest ability at the moment is complete and undeniable control over flames. The enemy takes a confident step forward, continuing to exert powerful psychological pressure on his young opponent. He uses a deep freeze skill, attempting to instantly freeze the opponent's sword and completely disable their movement. The surprised hero sees a thick layer of ice rapidly creeping along the blade, reaching the very hilt. The villain mockingly asks the hero how he feels about the fact that his legendary sword has finally gone out. The masked enemy rushes into attack again, shouting that the parallel core will find an answer to any, even the most powerful ability. Kiritani runs quickly towards his opponent and asks if he is really so sure of the truth of his own words. He delivers a sharp, penetrating blow with his hand, literally throwing the heavy opponent high above himself. Kiritani holds out her palm, shrouded in a mysterious blue glow. A powerful stream of scarlet blood spills from the villain's mouth, and Kiritani grins as he notes that the core still has no answer to this attack. The young man swings his hand sharply and delivers a powerful blow, greatly enhanced by mana. The enemy is thrown back and begins to choke on blood even more. The guy doesn't give the masked man time to recover and continues his furious attacks. The sphere begins to rotate rapidly around its axis and emits powerful radiation into space. The enemy, in a rage, says through clenched teeth that it is too dangerous to leave a talented man like Kiritani alive. He attempts to completely freeze the hero's fire by clashing the ice element with magical flame in a powerful frontal attack. Kiritani confidently holds off the onslaught, parrying blows with her burning blade and using skills to absorb and steal someone else's mana. The villain finally loses his composure and yells at the hero not to dare to get too cocky. Against the backdrop of a pulsating sphere, the maniac concentrates several different abilities into a single crushing blow. In the very center of the red core, an ominous purple spot suddenly forms, signaling extreme overload. The enemy goes on the decisive offensive, putting all the remaining forces into this final and destructive push. The system window immediately notifies the user that the maximum settlement threshold has been significantly exceeded. The masked man screams loudly and quickly launches into his next most furious attack. Blinding explosions of ice and furious flame thunder, destroying the entire space around. Kiritani frowns deeply and peers into the very epicenter of chaos, where destructive elements are raging. The young man sighs heavily, realizing the complexity and danger of his current position in this battle. He grips the flaming sword tighter, determined to finally end this protracted battle here and now. A blindingly bright halo suddenly flares up above his head, flooding the dark tunnel with light and giving the warrior a truly majestic and menacing appearance. The hero makes a sharp dash forward, using his secret technique of a swift and extremely precise lunge. The ice shackles fly apart with a roar, unable to withstand the colossal pressure from the attacking guy. The villain furiously shouts that getting closer does not guarantee the hero victory. Kiritani winces in frustration, because he regrets wasting a valuable resource on such an opponent. The guy decides that only 1/3 of the accumulated points should be enough to complete this fight. Kiritani falls into an indescribable rage and activates the hidden power of her spirit to perform the finishing move. The system window informs that spirituality has been reduced to activate the technique. A stream of scarlet energy breaks through the thickness of the ice, rushing towards the target with the speed of real lightning. The villain watches in complete shock as this incredibly destructive force is directed against him. He screams hysterically in wild horror, refusing to fully believe it. Kiritani, with one furious and precise blow, cuts his enemy clean in half, putting an end to this battle. The guy freezes in front of his defeated opponent while the system bombards him with messages about his rapid level increase. A window pops up describing a new ability to perform very fast and multiple calculations in real time. Kiritani pokes at the screen thoughtfully, trying to decide which of her new skills will be more useful in the future. He starts to turn around, but at that moment, a powerful explosion thunders nearby, and huge boulders fly apart from the shockwave. Kiritani slides across the ground, keeping her balance with her sword, and looks in surprise towards the new threat. The smoke clears after the explosion, and the guy is perplexed and trying to comprehend what is happening. A moment later, an oppressive silence reigns in the dungeon. The young man turns around and asks in a quiet voice what this means. Karina stands opposite him, pointing the barrel of her gun straight at his face. She utters the word spirituality and demands to explain the origin of this power. The girl promises that if she does not receive an answer, the guy will go after that freak he just killed. Kiritani asks a counter-question about the reasons for her aggression and makes a sharp swing of the sword in her direction, quickly getting ahead of her attempt to pull the trigger. The guy instantly moves away from her to a safe distance. He calmly states that he does not intend to answer questions, as he only swatted an annoying mosquito. The hero clarifies that if she proves that he is not a friend of the murdered man, he is ready to share the necessary information. Karina furiously screams for evidence and promises to check if he remains as self-confident with a couple of extra holes in his body. The girl opens continuous fire on Kiritani without any visible hesitation. Kiritani deflects all the bullets flying at him with precise movements of his blade. The next moment, a deafening explosion is heard, causing the massive vaults of the cave to shake. The hero rushes towards the girl at colossal speed, raising his sword for a crushing blow. He puts all the strength he has into this swing and furiously strikes straight at the shimmering barrier. To his great surprise, the guy realizes that even such a powerful attack cannot break through the barrier. The magical shield remains completely unharmed, absorbing all the kinetic energy of this furious onslaught. Karina stood motionless under the protection of her powerful and virtually impenetrable blue energy shield. Suddenly, she opens up with a barrage of fire and begins to shower her opponent with a continuous hail of deadly bullets. Kiritani calmly blocks every flying projectile with her sword. The guy understands that such firepower and absolute protection are capable of absorbing almost any of his carefully prepared attacks. Now he sees with his own eyes the incredible power of an SS-Rank hunter, which far exceeds all his previous expectations. Karina continues to fire her weapon incessantly, urging the hero to finally come to terms with his inevitable and bitter defeat. Kiritani looks in shock at the flames unfolding before him, trying to find some way out of this trap. A powerful explosion occurs, the flash of which illuminates the surrounding space. A girl with a weapon in her hands freezes in front of the sight of a powerful explosion, expecting to see only the lifeless corpse of her opponent there. She clutches her head and says with annoyance that due to such a quick death, she never had time to find out his true identity. At that moment, the flaming blade suddenly flies to the side, causing the huntress to instantly strain all her senses. The girl once again activates her powerful barrier. With a rifle at the ready, she loudly asks the guy if he is still capable of anything serious in their current confrontation. Another explosion throws heavy rocks high into the air, filling the space with thick dust and small granite fragments. Holding the weapon, she suddenly realizes that the guy has disappeared without a trace, and the thrown sword was just a clever feint. Kiritani suddenly goes on the attack. He appears right in front of his disoriented target. Karina screams in shock that things are taking a bad turn, and tries to raise her rifle for protection at the last moment. The girl is thrown across the entire cave by the crushing impact, unable to resist this colossal physical force. Kiritani lands gracefully right next to her. The girl clenches her teeth in anger and stares at him, trying to understand how he was able to close the distance so quickly. Karina furiously asks him about his motives, because he not only mentioned the Reboot Guild, but also openly used the promotion. The hero realizes that she is familiar with terms that even the elite members of the masquerade do not know. Karina replies that she deliberately lures people from her world into her web, explaining that catching small midges is easy, but it's much more interesting to encounter truly dangerous hornets. These insects are able to survive in any harsh climate and pose an extreme danger to all surrounding creatures. The guy looks at the girl and says that one hunter from their world has already been killed, after which the hero clarifies the information about Kishida. She is extremely surprised by such knowledge and asks how an ordinary person could know this secret name. The heroine's weapon begins to glow a bright blue light, signaling its readiness to release a new charge of destructive energy. Kiritani stands right in front of her and states that they are clearly not enemies, so they need to get the scientists out of this dungeon first. She replies that defeating the current boss does not guarantee the guy complete safety in this damned and gloomy place. The amazed guy realizes that she not only knows about this space, but also had a hand in its creation. The girl, in a fit of rage, starts screaming, demanding an immediate explanation of the secret to using the enhancement. Karina flinches at the mention of Kushu's name, and the heavy rifle in her hands begins to visibly shake. She haltingly asks who this man really is and how he managed to end up in this place. The guy just grins and says that true masters of enhancement have always drawn their power from the power of spirituality. The hero asks if she knows these people. Karina, in complete rage, continues to aim straight at his chest. She orders him to be silent and not to talk nonsense about the 8 heroes, advising him not to lie, but the guy ignores the threat and calmly peers into the dark barrel of the gun pointed at him. The huntress stands frozen in shock, trying to comprehend the incredible truth about the identity of the warrior standing before her. Kiritani remains icy calm, her gaze never leaving the shocked and confused girl. She frantically analyzes the facts, realizing that this fighter is definitely not Taharan and does not belong to his circle. His manners have nothing in common with the insolence and severity of Kruger. Karina barely whispers the name Arden, refusing to believe her eyes and feeling a growing trepidation in her soul. Kiritani seems to see her reflection from the past and quietly drops a phrase about how they haven't visited their sister for a long time. After these words, the girl slowly lowers the barrel. She asks in a trembling voice if this is really the same child in front of her who fell asleep to the sounds of her lullaby. The hero, with a warm smile, remembers the song she performed for him in his distant childhood. The rifle falls onto the rocks with a dull thud, and Karina, casting aside all doubts, rushes quickly towards the guy. The girl clings tightly to Kiritani as he hugs her back, realizing the extent of his previous mistake. Previously, the guy was sure that he had lost absolutely everything: his home, true friends, and even faith in the future. In that world gripped by agony, he really had nothing left worth risking himself for. Now he is sincerely glad that his pessimistic thoughts turned out to be a lie. Kiritani hugs Karina tightly, realizing that at this moment one of the most precious people has returned to him. The vast battlefield is littered with the bodies of fallen warriors, with black crows circling above them. Amidst this dark chaos, one of the fighters, barely remaining conscious, desperately tries to get to his feet. Someone suddenly grabs the young man by the face and screams his name at the top of their lungs. The blonde warrior looks him straight in the eyes and encourages him to be strong no matter what. The guy tries unsuccessfully to answer, literally choking on unbearable grief and despair. He kneels before the dying girl, repeating the name Elena over and over again. In response, she only quietly asks for forgiveness for all the mistakes made. The girl prays to fate that at least he will definitely stay alive. She finds the strength to smile and holds out her hand, on which a magical sign flashes. The girl screams that she will hold back the onslaught of the monsters herself, giving the guy a chance to escape. The boy reaches for her fingers, desperately screaming the name Elena, powerful vortices of blue energy swirling around him. He continues to call her until the world around him finally plunges into darkness. The guy slowly sinks to the very bottom, painfully wondering why, of all the defenders, he was the only one who managed to survive. Air bubbles escape from the warrior's mouth one after another until he finally loses hope. The hero realizes that everyone he once swore to protect has disappeared without a trace over time, into complete oblivion. He continues to drown, feeling the cold abyss pulling him deeper and deeper. Arden reaches forward, noticing the slippery tentacles in the darkness, and wonders if it's time to just accept this ending. He reaches the bottom, where a powerful column of energy suddenly flares up, and the guy realizes that in front of him is the long-lost legendary killer of the Queen. A shining blue sword is thrust straight into the stones, and in his fading consciousness, the image of a happy Elena emerges, smiling and extending her hand to him. The boy takes up a sword and walks among the bodies of the fallen, wondering what the point of living in a world where not a single person dear to him remains. He grips the hilt of the blade tightly, catching himself in dark thoughts about the nearness of his own end. Arden picks up the energy sword and suddenly realizes that this weapon will be his only salvation. A giant toothy fish thirsty for fresh flesh approaches the hero at great speed. The fighter grips the sharp stones with a death grip, trying to gain a more advantageous position for an attack. He stands with his sword at the ready right in front of a pack of ferocious demons ready to tear him to pieces. Arden, with an unwavering determination in his eyes, challenges the monsters to attack him first. The sinister predators only growl gutturally in response, seeing such a daring opponent before them. The guy delivers a series of crushing blows with his blade, turning enemies into a bloody mess. Realizing that he is now driven by only one furious desire, the hero furiously cuts a path through each mutant. He slowly walks along a deep ravine towards a terrible dark entity. A huge monster hovers high in the dark sky, completely blocking out the bright light. Arden understands that he must destroy the leader of the invaders, the Queen who leads the Legion. The huge villain only grins mockingly at him in response, after which the hero instantly takes off. He swings his sword sharply, realizing the Queen of Monsters' colossal superiority. The guy realizes that she was incredibly strong and extremely arrogant in battle. Arden concentrates pure energy at the very tip of the blade, forming a blinding charge. The warrior fires a powerful beam straight towards the Queen, inflicting severe injuries on her. She hangs in the air as her entire body rapidly fills with bright light. Arden watches this majestic and terrible picture with complete calm. The guy takes his hand away from his face and explains that all of these were just fragments of memories from his past life. He looks ahead and wonders if they believe him now after all he has said. The blonde looks at him, tears of relief shining in her eyes after everything she had been through. She hugs the boy tightly and whispers that he had to go through something truly terrible. With genuine delight, she repeats that he still found his way back and returned to her. The guy looks at her with concentration and calm, without making the slightest attempt to move away. The girl gently strokes his head as he announces in an even voice his return to this world. Suddenly, a male voice is heard from the side, asking how long the girl plans to continue these caresses. The girl replies that at such moments it is better to just remain silent. Steve stands behind the couple and says that he would not like to ruin such a touching moment. The blonde sharply asks why he is watching them at all. Karina asks Kiritani why he decided to call this man, and in response hears that the hero brought something that could seriously interest him. Kiritani shows a mysterious object and claims that it is a paranormal core created by Professor Boris, with the participation of the government. Steve, stunned, asks again if the hero is really going to give him such a valuable artifact. Kiritani smirks and makes it clear that he is not doing this for free. The hero clearly formulates his conditions. He states that in exchange for the core, Steve is obliged to keep the conversation secret and share all technologies and profits from research. Steve cautiously accepts the artifact and agrees, not understanding why they are placing such trust in him. Kiritani says that he trusts not the professor here, but Karina, who confirms his words and warns the old man that any attempt at betrayal or deception will cost him too much. Steve runs away quickly, shouting as he goes that he understands everything and will immediately begin a detailed study of the core. Karina smirks and calls him an unbearable old man. She looks at Kiritani with a warm smile and admits that she is sad to say goodbye, but urgent matters await her. The guy replies that they can always meet later. Karina winks and takes out her smartphone, promising to leave her number so that they can always stay in touch. Kiritani looks at his phone screen where he sees new calls. He looks down with a satisfied smile, realizing that everything is not so bad after all. The hero realizes that he has not lost everyone, because fate miraculously brings him back together with his loved ones. Meanwhile, a warship sails majestically in the open sea. The action moves to the Coast Guard line, where heavy guns on board the ship are ready. An emergency situation is announced over the loudspeaker, and all crew members are required to immediately go into a state of heightened combat readiness. The captain stands behind the operator, who, in a panic, reports powerful energy surges coming from great depths. The commander demands to clarify the scale of the anomaly and the possible cause of its occurrence. He immediately orders a general alarm to be declared along the entire coast and all hunters to be mobilized. One of the sailors, with a mad smile, realizes that a new deadly rift has appeared right in the middle of the endless ocean. An image of a monstrous octopus appears on the screen, causing everyone present to wonder what horror awaits them. Meanwhile, Kiritani sits face to face with Aoki in complete silence, the girl silently looking at him, without uttering a single unnecessary word. Kiritani watches her closely and gently asks what exactly happened. Turning away, she admits that after that terrible terrorist attack at the symposium, he seems somehow distant to her. She emphasizes that she was very worried, because he sat so still as if he had completely stopped breathing. Kiritani replies that she sincerely appreciates her sincere concern. Aoki suddenly decides to clarify whether it is true that he is dating a hunter named Karina. He asks again in bewilderment, not understanding the essence of the complaints. The girl shyly hands over her phone and explains that she simply came across this article and decided to ask in person. The guy calmly replies that this is just another empty gossip of the tabloids. While she agrees with his arguments, someone quickly runs into their room. Agawa suddenly appears at the door and loudly shouts Kiritani's name. The guy sternly reminds her that he asked her not to come here without warning. The girl beams with delight, clutching the pulsating blue sphere tightly in her palms, and announces loudly that she has finally awakened her powers. Against the backdrop of city high-rises, a system notification with the number 5 appears. The stricken heroes peer into the interface window, Kiritani noting that upon awakening she gained 5 unique abilities. Agawa happily announces that she has already submitted all the necessary documents for the exam to join the ranks of hunters. The girl hopefully asks whether she will be able to officially join their guild after receiving the license. She hears in response that her joining the guild is completely out of the question. Kiritani states that having new powers does not make the situation funny. Aoki stands nearby and listens attentively to this tense conversation. She looks at her phone screen in surprise and turns to Kiritani, who is suddenly confronted with an emergency message that a dangerous fault has opened in Osaka. The protagonist heads for the exit, saying on the go that it's time for them to move, and warns Agawa to continue their conversation only after the mission is completed. Agawa whispers softly after him that everything could have turned out differently under certain circumstances. She tells the departing Kiritani that if her brother had not died but had awakened his powers, he would have definitely fought Kiritani. Kiritani finds herself thinking that this look is as firm and stubborn as Ren once had. The hero promises to consider her joining the guild only if she passes the exam better than everyone else. The girl enthusiastically asks about the promise again. Aoki only smiles sadly, hearing Kiritani's stern warning that there will be no help during the tests. Agawa confidently retorts that she didn't expect any leniency and will prove everything on her own. The girl smiles sincerely and wishes Kiritani good luck in the upcoming battle. At the port, workers in bulletproof vests lined up at the very edge of the sea, clutching weapons in their hands. Numerous ships ply the choppy waters, preparing to repel a large-scale attack. The harbor captain stands next to the arriving heroes and announces that the Reboot Guild is already there. The sailor reports that the hunters have been fighting for 6 hours and points to a giant tornado that lifts the monsters from the ocean floor like an elevator. Time is running out. The enemy's numbers are growing rapidly, and even more enemies are hiding in the depths of the water. Kiritani looks away thoughtfully, analyzing the information. He turns to the sailor and asks if there is any way to get them aboard the ship where the other guild is currently based. The sailor only responded with fear, asking if they really intended to get close to this deadly tornado. Kiritani looks closely at her men and orders Kishida and Finn to immediately join the guild to protect the ships from the monster attacks. The ship's captain, with great alarm, informs the boy that even powerful depth charges and torpedoes were unable to cause any harm to the tornado. The hero calmly replies that he has a much more destructive weapon at his disposal, and Aoki is amazed to realize that he is talking about lightning magic. Meanwhile, on board the flagship of the Bane Guild, warriors wage a desperate battle with sea monsters. The hunter cries out in his heart that there is simply no end to these creatures. His partner asks hopefully if command has sent any reinforcements to this hell. A battle staff suddenly flies through the air. Kishida masterfully deals with a group of monsters and loudly announces that he has arrived to provide them with the necessary assistance. The fighter screams in fear, seeing a whole flock of aquatic creatures rushing towards the newcomer from behind. The guy instantly activates a protective field on his body, taking the brunt of the attacking enemies. Horrible creatures from all sides close in on the young man. Kushida strains all his strength and concentrates his energy for a powerful release. In a fit of rage, the boy throws all the monsters away with one crushing movement. The hunter turns to Finn and proudly declares that this is a direct result of his grueling training. The guy responds by strongly advising his partner not to relax, as the fight is not over yet. He grips his staff tightly and activates the mass healing skill. A dense sphere of pure energy begins to form around him, rapidly expanding in all directions. The astonished warriors looked at each other, noticing with surprise that all their wounds had instantly healed. One of the fighters realizes that the arriving hunter managed to heal the entire squad with a single spell. He looks around and realizes that most of the creatures that had climbed on board have already been completely eliminated. The hunter finds himself thinking that although the new guild is small in numbers, their true power is astounding, and he acknowledges the complete truth of Aoki's words. Finn stands shoulder to shoulder with Kushida, convinced of the strength of his comrades and realizing that each member of their guild is a true monster in human form. Another wave of monsters crawls across the deck straight towards them with a vile grinding sound. The fighter notes that these creatures are unusually stubborn and are not going to retreat without a fight. He activates the magical defense and confidently declares that this battle will not drag on. The guy firmly knows that his sworn brother is about to enter the game and turn the tide of the entire operation. Meanwhile, Kiritani holds the girl on his shoulders, preparing for an incredible maneuver. Aoki looks at him sheepishly and quietly asks if she's too heavy for this method of movement. He replies briefly that her weight does not bother him at all. The hero makes a powerful leap, carrying Aoki on himself and landing right on the heads of the water monsters. The ship's captain screams in shock as he sees the boy leaping from one monster to another, rapidly approaching the epicenter of the tornado. The young people rush forward through the spray and wind without slowing down the set pace. Kiritani encourages her companion, reminding her that she must strictly follow all the lessons learned for the perfect result. Aoki looks straight into the heart of the raging elements, and at the right moment, she fearlessly jumps into the very center of the rotating water column. Kiritani urges her on with a loud cry. He realizes that he must stretch the mana into a thin thread and then sharply twist and compress it as much as possible at one point. The girl, with a spear at the ready, flies forward through the walls of water like a flash of lightning. The guy understands that in order to defeat the elements, she needs to pierce the storm's energy core. An enthusiastic fighter from the shore exclaims that only an elite SS rank hunter can stop such a tornado. Kiritani stares ahead as Aoki gracefully lands behind him after finishing his attack. She takes a breath and checks with the leader to see if they have truly managed to end this threat. He confirms her guess, noting that the influx of new monsters from the ocean depths has finally ceased. The heroes stand right on the backs of the floating carcasses of the defeated creatures, which now serve as a temporary island for them. Suddenly, a giant writhing tentacle rises smoothly from the dark water. Kiritani and the heroine instantly turn their gaze to the source of the noise, realizing that the last and most dangerous enemy remains before them. A powerful tentacle flies through the air with a deafening whistle, threatening to crush all living things, but the heroes synchronously and confidently jump to the sides, avoiding death. Aoki wonders with concern that if just one tentacle has such mass, then what is the true size of the monster itself? The girl grips her weapon tighter, hearing Kiritani's warning that the enemy is right below them. She dodges the monster's next attack at the very last moment. Kiritani, with a deft and precise movement, cuts off part of the limb, causing serious damage to the monster. He realizes that only the tentacles are emerging, while the main body of the monster continues to hide under the water. Huge splashes are visible everywhere, filling everything around with salty foam. The heroes jump to the side in unison. Kiritani loudly calls on her partner to be extremely careful. Astonished sailors watch this epic battle of life and death from the decks of their ships, captivated. An incredibly powerful explosion occurs directly above the writhing tentacle. The guy yells at Aoki to immediately switch to protecting civilians. The girl quickly runs towards the shore. She hears Kiritani confidently declare that he is quite capable of dealing with this enemy alone. The guy deftly blocks a series of furious blows, declaring that the time for stupid jokes is finally over. He sees how the monstrous body of the giant octopus itself finally begins to rise from the depths. Kiritani swings her flaming sword and declares the true battle to begin. The monster emerges right in front of him, slowly opening its monstrous mouth. A powerful jet of compressed water flies at great speed straight towards the main character. The guy turns around sharply, analyzing the enemy's movements, and realizes that each subsequent shot of the creature becomes more powerful and has a longer range. At the same time, he notes that the trajectory of the attacks is quite predictable and they are quite easy to dodge. The boy recalls the details of his last fierce battle and thinks about the new ability he received after executing the Mad Doctor. He confidently presses his finger on the system screen, instantly calling up a menu of available skills. Kiritani recalls the details of the terrorist attack at the symposium and looks forward with determination, preparing to strike a crushing blow. The system window informs you that a new unique ability has been created as a result of merging other skills. Kiritani directs a concentrated fireball to the very tip of her sword. He hopes that the energy invested in the attack should be enough to destroy such a massive sea creature. The guy hovers in the air and unleashes all his power on the giant octopus. The monster's massive eye instantly erupts in a fiery flame, and Kiritani watches as the monster's body flies back, wondering if he had put enough mana into that attack. The hero sees how a huge octopus begins to rapidly swim away. Kiritani is genuinely surprised and wonders out loud if this monster is really planning to run away in disgrace. The monster is heading at full speed straight towards the densely populated shore. A heavily armored fighter stands among his comrades, screaming hysterically that they must stop the creature at any cost. The ferocious octopus begins to generate a colossal amount of energy in its mouth. It fires a powerful, destructive beam straight at the coastline. The viscous green slime flies in huge drops over the heads of the defenders. They look in horror at this toxic substance, which covers their positions in a thick layer. The caustic acid instantly corrodes their skin and equipment. The soldiers scream in indescribable pain, demanding immediate help from healers and calling on the tanks to take up defensive positions. Kiritani flies through the air right next to the giant octopus. The wounded fighters notice his appearance and begin to loudly shout the name of the famous hunter Kiritani. The main character orders everyone in an authoritative voice to immediately leave the coastal zone. At this point, the octopus continues its deadly journey through coastal waters. The shocked guy stands next to his comrades and already refuses to believe in the possibility of salvation. The girl thinks about her comrades with tears in her eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. The monster, along with a huge tsunami, is approaching the shore. People are stunned and wonder if they are destined to die in this place. Kiritani pronounces the name of the secret technique with absolute calm. He makes a sharp, precise movement, literally cutting through the water with his shining blade. The hero rushes forward rapidly, and an incredibly powerful sea rift occurs, exposing the ocean floor. The fighters, shocked to the depths of their souls, freeze, watching this fantastic spectacle. Kiritani stands still right in front of them, confidently gripping the hilt of her blade. He turns around on the fly, hearing numerous words of sincere gratitude addressed to him. Kiritani replies that if they do not want to interfere with the progress of the battle, then they should leave immediately. He makes a powerful leap, concentrating on performing another secret technique. The boy flies towards the writhing tentacles. Using the one-step technique, Kiritani delivers dozens of lightning-fast strikes with his trusty sword. He methodically slices the monster's limbs with a white-hot, flaming blade. The guy raises the blade high above himself, mentally saying goodbye to the defeated enemy. With a decisive movement, he cuts the carcass into small pieces and gracefully lands on the ground. The astonished warriors watch the finale of the battle, exclaiming that they cannot believe their eyes and declaring themselves devoted fans of the great master. Kiritani sits down wearily next to the carcass of the sea giant he killed. The hero sighs heavily as Aoki and the rest of his comrades run towards him, vying with each other to ask how he is feeling. The guy thoughtfully touches his fingers, checking the sensitivity after a hard fight. Aoki looks at his hand with concern and asks worriedly if he has been seriously injured. He replies that the danger was too close. The girl immediately jumps back, hastily apologizing. Finn grabs Kiritani's hand and insistently demands permission to conduct a thorough examination. The hero brushes it off. It's just a scratch, not worthy of such attention. The fighters recall the moment when Kiritani delivered a crushing blow to the octopus's head and suddenly lost his guard due to the use of a new ability. At that very second, one of the tentacles managed to catch his hand, leaving a bloody mark on the skin. Kiritani slowly rises from the ground and hears Finn's statement that he will provide him with medical assistance no matter what. The healer places his palms on the hero's arm, concentrating energy to restore tissue, while a crowd of spectators and the press insistently demands comment on the situation. Kiritani looks at his phone screen with a warm smile. Remembering Agawa's important exam, he sincerely wants to support her on this important day. At this moment, fighters in heavy equipment approach them, their measured steps echoing across the entire coast. The hero looks up at the approaching people, making it clear that he is waiting for an explanation of their sudden appearance. The policeman, with a polite but cold smile, introduces himself as a major in the Hunter Control Unit and invites Kiritani to accompany them for further investigation. Aoki stands next to him and indignantly declares that the guy defeated the monster, after which he sharply asks if they really want to escort the hero to the agency. The major replies that the girl does not understand the seriousness of the situation, and with a smug smile reminds her that their department is a government agency of the highest level. He emphasizes that any disobedience to the order will result in severe consequences. Aoki states that he is showing incredible insolence in trying to exert such vile pressure on them. The protagonist grabs her tightly by the shoulder. The girl reacts to what is happening with surprise and anxiety, but the guy already understands that it is impossible to avoid a collision. The room echoes with the dull thud of a fist hitting a table, and tension and irritation literally burst out. The hero clearly understood that, despite the destruction of the monsters and the closing of the rift, he was still drawn into someone else's political game. Kiritani followed the events closely, while the girl tried to understand what game her superiors were playing, since their leader had already admitted guilt for the terrorist attack and resigned. Meanwhile, reporters did not miss a second, recording every movement of the soldier. The officer understood that formalities were a thing of the past. He had trained his squad for years and had complete freedom of action in relation to the hunters. Kiritani smiled faintly and was aware of the fact of blackmail, while Aoki was in a small guild and did not pose any threat to those who were now brazenly pressuring them. The officer reprimands Tachibana for turning off her recorder during an interrogation and choosing to speak with the suspect alone. The officer throws a photograph of Agawa onto the table next to the main character. The police officer emphasizes that the girl is attractive and underage, and yet lives with the guy under the same roof. The hero immediately understands where these hints are leading and realizes that they are trying to frame him for an accusation. He remains calm, but the officer only smirks, demanding proof of his words. The guy understands that he doesn't have time for such games and expresses a desire to talk to their immediate superiors. One of the employees, with a fake smile, reports that the commander is currently busy and has plenty of things to do, both in his personal and social spheres. The hero rises from his chair, which infuriates his interlocutor, who demands to know what he is doing. He replies that without his superiors, being here loses its meaning. The officer angrily demands that he sit down, warning that any resistance will only worsen his situation. With a powerful kick, the young man opens the doors and confidently heads towards the exit, not allowing those around him to knock him off course. The hero, ignoring the threats, continues to move forward while the workers watch in shock at his decisive and unexpected actions. One of them, not hiding his anger, demands to know what he is doing, trying to understand the reason for such impudent and defiant behavior. Kiritani stops and notices the senior officer, informing him that he was previously told that he was not there, which makes him doubtful. The guy extends his hand to the astonished officer and declares that it looks like his badge is on fire. The officer starts yelling, calling the guy insolent and asking if he understands who he is dealing with. Kiritani lunges forward and grabs the department head by the throat, acting quickly and leaving him no time to react. The officer angrily demands that this stop immediately, but the guy punches him in the face. A loud voice of an employee can be heard insistently demanding that the young man immediately stop what is happening, trying to stop the conflict from escalating further. Kiritani freezes and silently looks away, gradually calming her breathing and gradually regaining full control of the situation. The guy turns sharply and throws his opponent aside with one movement, clearly demonstrating strength and determination in every action. Meanwhile, the officer calmly presents documents, introducing himself as the head of the Department of National Security and thereby confirming his official authority. Kiritani asks if the government is involved in this provocation. The officer replies in the negative and adds that he came here personally to resolve the situation. At that moment, the police officer saw another officer struggling to get to his feet after being hit hard, staggering and losing his balance. The man experiences intense fear, his body visibly trembles, and in a trembling voice he says that he absolutely does not need any problems or unnecessary consequences. He listens attentively to the guy's demands for complete carte blanche to act and objects excitedly, realizing what such a decision could lead to. The guy calmly explains that the United States government has already given its hunters unlimited freedom of action without unnecessary restrictions. SS-Rank hunters from other countries, he said, also officially gain access to the same privilege on an international level. The boy looks at the officer and asks if he should consider immigrating if Japan is unable to provide such a right. The officer replied that there was no need to worry, since the rank promotion had not yet been fully confirmed and was not yet legally enshrined. After this, the guy slowly approaches the man, calmly puts his hand on his shoulder and tries to show control over the situation. Kiritani leaned towards his ear and said that since they had come to resolve the issue, they were obliged to understand his strength, and therefore they had better return home and convince the government to give him everything he needed. Kiritani stood before the stunned officers and calmly stated that after all his demands were met, they were to contact him only through an official agent. Then he added that there was one last detail left, and the next moment the guy sharply swung his hand towards the major standing nearby. The powerful blow sent the officer flying back toward the wall and crashing through it, unable to even partially soften his fall. After this, the young man turns his back to the police officers and makes it clear in a quiet voice that any communication with them is over for today. Tachibana clutches his head in his hands as the other officers around him freeze in place, unable to hide the intense shock that grips them. The hero heads towards the exit of the building. At that moment, Aoki, noticing him, loudly shouts his name. The girl anxiously inquires about the guy's condition, to which Kiritani replies that he is fine, despite the unpleasant incident. Han looked at them and noted that the Hunter Association was also outraged by the agency's behavior and how they dared to treat an SSS-Rank hunter. Kiritani thanks him for his support, after which Han offers him a ride home, but is calmly refused without much explanation. With the setting sun in the background, they briefly discuss the Hunter Examination Center. A crowd of curious people and reporters had already gathered near the entrance to the building, awaiting developments and comments. Agawa happily turns around and reports that the guy has finally shown up, to which Kiritani replies that he finished the job faster than he expected. The girl, with a sweet expression on her face, calmly began to talk about the exam, sharing her impressions and trying to convey her excitement and expectations. At this time, the guy watched her carefully and listened to every word, trying not to miss a single detail of her story. In the system window, next to her photo, information appeared that this time the participant with the highest score was Agawa. She stood in front of Kiritani and he asked her if she understood what she was signing up for, to which she confidently replied in the affirmative. They shook hands, after which the guy said that he was counting on her and expected responsibility and decisive action from her. The girl happily agreed with his words and laughed joyfully in response, not hiding her enthusiasm and confidence. Night has fallen and the house is gradually plunging into darkness, creating a quiet and tense atmosphere before the start of an important conversation. Karina dried herself with a towel, sitting in her robe and staring intently at the white screen, waiting for the video call to start. The girl noted that all participants arrived on time, emphasizing that such organization in their circles is extremely rare. She settled more comfortably in her chair and calmly announced that everyone was ready and they could begin the meeting without delay. At this point, a huge message about no signal would suddenly appear on the screen. A moment later, a masked fighter appears on the screen, and the girl immediately asks if they know why they are gathered here. A creepy smile appears on the long-haired hunter's face, and a voice is heard informing him that he has become a hot topic of discussion. After this, a curvy girl appears on the screen, and an explanation is heard that this young man will soon become one of them. Karina asks people on the video conference what they think about this and how they assess the situation. Silence falls, and it becomes clear that everyone present is immersed in their own thoughts and doubts. Karina again asks those present what they think about this and why they are in no hurry to answer. She sat down in a chair and asked why everyone had suddenly become silent and stopped participating in the discussion. Kim Yun said he doesn't consider him one of them. He watched the footage of the fight and was completely unimpressed. Ivanov crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would not be so quick to call him his colleague. Modin touched his mustache and mentioned that the royal family was also closely monitoring his progress. Beijing said nothing and just silently looked forward, maintaining a cold expression on her face and showing no reaction to what was happening around her. Karina nervously clutched the drink can and realized that despite the guy's status as a rising star, they all didn't care at all. She sat in front of the TV and asked if they considered him worthy of SSS rank, and if they wanted to see him in person, since she could arrange it if she wanted. Karina smiled, clearly realizing that it was she who had first voiced this proposal and thus set the direction of the conversation. The girl smiled and said that since everyone agreed, the decision had been made, and she doubted that they could stand next to someone like him. The large modern building was illuminated by the rays of the rising sun, which softly flooded the entire facade with a golden light. Agawa stood in front of Kiritani and Finn, and declared that from this day on she would be part of their guild and was genuinely glad to meet them. The guy smiled and calmly introduced himself, saying that his name was Finn, without unnecessary pathos or emphasized importance. Kishida also introduced himself and extended his hand to the girl in a friendly manner, showing an open and friendly attitude. Finn sadly noted that they were the same age and that she was Kiritani's half-sister, reminding his comrade of the possible consequences. The fighter waved his hand and said that he didn't mean anything like that and didn't even think about the possible consequences of his words. Agawa asked where Kiritani was. Finn replied that he had gone out on business and was going to take out the trash. The guy stood in front of his defeated opponents. The girl looked at Kiritani and said that after receiving permissiveness, he got too carried away. He asked the girl if she minded his getting rid of the trash without any ceremony. The long-haired man screamed in shock, asking if they even knew who exactly was behind him. Kiritani saw his punch and calmly said that he was really curious about how it would all end. His fingers slowly extended forward, indicating his intention to move into action without further ado. Kiritani deftly dodged, preventing the attack from reaching its target and maintaining complete advantage. The guy jumped back, realizing that this skill enhanced the enemy's magical power, and immediately realized that he was just a small fry. The enemy grinned and asked if he was seriously going to fight him, since at the first sign of danger he would simply run away. Kiritani grabbed his head as the opponent shouted that he was activating his special ability. Kiritani slammed him into the ground with full force, leaving him no chance to resist or dodge the blow. The enemy screamed in pain and began to insult him in rage, not hiding his anger and despair, as if trying to hold on to the remnants of his confidence. Kiritani punched him without hesitation, completely draining his enemy of any strength or even a hint of ability to continue fighting. The beaten guy screamed, asking him to wait, threatening him with consequences and asking if he even knew who was behind his protection. Kiritani kicked him and noted with irritation that his opponent was constantly talking about someone's protection, without ever daring to name the person standing behind him. The boy received a strong blow to the shoulder. His body jerked in pain, and for a moment he lost the ability to resist and think clearly. He only opened his mouth questioningly, unable to find words and clearly not expecting such a development of events and such pressure from the enemy. Kiritani looked down, making it clear that hiding the patron's name was pointless, given the masked gang's influence in China. The boy shook his head tearfully as Kiritani calmly explained that the human trafficking organization's activities had come to an end. The next moment, blood flew in all directions, flooding the floor of the room and leaving a terrible sight. Kiritani touched his face as the system window announced the Punisher skill, drawing his attention to the new possibilities. He saw the ability to devour magic in the information window and was completely unprepared to gain access to such a skill, instantly appreciating its power. He raised his finger and sternly said that Tachibana must remove everything unnecessary, leaving no room for doubt. Kiritani recalled the recent battle and thought that despite the opponent's rough movements, it was clearly a skill to increase magic power. He wondered if the masquerade might have something to do with it. The young man understood what steps needed to be taken next and tried to develop the right strategy. Meanwhile, the action moves to a gloomy dungeon, illuminated by rare burning torches. The masked man sitting at the table reported that after the butterfly, this guy dealt with the lion and clarified that in such a short time they lost 2 employees. The comrade sitting next to him asked fearfully what would happen next and how they could deal with the situation. The man in the bird mask thought for a moment, then replied that they needed to deal with this impudent girl before the situation got out of control. The atmosphere began to heat up, and the faceless man sitting opposite demanded that the discord cease, noting that they certainly did not need such conflicts at the moment. The faceless one informed those present that their places would be taken by the twins, explaining that he considered them worthy, especially since these places were still vacant. The man in the bird mask asked anxiously what they should do with Kiritani, as this guy was abnormal and extremely dangerous. Those present began to apprehensively admit that they were no match for him, to which the faceless one ordered them to lie low for a while and wait for the right moment. Hawk continued to be indignant, The neighbor asked him if he should calm down and focus on the newcomers. He tried to direct his outburst of anger into a more reasonable channel. This statement outraged the hawk, to which he was told that education was his specialty, and that was what he should be doing. Everyone around him looked at him silently, carefully assessing the situation and his reaction. They added that the newcomers need to be raised to be worthy people capable of taking the place of Leo and Butterfly in the guild. The woman in high heels slowly stepped out of the portal and adjusted her mask, demonstrating confidence and control of the situation. In a quiet voice, she said that these idiots were always nothing but trouble, clearly showing her irritation and dissatisfaction with what was happening. Dallin touched her hair and noted that she had warned them in advance to abandon the research, but they did not listen to her, and now Lev died because of them. She looked at the ringing phone and asked irritably what else could happen in this protracted and unpleasant moment. The screen showed no signal and the connection suddenly dropped for no apparent reason. All vital signs disappeared. Dallin, sitting on the bed, said that they were useless. She cursed at her subordinates and thought about where to find new suppliers. The girl held the smartphone and realized that the last message was about infiltration, after which she looked away and thought that in Japan there is a rank higher than SS. Only one person came to mind. The girl looked at the door, quietly ordering him to enter. Dallin noted that he looked good for a man who had lost a couple of limbs and asked what exactly he needed. The director stood in front of her and lowered his eyes. She called him father, showing her attitude to the situation. The father replied that he had sent people to investigate, and that they had found nothing in Boris's house except household items, adding that he had also asked for an investigation into the illegal laboratory. The man was convinced that the hunter Karina was involved in the explosion incident and reported this to Dallin. Dallin stated that he was useless, specifying that he could even be removed from his position as director. The girl added that he would not receive new test subjects and perhaps would soon be one of them himself. She looked at her father and declared that she had made his company the best in China, so it was in his interests not to spoil her mood. Dallin remembered one of the top managers and began to think about handing over all the affairs to him. The man continued to listen to her complaints in silence, looking at the floor and not daring to object. The girl continued to swear furiously, declaring that she was surrounded by idiots and that she had no one to rely on. Dallin sat up on the bed, and her father quietly began to apologize to her, trying to somehow smooth over the conflict. He looked to the side at the photographs and asked who was depicted in them, asking in surprise if it was the hunter Kiritani. She replied that this person was creating unnecessary problems for them, and this was constantly making the situation more difficult. The man stated that he had personally seen what he was capable of, and that it was better not to cross paths with a person who was about to be awarded the SSS rank. The father heard her words, and the girl coldly declared that he was naive to think that his opinion meant anything. She said seriously that if he valued his life and position, he should do everything as he was told, without irritating her, and she grabbed her head, feeling growing tired from just the sight of him. Dallin thought he was useless, musing that they had most likely taken the paranormal core Lev had created, but still didn't understand its true importance. She looked at the table with displeasure, clearly showing her irritation. The girl, seeing the photo, realized that he would be assigned the SSS rank. Anxiety grew into determination. She realized that she had to kill him before something inevitable happened. An airplane was flying in the sky, cutting smoothly through the air with soft, light clouds spreading around it. Agawa asked the fighter why he was sitting behind Kiritani. The fighter shrugged and replied that he was just following orders. Then he stood up and with a slight smile asked what the hero was doing. He replies that he is watching an interview, observing what is happening on the screen of a gadget, where a blonde man stands surrounded by microphones. Kane overhears a question about what it's like to be the world's strongest hunter, and responds by stating that he doesn't consider himself one, and is confident that someone will soon be found to take his place. The boy looks at the device and is told that for an SSS rank hunter, he is surprisingly modest, to which Kane replies that perhaps there is already someone among the hunters who has surpassed him. The protagonist thinks about Kane and hears his words about not underestimating even those who have an E rank. He sees the blonde man's face and understands that he has gone the same way as him and has gained important experience. The boy looks away, realizing that he would like to meet him and discuss this turning point. Then his gaze fell on Finn, and he noticed that he looked worse than usual. He wondered if perhaps he should have kept it in the guild. The protagonist remembered how the boy congratulated Agawa on joining the guild and thanked him in return, showing respect. The young man handed the protagonist an envelope and explained that he had come to deliver an invitation from Karina. The guy opened the envelope, looked inside, and immediately realized that it was an invitation to a personal meeting. The messenger confirmed the assumption and added that other SSS-Rank hunters would also be present at the meeting. The protagonist looked at him and asked him point-blank if he had been invited only to assess his potential. Han noted that the others, judging by their appearance and reaction, were clearly not satisfied with the current state of affairs. He understood that this was precisely why Karina was trying to introduce him personally, wanting to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The guy thoughtfully reflected on her character, trying to understand what motivates her in such situations. He stands against the backdrop of his defeated opponents and understands the true goal. She wants him to demonstrate his strength to them in a visual way. While on a plane, young people ask the leader where they are going, hoping for an exciting adventure. When told it was Las Vegas, Agawa and the others cheered, sensing the approach of fun events. Kiritani immediately cooled their enthusiasm and reminded them that they were not going for entertainment, but to carry out an important mission. The guys looked at the main character and asked if he was taking them with him. He replied that the whole guild was invited, but only on the condition that they promised not to make noise so as not to cause problems. The protagonist looked at the happy people and doubtfully thought that he would regret this decision, anticipating the difficulties to come. Finn sat in the chair and remained silent, lost in his thoughts, trying to understand the essence of the upcoming task. The protagonist notices this and asks what's wrong with him, but he brushes it off, claiming that everything is fine, trying not to show any doubt. Kiritani watches him closely, assessing Finn's mood and his readiness for the upcoming mission. Against the backdrop of flickering images, Finn pulls his hood over his head, as if trying to hide from extraneous thoughts. It occurs to the protagonist that he once shared a story about leaving his previous guild, and now he feels awkward returning there. Kiritani, crossing his arms over his chest, tells him that if he doesn't want to, he can return to Japan. Finn firmly states that he is obliged to accompany him as a member of the guild. The guy looks away, noting to himself that, at least in words, it sounds convincing, but internally he still doubts. The plane begins to approach the city. The guy hopes that everything will go well. After some time, the team finds itself in Las Vegas. The guild members are walking down the street, enthusiastically shouting the name of the city and enjoying the moment. Karina quickly runs up to Kiritani, happily calling him by name and not holding back her emotions. They hug. The girl exclaims that he has finally arrived and expresses long-awaited happiness at the meeting. Agawa excitedly demands that she move away from Kiritani. Karina responds by calling him cutie, maintaining a joking tone and not taking the stern reaction seriously. The girl points her finger at her and says that she is still too young, hinting at her lack of experience. The fighter tells her not to worry because she still has her whole life ahead of her and tries to calm her down. Before he can finish his sentence, he receives a punch from Agawa. The protagonist leaves and asks Finn to keep an eye on them so that nothing bad happens. The action moves to a room where the guys are sitting in chairs in a circle and preparing for an important conversation. One of the fighters notices that Karina is late and expresses strong dissatisfaction with this delay. Kiritani looks around and quickly realizes that Kane is not there, causing his wariness to increase. Karina sits next to him and calmly says that introducing herself is probably unnecessary in this situation. Kiritani watches the hunters, who are giving him unfriendly looks and are clearly hostile. Karina stands at the table and confidently asks those present who is going to start first. The girl looks very surprised and asks again if there really are no volunteers among them. Kim Yun states that they haven't been to Vegas in a while and he thinks this place is perfect. After this, the girl clarifies that he is talking about a casino at all and hints at the true purpose of the conversation. Karina points her finger and asks why he doesn't demonstrate his strength in a duel right now. Kim Yun replies that his ability allows him to see into the future for a few seconds, after which the fighter crosses his arms and states that it is convenient to show it off during the game. The girl approaches Kiritani and asks him directly if he is okay with openly using his powers. He replies that he doesn't mind if the others do the same, and the protagonist agrees that it will be more interesting. The huge city is illuminated by gigantic illuminations that can be seen for tens of kilometers around. The tables are already laying out the cards and getting ready for the game. The fighter addresses everyone and announces the rules, according to which the one with the most chips will receive the Kiritani challenge. Karina, standing next to Ivanov, declares that she is passing, as she sees no point in participating in the challenge. The man also refuses to participate, after which it becomes clear that the cards have already been laid out. The dealer looks at the players and reminds them that everyone must place their bets before the game begins. Kim Yun takes a whole mountain of chips from the table and calmly takes his place at the table. He then loudly announces all in, betting everything he has, and immediately attracts the attention of those around him. Kiritani and Beijing look at him, surprised by such a decisive step, which is clearly driven by confidence in the ability to foresee the future. Blackjack is a game where players are dealt 2 cards, and the winner is the one whose total is closest to 21. The unspoken rule was that if you bet everything, it meant you were completely confident of your victory and had no doubt about the outcome. The croupier leaned over the table, and the young man realized that everyone present should now be especially alert. Going all in only increases the psychological tension between the players, and the atmosphere at the table becomes noticeably heavier. The girl announced that the winners were Kiritani and Beijing, and upon hearing that the next round was about to begin, Kiritani thought that now was the time to use his new ability. He remembered the fight with the villain and realized that he received it precisely after he was able to defeat the boss. The system window reported the activation of the Eye of Wealth skill, which allowed the guy to see cash flows. Kiritani looked at the cards and chips, realizing that this game was more player-oriented than dealer-oriented. He had 19, so there shouldn't be any serious problems in this round. The dealer looked at him and announced that the winner of this round was Kiritani. The guy looked away and, thanks to his ability, continues to win every round without much effort. Eye of Wealth can only work if other players do not use an ability that is stronger than it. Kim Yun noted that it was not good for a ranker to cheat so openly at the gaming table. The man only smiled silently in response and grinned, not considering it necessary to explain anything. Modin showed the card, laughed, and said that the fighter could see right through him. He folds his cards and declares that he is skipping this round, showing a lack of interest in the current hand and further risk. Beijing closed her eyes, then sighed heavily and said the same thing, demonstrating agreement and unwillingness to continue the game. The protagonist looked away and at that very moment realized that they weren't even trying to defeat him and seemed to be deliberately giving in. Kim Yun looked at the guy and asked if he was going to cheat, after which he added that it was not surprising since he compared his intelligence to that of a monkey. Kiritani didn't answer and just silently squeezed the chip in anger, after which he forcefully broke it right in his hand. Karina laughed and told him not to tease the guy so much, after which Kiritani looked away and thought for a moment. He saw the system window and thought that he could use its capabilities to ensure his victory in the game. Kiritani considered multiple analysis, and a detailed list of available skills appeared on the screen in front of him. He realized that for the rest of the game he would take 3 abilities at once, hoping to gain a decisive advantage. Kiritani's cards glowed green, which immediately caught my attention. Then he looked down, realizing that something important was happening. He saw that the cards contained an ace and a king, and he thought that now he needed to act quickly and without unnecessary doubts. The announcement was made that Kiritani was the winner, and the outcome of the game became clear to everyone at the table. The guy sat at the table with a smirk, calmly accepting the result and realizing that he was in complete control of this game. When he was announced as a winner again, Kim Yun thought he had blackjack for the 5th time in a row. Karina was delighted and asked if Kim Yun's luck had run out, her gaze searching carefully for the answer in his reaction. He shouted for the audience to be quiet, then looked at the cards and realized that his lucky streak had ended there because he had 20 in his hand. Kim Yun moved his chips and went all in, then bet everything he had left at that point. Kiritani realized that victory was his. He held his cards with a smirk and calmly announced blackjack. He looked at Kim Yun with a smile and said that the victory was his by all the rules of the table. Kiritani showed his trick. Kim Yun realized that he had been hiding his true abilities from the very beginning. He realized that in any case, even with his vision of the future, he could not defeat him. Kiritani stood up from the table and asked if, since he had won, he could choose who he would fight, after which the young man cast a determined glance at the hunters and calmly declared that he would choose them all. The hunters sitting nearby reacted discontentedly to this statement, clearly not expecting such an outcome. Kim Yun thought that this young man thought too highly of himself. Karina grabbed her head and said that he was simply amazing, and Modin thought about it and asked what it all meant. The girl rose from her seat and replied that they had heard it all themselves. Karina announced that tomorrow there will be a battle that cannot be missed under any circumstances. She exclaimed about 4 SSS-ranked world rankers against the promising Kiritani hunter. Karina joyfully began to say that there would be no more objections, and with a sharp movement, the girl jumped onto the stage and announced that the battle would take place exactly at midnight. Time moved inexorably forward. The huge skyscrapers by the water were illuminated by a multitude of lights, creating the feeling of eternal day. It was 10:38, and the spacious hall was already crowded with people. At this moment, Agawa quickly runs up to the main character, and from her tense look, it immediately becomes clear that the girl is very worried about what is happening. He turns to her, and from just one look, he understands that she is worried about the upcoming fight and the possible grave consequences. She almost loses her composure and confidently says that he will have to fight several opponents at once, and such a fight is too dangerous. The protagonist smiles calmly and assures her that he can handle any situation, but Agawa tearfully admits that, as a last resort, it is better to retreat. He gently places his hand on her head and promises to be careful, keeping an even tone and trying to calm her down. She quietly remarks that he always acts too rationally, as if he's trying to reassure not only her but himself as well. At this time, Aoki appears in an elegant dress, which immediately attracts the attention of those around her and makes her stand out from the crowd. She turns to Kiritani, who stops in front of her and admits that he didn't expect to see her here at all. The girl explains that she just arrived and is surprised to hear that the outfit actually suits her. At this moment, Karina suddenly hugs Kiritani, laughs and says that he expressed himself beautifully. The guy notices that she has had enough alcohol. Aoki turns his gaze to Karina and calmly asks the hero who the girl next to him is. Karina immediately asks the same question, and Kiritani explains that Aoki is standing in front of them, and next to him stands the hunter Karina, who is ranked second in the world. Aoki is surprised that a person with such a high status can behave so boldly and openly, but having taken a closer look at Karina, she realizes that she is truly straightforward, confident, and does not hide her emotions. Karina just smiles and says that she appreciates directness and believes that only such a girl has the right to flirt with Kiritani. Aoki comes closer, as if accepting the challenge. Karina, with a playful smile, declares that the main character belongs to her. Karina, still in high spirits, leaves and loudly announces that the party is in full swing. At this point, Finn quietly turns to the leader and asks to speak with him alone. A few minutes later, they find themselves on the balcony, where the noise of the party dies down and the conversation immediately takes on a more serious and personal character. The protagonist, holding a glass in his hands, understands what the conversation will be about and carefully asks if Finn would like to talk about his past. He looks down and admits that his story is boring, but still begins to talk about the events that he had kept to himself for a long time. Before meeting the current leader, he served in an American guild known as the Noble Guild, and considered it an important part of his life. Flashes from the past come flooding back to him, and he remembers his wounded comrade and the moment when everything suddenly went wrong. His magical core turned out to be unstable, and it failed him at the critical moment when the squad's life hung in the balance. The soldiers fought with all their might, and some desperately called for a doctor, demanding immediate help right on the battlefield. Later, Finn stood in front of doctors in the hospital, trying to explain that the mission had failed precisely because of core instability. He wrote a detailed report, but the doctors refused to acknowledge the true cause of what happened and did not take his words seriously. The look of a dead hunter with whom he had disagreements even in life comes to mind. Only later did Finn learn that this hunter was the son of the guild leader, which changed the attitude of those around him. After the tragedy, the atmosphere in the guild changed, and people began to suspect that he did it on purpose. Walls of mistrust seemed to have grown up around him, and cunning and unkind people constantly whispered behind his back. Now, standing on the balcony, Finn admits that some members of his former guild are also present at this party. The protagonist, still calmly holding his glass, asks what Finn himself thinks about all this now. He loudly and sharply declares that he has never taken anyone's life or committed treason. Then, having calmed down a bit, he asks what the leader thinks about the current guild and whether he likes it. Against the backdrop of a babbling fountain, the hero replies that he really likes these people and the atmosphere within the guild. Meanwhile, Beijing is sitting nearby with his friend, and they start arguing over free snacks. Finn is surprised to hear such words, and for the first time in a long time, a warm and sincere emotion appears on his face. Kiritani comes closer and makes it clear that she trusts him unconditionally, not doubting a single word he says. Finn turns around and there is sadness in his eyes. He hasn't heard such support in a very long time. As the leader leaves, Finn quietly thanks him and remains standing where he is, looking straight ahead. Kiritani tells the young man not to worry about what is happening and says he needs to step away for a while. He notices movement to the side and immediately realizes that someone has been listening intently to the conversation this whole time. The guy turns around and sees Beijing standing next to him, looking at him with an unusually serious expression on her face. Kiritani notes that such behavior is considered bad form for rankers. The girl appears here with a specific purpose and makes it clear that she has come to warn him. According to her, he must lose the upcoming fight. Otherwise, his life will be in danger in the near future. Kiritani tries to understand what exactly is threatening him, but Beijing replies that he can think whatever he wants. However, there is no malice or desire to harm in her eyes, and Kiritani immediately reads this. He notices her surprise and realizes that the real danger comes not from her, but from someone else. He takes a sip from his glass and decides that he must, no matter what, find out the truth. The guy then says the word butterfly and carefully watches Beijing's reaction, trying to understand her thoughts and feelings. Beijing genuinely doesn't understand what they're talking about, and Kiritani immediately realizes that she has nothing to do with organizing the masquerade. He explains that over the years he has met many people and learned to distinguish between enemies and those who are simply forced to act under pressure. He doesn't see any murderous intent in her gaze, but he understands that she has come to warn him. This means that she herself is being kept under pressure and she is acting against her will, following other people's instructions. Beijing looks down and admits that it is bound by serious obligations and cannot act freely. She explains that she cannot reveal details because she gave a promise of silence and has no right to break it. Kiritani is shocked by what is happening among the rankers, when even the strongest are forced to remain silent and hide the truth. He wonders what must be happening in their world if such powerful people are afraid to speak the truth openly. At that moment, a girl bursts into the room, slams the table hard, and furiously demands an explanation, openly showing her anger and pent-up irritation. She screams and demands an answer as to whether Finn is really here and whether he is really a member of the Reboot Guild. She wants to personally verify his presence. Her anger flares up with renewed vigor when she remembers that this fool is still walking free and considers himself innocent. Although, according to her, it was he who deprived her of her younger brother. She declares that Finn will answer for everything today, but the man tries to stop her and explains that Finn now serves Kiritani, and they are unable to cope with him. The girl slams her fist on the table and declares that tonight at exactly midnight the boy will fight 4 hunters, and he will have no time to worry about others. In a decisive voice, she declares to the man that they will do everything as she says, and no one will dare to object. Kiritani is in her room, lying motionless on her bed and looking at the ceiling, as if waiting for events to happen. The young man suddenly stands up and feels that the first opponent has already arrived, so he is ready to meet him face to face. He opens the door of the room and sees a fighter who asks if he has slept well and is ready for the fight. Kim Yan appears in the hallway and becomes the first opponent in this difficult test. He holds 2 metal spheres in his hands, which immediately attract Kiritani's attention. The guy looks at them with surprise and tries to understand what these objects are, whether these are really ordinary iron balls. Kim Yan throws them at the guy and hopes that he doesn't die in his sleep. The next moment, the warrior snaps his fingers, and the metal balls immediately begin to move, obeying his control. Kiritani remains motionless and calmly watches the objects approach. A moment later, he comes into motion and dodges the flying projectiles, moving away from them with a sharp and precise movement. One of the metal balls flies a few centimeters from the young man's face and almost hits him. Kim Yan watches him closely and notes that he confidently dodges every attack and does not panic. The guy is amazed that the metal balls bounce off the walls and begin to ricochet chaotically around the room. A moment later, Kiritani catches a few balls and asks his opponent if that's all he can do. Kim Yan exhales heavily, realizing that the first attack didn't make an impression, and immediately releases many more of the same balls. Kiritani is amazed that the technique looks much more difficult than he expected and requires complete concentration. The spheres bounce rapidly around the room, bouncing off the floor and walls, creating a dense attack field. Kim Yan himself is at a loss, not understanding why his attack still doesn't reach its target. Kiritani moves almost silently, dodging with inhuman speed and evading capture. The enemy then decides to resort to the ability of foresight, hoping to guess the trajectory of his movements in advance. He concentrates, watching Kiritani, and finally notices the silhouette he needs. Confident that he has seized the moment, he rushes into the attack, relying on the future he has seen. Kiritani immediately steps back, and Kim Yan, confident that he has moved to the right, throws a punch. But the hero again evades the attack, and the enemy finds himself in complete confusion and shock. Even with the gift of foreseeing the future, he cannot reach his too-fast opponent. One of the balls misses the target, and Kim Yun realizes that he is slowly losing this fight. The next second, he feels a powerful blow as Kiritani attacks him with pure energy, leaving no time to defend himself. Kim Yun is thrown back against the wall with force, smashes through it with his body, and lies among the rubble, feeling the crushing difference in power between himself and his opponent. Only a moment later does the terrifying thought dawn on him that this blow was delivered without a weapon. He takes off his helmet but immediately finds himself grabbed by the throat, not having time to recover from the fall. Kiritani drains his energy with a magical nullification, and with a smirk, he declares that today he intends to shine brighter than anyone else and demonstrate absolute superiority. Kim Yun tries to object, but Kiritani throws him into the wall, completely incapacitating him. He calmly notes to himself that one opponent has already dropped out, and moves on without haste. Kiritani looks ahead, considers her next step, and decides to go up to the next floor. The elevator opens and a massive fighter, Ivanov, appears in front of him with a heavy and threatening aura. He is a huge, muscular man with an impressive build and a truly powerful figure. He assesses his opponent and realizes that his previous opponent has already fallen in this battle. Ivanov looms over the hero. Kiritani reflects that the height of over 5 meters is clearly related to the ability. Ivanov notices that the guy's sword appears to be broken and watches his reaction closely. Kiritani says that he didn't even take his weapon with him and remains extremely calm. In response, Ivanov declares that this would be a fatal mistake and raises his gigantic fist over the hero. Kiritani quickly jumps to the side and avoids the blow at the last moment. He takes a quick look at the enemy standing right in front of him, assesses the distance, and prepares for a decisive action. He then delivers a powerful kick straight to the face, putting a lot of force into the attack. Ivanov crashes into the wall, and Kiritani calmly notes to himself that the enemy has brute force, but a complete lack of tactical intelligence. The giant raises his huge fist and with a furious roar promises that he will make Kiritani dance under his blows and will not allow him to leave without dire consequences. The protagonist sees a crushing fist in front of him, the size of which clearly indicates how dangerous a direct blow is. He remains standing in front of the attacking enemy, carefully assessing his movements, distance, and possible options for further action. Despite its gigantic size and massive body, the enemy moves unexpectedly nimbly and tries to dictate the pace of the fight. Kiritani dodges the blow with perfect skill, counters immediately, and lands a hard punch straight to the stomach. Ivanov lets out a loud cry of pain because he did not expect such a precise and accurate attack from the enemy. In a rage, he shouts that Kiritani is incapable of defeating him in hand-to-hand combat, and then, with a deafening roar, he launches into another attack. The man angrily declares that he will tear the young man apart and leave nothing but broken bones. The protagonist calmly absorbs every blow and takes the full force of the attacks with a hard, precise, and perfectly placed block. The giant continues to attack furiously, but with growing horror he realizes that the guy is deflecting absolutely all the blows, and what is happening seems impossible. A blinding golden aura erupts around Kiritani, filling the space with a pressure of force, instantly changing the nature of the entire battle. For a moment, the man loses sight of the young man, looks around, and tensely wonders where exactly his opponent has disappeared to. The protagonist suddenly jumps on his back and delivers a crushing kick straight to the opponent's head. Kiritani uses the opponent's body as a support, sharply turns in the air, and gathers all the momentum of the movement into one precise strike. The elbow lands with devastating force right on the jaw, breaking the enemy's stance and instantly ending his attempt to continue the fight. The blow is so powerful that the loud crunch of the opponent's bones breaking is heard throughout the room. Ivanov lies in thick clouds of dust, his body covered in blood, his consciousness completely knocked out by a series of blows. Kiritani stands over his fallen enemy and calmly notes that even gigantism could not save him from defeat. The boy slowly turns around and notices that a purple feather is falling smoothly and almost silently right next to him. Kiritani dodges an energy beam, notices a strange bird, and realizes that she has never seen such a creature before. He looks at her and declares that such a bird seems to him too weak for a serious fight. Modin, with a bird on his hand, looks at him calmly and confirms that his power is indeed based on summoning creatures. He smiles, extends his hand, and tells Kiritani not to be upset, because he has already prepared an opponent that will definitely suit his taste. The guy feels the floor beneath his feet begin to shake and the vibration gradually intensifies, as if something huge is awakening right under the slabs. A crack appears in the stone slabs, and an ominous energy slowly rises from it, filling the room with an oppressive and heavy vibration. Next to him, a ferocious winged monster emerges from the rift, its massive body immediately inspiring danger. Kiritani flies to the side, lands expertly on his feet, and calmly says that he expected to see something much more majestic and impressive. Modin, with a serious expression, explains that before him is a brainless beast that is incapable of taking a single step without a direct order from its master. The huge monster attacks the protagonist without hesitation, swinging its limbs and unleashing crushing force on him. He deftly dodges the enemy's blows, quickly jumps to the side, and maintains complete control over the situation. The monster begins to deliver powerful blows, the force of which shatters stone structures and turns the floor and walls into flying debris. The guy runs along the monster's arm and in one movement flies over the head of the ferocious enemy, using his own attack against him. Once in the air, he delivers a powerful kick to the enemy, causing one of the monster's horns to fly off with a crash. Kiritani grabs a heavy stone, lifts it above herself, and calmly declares that this is how she repays an old debt. After these words, he throws a massive piece of debris with great force straight into the creature's face, leaving it no time to react. His hand flares with a bright energy flame, which concentrates around the palm and dramatically increases the destructive power of the blow. Kiritani cuts off the head of the ferocious mutant with one precise and accurate move. A dense clot of red energy erupts from the monster's decapitated body, distorting in the air and quickly dissipating. Modin stands in front of him in complete silence, and the head of his defeated pet falls with a dull sound right in front of him. Kiritani appears next to his defeated opponent and calmly asks if they are going to continue the fight or if this is the end of the confrontation. Modin is silent for a moment, then slowly raises his hands, admitting defeat and confessing that without the summoned creatures, he is not capable of fighting. Standing with his back to him and not turning around, Modin says that before leaving, he can give him some useful advice if he is willing to listen. Kiritani listens carefully and hears a warning that they should be especially careful when fighting Beijing, as she is dangerous for both of them. The guy thinks for a moment and remembers that Beijing is considered the best huntress in China, preferring long-range battles. The protagonist suddenly catches a flying arrow and feels a powerful surge of energy, immediately realizing how difficult it is for him to resist such pressure. He peers into the distance and quickly realizes that the arrow came from the east, which only confirms his guess. The guy calmly looks ahead, realizing that Beijing is somewhere out there. A powerful explosion occurs. A bright flash illuminates everything around, and a rapidly expanding fireball covers the space. In the very center of the destruction stands a girl with a bow, her figure clearly visible against the background of dissipating energy. Beijing looks straight ahead and keeps his gun at the ready, located at a resort 50 kilometers from Kiritani. The boy breaks the arrow in his hand and notes the incredible range of the shot, realizing that without a reaction it could have killed him. The protagonist takes a starting stance for running and uses his secret technique, preparing for the next stage of the fight. He rushes forward with lightning strikes, causing a bright light to flash around him and blue energy to fill the space, highlighting his incredible speed. He grips his sword and clearly understands that he will have to deflect flying arrows on the move, using the ashen blade technique. Kiritani silences the incoming arrows one after another, precisely redirecting them to the sides and preventing any of them from reaching their target. At great speed, all that is visible around are streams of light and barely distinguishable silhouettes of fighters colliding in a rapid confrontation. The guy makes a sharp jump above Beijing. She holds the arrow at the ready and mentally notes that only a complete fool would risk getting so close. She closely monitors his movements and is sure that such recklessness will sooner or later lead him to serious consequences. The tip of her weapon flares with energy, and at that moment she mentally says goodbye to her enemy, considering the outcome of the battle decided. Beijing releases an arrow and looks forward. Kiritani raises his sword above himself, preparing to meet the attack head-on. She watches what is happening in complete shock and does not understand what exactly is happening before her eyes. The girl sees the silhouette of the main character with a brightly shining blade. Kiritani, in a rage, cuts the arrow in half and immediately raises her sword for another attack, maintaining the same frantic speed and not giving her opponent a second of respite. Beijing realizes with horror that she may not survive the next blow, because Kiritani is rapidly approaching her in a powerful and almost uncontrollable leap. The young man's mind flashes back to their recent conversation about how he has met many people and learned to recognize those who truly wished to cause harm. He recalls that he did not see any real murderous intent in her eyes, although she still came to him and warned him, which he found strange and disturbing. The young man reflects on the fact that Beijing may be acting under pressure because it itself is in danger and has no other choice. He feels that her behavior appears forced and admits that someone or something is pushing her to act in a way that contradicts her own beliefs. Beijing says with difficulty that she is bound by obligations that prevent her from revealing the truth, even if she sincerely wants to explain her motives. She looks at Kiritani with despair because she knows that every word she says sounds like an excuse, even though she is trying to get an important point across to him. The protagonist answers her with a cold and clear look, because he sees in front of him a person who is hiding something significant, but cannot say it openly. A beautiful sunrise illuminates the huge and majestic rocks, creating a sharp contrast. Drops of blood fall to the ground. Beijing is kneeling, her back turned to the guy, and her motionless pose emphasizes the gravity and drama of the moment. The guy holds his head and says that Karina will definitely be angry if he returns with her, but at the same time he understands that he simply has no other way out in the current situation. The protagonist stands in front of the unconscious Beijing and looks at her intently, clearly realizing how confusing, dangerous, and unpredictable this whole situation has become. The young man understands that killing the girl is not a solution either, as such an act will only worsen the situation and lead to even more serious and irreversible consequences. Against the backdrop of the night lighthouses, a rude question about what the hell is going on here sounds. Finn stands among armed men who have tightly surrounded him from all sides. He demands to know what exactly they are trying to achieve, but hears in response only a mocking remark that he should understand everything perfectly well anyway. The girl by the wall asks him with a cold smile if he really thinks that after changing guilds all his sins will be forgotten, and directly calls him a traitor and a murderer. Finn clutches his hammer as the crowd forms a tight circle around the young fighter, one of them loudly calling him a damned traitor. He cracks his knuckles and says that such a man should only be called a murderer and does not deserve the slightest chance of acquittal. The guy frowns and replies that he doesn't feel the slightest joy from their appearance, clearly showing his irritation and the complete lack of friendliness in this meeting. Healer glanced sideways at the girl and admitted that he himself would not like to face her, immediately realizing that they had decided to deal with him while the leader fought the Rankers. The girl was sharply indignant, declaring that he dared to pronounce her name with his filthy mouth, and there was open anger in her voice. Finn grips the warhammer tightly in his hands and says that he has already explained everything, because he has told the girl more than once that what happened was an accident. The girl raises her weapon and coldly declares that then the upcoming attack will also be an accident for him. She rushes forward with a furious cry and promises that he will pay for the death of her younger brother and will not go unpunished. The young man blocks the blow. The girl screams that she will cut off his leg or arm and does not hide her desire to cripple him. The brunette jumps and raises her weapon for another attack, and the healer realizes at this point that he has almost no chance in this situation. Finn narrowed his eyes and realized that in a one-on-one fight he would have been able to cope, but now he was unable to win because his opponents completely surrounded him from all sides. Armed hunters stood next to him, clutching their weapons and ready to intervene at any moment. The guy leans back, but the sharp blade still touches his cheek and leaves a painful scratch. The opponent raised his blade and coldly said that only a complete idiot gets distracted during a real fight. The leader of the group brought the sword right to the guy's throat and said in a quiet, confident voice that everything was over for him. At that moment, the young man realized that he was only a split second late and would not be able to react. The healer closed his eyes, not believing that everything would end this way, and bitterly realized that he had let down the head of the guild. Agawa suddenly appeared and with a powerful kick knocked the attacker aside, interrupting the deadly attack. The young man looks at her with surprise, and she smiles and remarks that the enemies are counting crows, although just recently they reproached him for this. The boy's eyes widen when his ally relays Kiritani's words about how, after joining the guild, rebooting his problems turns them into shared problems. Someone raises a weapon and shouts a threat to kill both this girl and the impudent guy next to her. Shots ring out and the space around is illuminated by bright, blinding flashes of light. The girl smiles again and mentally notes that she does not hold a personal grudge against Agawa, but she was unlucky to end up in the same guild with a man who is considered a murderer. She winced when someone muttered that it looked too weak for hunters of that level. Ahead, a barely noticeable blurry silhouette appeared, moving through space with astonishing and frightening speed. Kushida thrust his spear forward and confidently declared that the opponents today simply did not have enough strength to cope with them in this fight. The brunette gritted her teeth and quietly muttered that they were asking for trouble, clearly underestimating the danger and strength of their enemies. The hunters rush into attack the moment she orders them to deal with Finn's friends and leaves them no chance to retreat. Agawa frowns and focuses all his strength on his palms as he prepares a powerful counterattack. She extends her hand forward and releases a stream of energy that hits several enemies at once, who do not have time to understand what exactly happened. Agawa's opponents fall to the ground, but new fighters are already moving towards the spearmen from the other side, ready to continue the onslaught. The girl raises her sword and loudly declares that the killer will be dealt with now. Her voice sounds as if she will not allow any other outcome. The group's leader gritted his teeth as he noticed his blade begin to melt, as if unable to withstand the pressure of the alien force. Suddenly, Kiritani stepped on his back from above, pinning his opponent to the ground in one motion. Hiller looks at him in complete daze and doesn't believe his own eyes, because he doesn't understand how he got here so quickly. Kiritani straightens up and asks with slight surprise if they haven't finished this pointless fight yet. The brunette flinches and screams out what the hell he's doing here. She clearly didn't expect him to appear. The guy straightens her hair and calmly invites her to take a minute to think, assuring her that the right answer will come on its own. The girl broke out in a cold sweat and whispered that this simply couldn't be happening. All of the young man's opponents were left behind, and the girl exclaimed in amazement that he had really dealt with 4 rankers in such a short time. She was amazed that the young man was able to defeat such strong opponents, because it seemed almost impossible. The swordswoman screamed that this was complete nonsense, because no one was capable of dealing with the world's strongest hunters so quickly. She confidently stated that such a result against rankers could not be achieved by an ordinary person. Karina placed her hands on her hips and noticed that the girl was too stubborn and refused to see the obvious. The interlocutor backed away while the blonde coldly said that she had heard rumors about her guild, but did not expect such stupidity. She babbled in fear that they only wanted to scare the healer a little and did not intend to go that far. The huntress kicked her rival in the stomach and said that she could address all her complaints directly to the association. The brunette dropped to her knees, and Karina calmly reminded her that America is considered a land of freedom, but it can be harsh on violators. The girl looked at the protagonist and promised to personally deal with the situation, after which the guy briefly thanked her for her intervention. Karina said with a smile that their sleeping beauty had finally come to her senses and no longer looked so serene. These words greatly surprised the young man, because he did not expect to hear something like this at that particular moment. Beijing opened her eyes slightly. At first, everything around seemed blurry, but after a few seconds, her vision gradually began to clear. Beijing stood up and asked where she was. At that moment, Kiritani came closer and calmly greeted her, which noticeably surprised the girl and made her wary. The girl immediately noticed the handcuffs on her hand, which looked strange, out of place, and completely out of place in the situation around her. She looked at the guy with displeasure and asked in a cold tone what all this was supposed to mean, why he was doing this, and what exactly he was trying to lead her to. Kiritani narrowed his eyes and calmly asked if she had forgotten the events that had happened between them quite recently and had not yet faded from her memory. He remembered the moment when he had managed to defeat the huntress, and this memory was clearly reflected in his gaze. The girl began to become noticeably nervous and sweaty, realizing that the conversation was taking a dangerous direction for her. She pictured herself aiming her bow at him in her mind, and the memory made her cringe inside. Karina frowned and quietly muttered that she had the nerve to seriously consider killing the main character. The girl nervously turned her gaze to Karina, realizing that her thoughts had been easily read and had not gone unnoticed. Karina unfastened the handcuffs and calmly noted that besides her, there were others who wanted him dead. The guy turned to Beijing and asked him directly to explain what was really going on, who was controlling the events, and who was behind this whole dangerous and confusing story. The girl looked away and replied that no matter what she did or what decision she made, the outcome was already predetermined, and for her, it was all over long ago. The guy put his hands in his pockets and calmly asked what exactly would change if he promised to get her out of this situation and not leave her alone. Beijing stared at him and asked again, not believing her ears, since she did not expect to hear such words from him at such a moment. Karina winked at the girl and suggested that she first open up to them, stop being silent and tell the whole truth about what was happening. The girl looked at both of them and thought that with the support of the 2 strongest hunters, she really had a real chance of survival. Kiritani looked closely at his interlocutor and asked directly if her loved one was being held hostage. Beijing immediately turned pale at these words and lowered her head, not knowing how to answer this direct question. She began to become visibly worried when the hunter asked her directly who exactly this man was and why he was so important. The girl clutched the blanket tightly in her hands and fell silent, unable to utter a single word out loud due to intense excitement. Beijing cringed and began her story, which went back 10 years, to the year of her awakening and first steps as a hunter. She remembered crying behind the glass and admitted that even her new powers hadn't brought her any happiness, and she hadn't yet received the SSS rank, remaining an ordinary novice hunter. The girl's memory flashed back to the hospital room where her brother was connected to a medical machine. The girl explained to the audience that her brother lay in a hospital bed and fought for his life every day, facing harsh realities and dangers. She admitted to covering huge medical bills as a hunter until a powerful woman bought out the hospital and held her brother hostage. The girl admitted that she remained just a pawn while her brother was under someone else's control. Karina frowned and asked if that same powerful Chinese company was behind this. Beijing explained that the company's owner was merely a cover for their true plans, and Kiritani noted that he now understands his lack of charismatic influence at the symposium. Karina waved her hand in the air and suggested that the girl turn to the country's authorities for help as an SSS-ranked hunter. Beijing exclaimed that she tried to get help, but they benefited from cooperating with the corporation, and they did nothing to get her out of the dangerous situation. She leaned forward and added that the government was already desperately looking for ways to control the hunters, and her brother would have been in great danger anyway. She introduced Hualin, stating that she was such a powerful and influential figure that even an SSS-ranked hunter would not dare to oppose her. Kiritani and Karina exchanged glances, sensing the tension in the air, but simultaneously realizing they needed to act quickly. The boy looked at the archer and firmly declared that he was ready to help rescue her brother, despite the possible dangers and difficulties. The girl lowered her head when he clarified that she herself did not like being under the thumb of that woman. Her heart sank at the thought of the risks. The interlocutor quietly said that the main problem in this story was the condition of her brother, who could not stand even 10 minutes outside the sterile ward. The young man admitted that the situation was difficult, but stated that there was a solution. The huntress looked at him in surprise, not believing her ears. The hero handed over the sphere, which could mitigate the symptoms of any disease for 24 hours, clarifying that he had 30 of them and that he had enough time to plan. The girl turned to him and asked why he was doing all this. The hunter calmly asked her to tell him everything she knew in return, showing seriousness and persistence. Kiritani looked at his friend and asked if he had been declared a ranker yet, to which she replied that it would take some time before the status was confirmed. Karina frowned and asked if he was going to fly to China, because she was wary of his desire to resolve everything immediately and without delay. She smiled and said that she didn't expect anything else from him, because his determination always showed itself in the most tense moments. The girl noted that he was again ready to take risks for the sake of the goal, and this surprised her the least, although the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The helicopter circled in the sky above Guangzhou. The pilot exchanged glances with Karina and then reported that they had arrived at the location and were ready to jump. Karina turned around and exclaimed that she had not expected to jump with a parachute at all, but the young man calmly replied that he would never do it without careful preparation. Beijing frowned, thinking that his words sounded too presumptuous, and then anxiously asked if they would be given permission to land. The helicopter doors swung open, and powerful gusts of air rushed into the cabin, forcing everyone to hold on tighter and prepare to jump. Kiritani grabbed the girls and declared that they would jump without any approval because he did not intend to waste time waiting for permission. After which, each of the girls felt a sharp gust of wind hit their faces as they fell. This moment clearly showed them the danger of their hasty decision. The young people rushed towards the tall building at great speed, and soon a powerful explosion was heard near them. The trio landed on the ground. Karina said that speed is the most important factor in rescuing hostages. The guy supported her and said that now he should let Beijing lead them since he trusted her knowledge and skills. The girl looked at him and nodded. The hunters rushed forward, and Kiritani added that first they needed to get her brother out, and only then deal with Hualin. The companions approached the man in the suit, who immediately recognized the archer and then asked why she was there without Miss Hualin. The man looked at her and asked the question again, but his interlocutor lied that she had a busy schedule and no time at all for explanations. Kiritani tensed up when the guard asked who was next to her. The guy felt something was wrong. He suddenly punched the man in the face, acting decisively and without delay to keep everyone present safe. Karina shot at the monitor, and Beijing asked what they were doing and why all this was necessary. The girl turned around and reminded them that only speed was important now, so there was no time to chat, and they needed to move faster than their enemies. The corridor was empty. The silence was so deafening that the huntress immediately became wary before she noticed the young man lying on the bed. She called out to him and tried to prepare him for further action, because she understood that she had almost no time left for explanations. Chun sat up and asked what she was doing there, but she only asked him to take a pill and promised to explain everything later when she had the opportunity. As the hunters raced down the hallway, Kiritani glanced at Beijing, who was carrying her brother in her arms, wanting to make sure she was handling the load and keeping up. He asked her to head to the helicopter and assured her that they would deal with all the remaining enemies themselves, since they were not going to risk her brother's safety. Kiritani frowned and said that their priority now was to move the hostage to a safe place. No matter how powerful Hualin was, she would hardly be able to do anything against two rankers. They ran faster, the girl agreed, quickening her pace to keep up with the team and stay together. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them, shouting loudly that the offenders needed to be immediately detained. These people moved decisively and confidently, clearly showing that they intended to stop them at any cost and leave no chance for escape. Kiritani pushed off the ground, swung his arm, and quickly scattered his opponents, not allowing them to get any closer. He continued to strike, moving quickly and accurately, leaving his opponents no chance to counter. Then he turned to the girl, catching his breath and carefully assessing the situation to understand what to do next. Karina pointed her finger forward and quickly pushed the girl, making it clear that hesitating now was dangerous and that she needed to move immediately. Beijing took off and shouted words of gratitude to the young people on the go, without stopping for a second and quickening her pace. The partners looked around, thinking hard about where exactly the villain's office could be located in this complex. The guy assumed that the right place was located somewhere on the upper floors. The girl immediately took out a rocket launcher, aiming at the ceiling. A powerful shot pierced the ceiling, leaving a large hole, and they took advantage of it without hesitation to quickly climb up. Stopping in front of the gate, the hero noted that it looked very presentable, and this immediately says a lot about the character of its owner. They approached the gate. Kiritani suggested they hurry, feeling that time was now playing against them. Documents lay scattered underfoot, creating the feeling of a hasty and incomplete escape. The hunter crossed his arms and assumed that the enemy had managed to escape, but his companion noted that it was better not to rush to such conclusions. She approached the portal and reported that there was a rift here, indicating a dangerous distortion of space. They looked ahead, and the hero realized that this was the dungeon gate, and his interlocutor remembered similar ones at the symposium. The blonde chuckled and apologized for the intrusion, as if what was happening was a normal working moment for her. Portal fragments scattered around, filling the space with harsh light and a strange hum of collapsing energy. The hunters stepped through the portal and looked around, quickly assessing their new surroundings and any possible threats around them. Turning around, the girl noted with admiration that everything looked like a real national defense base with perfect organization. A fortress with cannons towered before them, and the companions couldn't help but wonder how much money had been invested in this fortification. The weapons glittered in the sun, and a massive tower rose high in front, emphasizing the power and scale of the place. Hualin, wearing a mask, sat with her legs crossed and calmly welcomed the hunters into her domain, showing no fear. Karina leaned over and asked what that strange mask was, thinking that the enemy was frightened by their visit and decided to hide. The woman fiddled with the phone and immediately guessed that Beijing had told her everything, since she couldn't have expected much from her. She leaned on her arm and added that one would have to be extremely stupid to dare to enter here without support. Hualin spread her arms and declared that on her territory they were just bugs and posed no threat. Kiritani and his partner exchanged glances and noted that it had been a long time since they had fought side by side together. The woman smiled and said that such confidence sounded too presumptuous and bordered on complete recklessness. A portal flickered behind the hunters, filling the space with an eerie light and creating the feeling of being trapped. The woman raised her fan and coldly declared that they would not leave here under any circumstances. The gun ports opened under her feet, and she added that they were unlikely to get out of here alive. Karina frowned, recognizing the massive structure as a military railgun capable of destroying a target in moments. The partners jumped in different directions, dodging the sudden attack and trying to avoid being fired upon. A powerful explosion thundered behind them, shaking the earth and bringing the tension of the battle to a boil. The blonde narrowed her eyes, remembering that this model had been discontinued by the US military, and now she wondered how it had ended up here. The girl realized that now was not the time for reflection, because before her was the chance to destroy the enemies who had long been entrenched on the American side. A drone suddenly appeared next to her, hovering in the air and blocking part of the space in front of the hunters. The machine was glowing, accumulating energy, and was clearly preparing to strike the hunters in the next few seconds. The hunters dodged the attacks and asked with irritation how much money was spent on these deadly toys. The guy stepped on a stone, it collapsed under his foot, and at the same moment a new explosion was heard from behind. The companions rushed forward. Karina complained that she was tired of all this, and the interlocutor suggested dealing with the turrets and traps. The blade of his sword flashed with a bright light, filling the space with a dangerous glow and making it clear that the attack had begun. The boy narrowed his eyes and swung the blade with cold precision, putting all the strength and concentration he had accumulated over years of battle into the blow. Several drones instantly exploded in midair, scattering debris and sparks that showered the floor and walls of the hall. Hualin opened her fan, remarking with a smirk that it was very rude and impolite to break someone else's toys without the owner's permission. She grinned and added that she had plenty of similar toys, as if she wanted to show her superiority. New weapon mounts appeared in front of the partners. They moved out from hidden niches and took aim at the hunters. Karina took aim and noted that her opponent had opened herself up, thus giving her a chance to strike back. Hualin flicked her fan with a slight movement, as if signaling a prearranged mechanism somewhere nearby. A barrier appeared in front of her, repelling the attack, and she mockingly asked if this was all a world ranker could do. Karina looked up and muttered that the woman was starting to irritate her more and more with every second of this fight. Hualin chuckled and remarked that it would be extremely impolite not to reciprocate such feelings in kind. A missile launcher called the Heavenly Demon Bow appeared between them, and the villainess confidently commanded to attack the opponents. The shells burst from the launchers with a deafening roar and rushed straight towards their targets without the slightest delay. Kiritani gripped the ash blade of the underworld and felt the weapon react to his intentions. He swung his blade, cutting through the projectiles with quick and precise movements, preventing them from reaching their target. Smoke thickened in the room, and more missiles flew towards the young people, increasing the pressure and chaos around them. Kiritani turned to his partner and shouted loudly for her to act with him. The girl ran up to the young man and raised her weapon, taking a comfortable position for shooting. She fired several shots at the shells, destroying them in the air and clearing the space. Hualin gritted her teeth, and the guy straightened up and said that there was no point in dragging out the fight any longer and playing by her rules. He looked at his partner and asked her to cover for him, to which she immediately agreed, without even asking any unnecessary questions. The hunter released his fiery blade and declared that he was beginning to act, moving from defense to an open offensive. Karina shouted after the guy to deal with the villain as quickly as possible and not give her time for new tricks. Hualin chuckled and challenged the young men to test their strength, emphasizing that she was interested in seeing how far they were willing to go to win. After this, a huge number of missiles rushed straight towards the main character. The guy repelled the deadly shells, and through the roar of explosions, Karina's voice could be heard, declaring that the villain was clearly underestimating his strength. The girl added that they would still see who would win. She was confident in her abilities and had no intention of giving in to her opponent. After that, she opened fire on the missile launcher, and a bright flash illuminated everything around. Karina chuckled and said that the enemy wasn't the only one with dangerous toys, while the protagonist quickly reached the villain, covering the distance between them in a matter of moments. He looked down at her and demanded to know everything she knew as a member of the masquerade organization. Hualin grimaced and threw it away, a thick green cloud of smoke escaping from her mouth. Kiritani covered himself with his hand and jumped back, trying not to inhale the dangerous substance and to maintain his balance. Karina looked anxiously at the green dome ahead, sensing a growing threat. The girl frowned, wondering if this was another of Hualin's ploys to mislead her. Kiritani covered his eyes with his hand and squinted, trying to figure out what was happening and assess the situation. He frowned, wondering if he had been teleported, but he didn't feel like he had left the dungeon gate, so it might be an illusion. An image of a girl calling a guy by his old name from the distant past appeared in his mind. The young man was very surprised and looked down, not immediately understanding what exactly he saw in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise and disturbing thoughts ran through his head. Elena looked at him and asked why he had suddenly attacked out of the blue, trying to understand the reason for his sharp and frightening aggression. Kiritani stared at the girl in confusion, not believing his own eyes and what was happening in front of him. She smiled sweetly and said she was glad to see him, acting as if nothing had happened between them, as if the recent conflict had simply disappeared from her memory. The girl looked at the young man in surprise when he answered her that she knew nothing and did not understand at all what was happening. At that moment, Kiritani suddenly deals her a sharp blow, acting without hesitation or doubt. The girl's eyes widened in pain and surprise, and her facial expression distorted from the unexpected blow. Elena burst into tears, asking why the hunter was doing this and why he was hurting her. Kiritani frowned, muttering that Hualin didn't know when to give up and stop. His eyes filled with tears, and he stated that she would regret using her image for manipulation. The girl turned pale with horror when the young man grabbed her by the throat and began to squeeze her with all his strength. The hero froze in place when his partner asked if everything was okay with the guy. She sensed something was wrong. Karina walked through the portal and asked what this place was and why everything looked so strange here. Elena extended her hand to her and begged for help. She desperately hoped for salvation from the mortal threat. She exclaimed that someone had taken control of Arden. That's how she explained what was happening to the guy. Elena continued to scream loudly and demanded that the crazy guy be stopped immediately at any cost. The huntress's eyes widened when she recognized her friend and immediately realized that the figure in front of her was just an illusion. Instead of helping, she shot the girl without the slightest hesitation. The decision was made instantly. Hualin grabbed her shoulder, confused as to why her illusion hadn't worked as intended. She gritted her teeth and thought that people should see the people dear to their hearts, but it didn't work on any of the hunters. Kiritani approached and concentrated mana in his palm. He calmly announced that this time it was really over. His companion raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if he intended to simply kill the captive without questioning her. The guy replied that she wouldn't give them anything anyway, no matter how hard they tried to get at least some confessions from her. Hualin winced when Karina promised to extract all the information from her by any means necessary and would stop at nothing. The woman screamed desperately, demanding that he immediately remove her hands and stop the pressure, but the resistance quickly weakened. After a while, Hualin sat motionless, her gaze becoming empty and detached, as if her will had been completely broken. Kiritani glanced sideways at his partner and asked if the captive would be able to speak in such a state. He sat down next to her and asked about the goals of the masquerade organization. His voice was calm, but his gaze was closely watching the reaction. Hualin lowered her head, her hair covering her face, and said that their goal was to conquer the world with powerful magic. After these words, the woman fell silent and froze like a doll. She completely stopped reacting to what was happening around her. The hunters looked at each other. They instantly realized that they had heard about a plan for world domination and a global threat. Karina laughed, calling it a childish dream, and the guy asked the next question, wondering who exactly had given them such powers. The interlocutor sat on her knees and muttered about a man who once appeared out of nowhere and united all 10 of them. The hero thoughtfully ran his hand over his chin, trying to figure out whether this mysterious guy was part of their gang or not. Karina advised asking directly. She sat down next to the captive and asked about the full composition of the organization. Suddenly, blood began to flow from Hualin's eyes and nose. The silence turned to alarm, and the atmosphere became oppressive and dangerous. Dark energy enveloped the girl's body in a dense cocoon. Karina anxiously asked what was happening to the captive. Suddenly, the woman's neck twisted at an unnatural angle with a disgusting crunch. The sight was terrifying. Kiritani grabbed her head, trying to stop what was happening and not let the process complete. He managed to ask where they all came from. The guy wanted to extract at least one last answer from the dying captive. Hualin's lips stretched into a creepy smile. It looked so unnatural that a chill ran down his spine. She bared her teeth in a mad grin and replied that they all came straight from the underworld. The hunters watched as she went limp and quiet. Karina muttered that it all sounded like complete nonsense and delirium. She apologized for not knowing about the seal on the captive's body, but the young man said that they had already learned enough. Kiritani frowned and wondered if the enemies really came from there. The thought made him uneasy. The woman's body lay lifeless on the floor, and the boy wondered if her last sentence could have been just a metaphor or an attempt to intimidate. Suddenly, the companions shuddered, because everything around them began to shake, and the floor and walls began to tremble noticeably. The girl pointed upward, trying to draw her partner's attention to what was happening above their heads. The sky above them cracked, and massive claws slowly emerged from the widening rift. Kiritani's eyes widened in horror as the Lord of the Underworld began to materialize right in front of them. The hunter broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding how this was even possible and why reality was collapsing right before his eyes. Karina suggested that he was drawn to the dungeon gate created by the woman, which left a dangerous mark. The monster looked around. The girl added that everything should be fine, since the creature was not on the ground, and after leaving there would be no threat. The guy looked down and shuddered, because the portal began to ripple. The hero desperately shouted that the exit was closing. The partner chuckled and announced that they would now distract the big guy with a final and very loud dish. The mother of all bombs materialized next to them, radiating dangerous energy and inspiring fear with her very appearance. Kiritani looked at her nervously and tried to stop the girl, but the charge had already been activated and there was no turning back. The blonde rushed forward, hurrying her partner and not giving him time for doubts and hesitations. The monster turned towards the flash, reacting to the sudden change in energy and the sudden threat. There was a powerful explosion of incredible force, blinding light, and a shockwave filled the entire space. The hunters miraculously managed to slip through the portal at the last moment when it was about to collapse. They jumped to the side, as something behind them collapsed with a deafening and heavy roar. The companions looked around in shock. Kiritani closed his eyes and said that it was too much, but the girl objected. They managed to get out in time. She rose to her feet and suggested returning to America since they had completely sorted things out and there was no point in lingering around any longer. The guy touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that Hualin was working with a corporation, but large companies wouldn't cooperate with criminals just for profit. Besides, there was no need for them to commit crimes and take such risks for money. Kiritani narrowed his eyes, trying to understand the woman's true motives. The partner's gaze fell on the hatch and the floor, and the protagonist chuckled, noting that the explosion had revealed their hiding place, which had remained hidden for a long time. He lifted the lid and saw a greenish glow coming from under the floor, which created a shimmer. The light from this strange source illuminated the entire room with a soft, ghostly glow. The hunters went down and looked around carefully. They wanted to understand what the cache was hiding. They assumed that all compromising information was collected here, from deals with Wailun to the results of human experiments and money laundering channels. A light haze hung in the room, covering the space like a foggy curtain. Karina looked through the notes and made caustic remarks out loud through clenched teeth. She said that no one even suspected what kind of scum they really were. She pulled out the flash drive and added that they were incredibly lucky to have discovered this cache at that particular moment. The blonde chuckled and noted that with such evidence the company would come to an end, and the consequences for management would be serious. Dark clouds were gathering above the airport, slowly covering the sky with a gray shroud. Kiritani turned around at the sudden call and tried to understand who exactly had called him. Beijing and his brother came closer. The girl asked the young man not to overexert himself so that he would not hurt himself. He looked at the hunter and expressed gratitude, since he now felt much better and could move freely. Chun cringed and shyly asked if he could call the guy by his name. He felt embarrassed. Kiritani chuckled, gently patted the boy on the head and calmly agreed to his request. The girl bowed respectfully and admitted that she too owed him a lot, emphasizing that she would never forget the kindness he had shown. She looked at the hero with noticeable surprise at the moment when he said that she would still have to repay for the help she had provided. Kiritani crossed his arms over his chest and confidently declared that first his interlocutor would have to become a full-fledged member of his guild. The archer winced and immediately objected, reminding him that it was her responsibility to take care of her brother and his condition. Kiritani showed the pill and calmly explained that this was not a request or an offer, but the only way to repay the debt. Kiritani said that the boy needed medicine and clarified that she was no longer dependent on Hualin and was not a member of any guild, remaining a free hunter. Beijing frowned and openly expressed her fear that China might not allow her to join the Japanese guild, but the hero asked her not to worry about it and made it clear that such difficulties would not be a serious problem. He raised a finger and explained that if she joined the reboot, the guild would now have 2 rankers. The guy added that after this, even the state would not dare to get involved with them or interfere in their affairs. Kiritani then showed news headlines about the promotion to SSS-Rank and the company's exposure. He chuckled and calmly explained that the country's largest company would collapse in just one night. The government will have to cover up its tracks of cooperation with her and think about its next steps. The girl looked nervously at the outstretched hand. She was clearly hesitating and weighing the consequences of her decision. Kiritani promised to protect her brother and provide her with work, after which the girl finally shook his hand, accepting the terms. They stood opposite each other. Beijing declared that she trusted the guy, and after that she became the official representative of the Reboot Guild. The helicopter flew over the water's surface, slowly moving forward over the endless and alarmingly calm ocean. The pilot stared at the monitor and reported the discovery of an unidentified island in the very center of the Pacific Ocean. He moved closer to measure the magical power, unaware of what exactly he was about to encounter. The man's eyes widened in amazement. He cursed when he saw a portal ahead and shouted that the indicators were off the charts, and this was a real dungeon that required the immediate gathering of hunters from all over the world. The sun shone brightly on the city, filling the streets with a warm light and creating a calm atmosphere for morning classes and workouts. Kiritani conducted a training fight with his charges, carefully observing every move and assessing their current level of training. He chuckled and calmly advised the spearmen to watch the trajectory of his blows so that they would not interfere with his teammates. He then turned to Agawa and recommended that he not rush into the exchange alone, but act in a coordinated manner with the entire group. Beijing stood nearby and carefully watched the training, memorizing the master's instructions and the reactions of the other students. When all the students, completely exhausted, fell to the ground, Kiritani announced a break and allowed them to recuperate a little. Suddenly, Han quickly ran up to him and called out loudly, clearly wanting to convey the important news as quickly as possible. Kiritani turned to him and asked how he could help. He immediately noticed the worried expression on his interlocutor's face. Han reported that hunters received an emergency call due to the discovery of an unknown dungeon on an island in the ocean. A sharp gust of wind arose, and the hero noted that this was an excellent opportunity for the new guild members to show their strength. Han explained that hunters from all over the world were invited to the cleanup, so only 2 guilds would participate. The guy decided that he should definitely attend this meeting in order to personally participate in making the final decision. He called Beijing. The girl came closer and addressed him by name for the first time. At that moment, Han realized with amazement that she had become a full-fledged member of the Reboot Guild. The hero added that she would go to the meeting with him. Beijing's eyes widened when he announced the role of deputy leader. The faceless man sat sullenly at the table and calmly stated the dragon's death without any unnecessary emotion, making it clear that this event changes the balance of power. A heavy and oppressive silence immediately fell around the round table, in which each of those present considered the consequences of what had happened and possible steps. Raven Mask raised a finger and suggested that they first find an organization capable of replacing DeLong, but another participant confidently declared that a candidate had already been chosen. At that moment, the massive door slowly opened, and a man in a bear mask walked confidently into the hall, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. He leaned towards the long-haired man and asked a sharp question with obvious irritation, his voice betraying doubt about the correctness of the decision already made. He asked them point-blank if they were going to follow the man they had chosen. The newcomer grinned with obvious self-confidence, making it clear that he was capable of handling everything alone and did not need support. Raven cracked his knuckles, openly hinting that Bear thought too highly of himself and underestimated others. Another man sharply objected, reminding those present that the Bear was not a random upstart and that his strength had already been proven time and again. The tension flared instantly. The Raven jumped up from his place and raised his hand, clearly preparing to break into an open fight. But the man in the center of the table calmly crossed his arms and released a powerful wave of energy, nipping the conflict in the bud. A gust of strong wind swept through the hall and forced the others to instinctively cover themselves from the pressure of the force. The man stopped the attack with a sharp movement and called for everyone to remain calm. They didn't need any strife right now. The 2 rivals exchanged heavy glances, clenched their teeth in anger, and reluctantly went their separate ways. The bear, heading towards the exit, muttered that later everyone present would see for themselves the true power he possessed. The leader raised his hands, drawing the attention of those gathered back to the main topic of the meeting and not allowing the conversation to stray. When the men had resumed their positions, he reminded them that lion, butterfly, and even dragon had already left their ranks. Folding his fingers, he declared that from now on no one would act alone, for their new goal was clear: to put an end to Kiritani once and